as some of you know, I work as a medical doctor in the NHS. This is my first prayer before I walk into my consulting room on a daily basis. Anyway, enough talk. We're here to hear our speakers and so on. So with that, I'm just going to share screen to tell you who's with us today as well. So with that, let's bring up our slides for today. So hopefully you can see that. And this is our 107th event. Unbelievable. Healing Our Earth started now 2 years ago, and it's still going strong. Well, a year and a half, in fact, it feels like 2 years, a year and a half ago. We're in December 2021. And as you can see, here are our speakers for today. Hopefully you can see on your screen, with myself hosting you. In a moment, going to introduce Amarjit Kaur. We've got Keith coming on, Keith Sharp. Dr. Tariq is going to be with us briefly as well, soon as well. And lovely, I've got Dr. Wei-Ching Lee with me as well as a co-host in a moment. Dr. Lee, I'm going to introduce you, and I'm sure you've got some thoughts to share as well. But there you can see your program coming on still. So in UK time at 4 o'clock, Dr. Kalaria Honey will take over, and you can see the speakers going right until 7 o'clock UK time, which will actually be going, so from Australia, will be 11 o'clock in Australia at that point. So with that, healingourearth.com. Have a look at the website. There's now tabs to get involved, to our social media pages as well. What is Healing Our Earth? To promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities. How? By delivering multicultural online edutainment. And have a look at the past sessions, whether it be from vegan cooking, vegetarian cooking, to dance, to mantras, to well-being, whichever topic that the public have wanted, the team at Healing Our Earth has delivered speakers and expert speakers in that area. And as you can see, whether it be on Facebook, on Twitter, on WhatsApp, all the partnering channels are there as well. Briefly about me, so my name is Dr. Milan Shah. I'm a GP, I'm a family physician in North London, been practicing for nearly 20 years now, and that's me sort of working at the moment. Actually, that's me vaccinating, so we're busy vaccinating with our boosters at the moment, and that's what I've been busy doing. Not much, actually. I've been much more looking after lots of patients. So wherever you are in the world, do keep safe. And we'll be telling you a bit later on actually about all our upcoming sessions. You can see that every Sunday, already the team is lined up right to the end of January with topics. So you can see Healing Our Earth is very much on the ball. But we'll come back to those topics, because more interestingly, would like to bring in Amarjit. But briefly, should we just bring in Dr. Lee briefly, because I know she's going to be a co-host as well, just to say, so brief namaste to Dr. Lee. Wei-Ching, and I think you'll also come in with any questions or topics, but I know you're going to be with us a lot more in an hour's time, or less than an hour, when we've got our next speaker as well. So briefly, maybe you want to introduce yourself or just say hello, namaste, Dr. Lee.
Thank you very much. A global namaste, everyone, to 186 countries right now tuning in, and understand that our average is about 50,000 people. So a global namaste to everyone, and it's my delight and privilege to be with all of you and to be a panelist co-host this time, and to perhaps span the whole spectrum of this evening's, or rather today, this is evening here, program, and to perhaps comment and highlight, and perhaps at the end to weave together a cohesive plan for our health and healing the earth and healing our earth, and to see how we can move forward with some action. So it is really a great pleasure, Dr. Milanji, to be with you and to really meditate and to chant with you for peace and for healing for our planet and for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think you're in Singapore at the moment?
I'm somewhat in between. I'm in Malaysia and Singapore.
Okay, so I know it's around about 10 o'clock at night, so I think you're going to be doing an all-nighter, like a proper doctor's shift.
Yes, exactly that. I get calls in the middle of the night as well. I'm sure you do.
Right, okay. Try and switch off the phone at that point, just to get such a well.
My doctorate is actually also in philosophy and healing, as is Amarjit as well. And yeah. I am also a medical intuitive and a practitioner of healing. And so, as you know, my office is in London as well.
Yes, you're saying so. So next time, we'll all be together. We'll meet. I think that's the beauty of this platform, is that so many different personalities are meeting at least through this platform, and knowing that we all are around and we've got similar goals. We may have different goals, but we are coming together. One is for wishing the well-being of our local or global populations, and to learn from each other's expertise and medical systems as well. There's many quotes on medicine, etc. I think the most greatest physicians will say the more and more you develop in your field, you realize the less and less we actually really know, or how different healing processes take place. Doesn't mean we don't know anything, but it does mean that actually the more you get qualified, you realize more of the world sometimes is a mystery. And we can share that. I'm sharing it in public here, but I think physicians, we can share together. I think when you're seeing with a patient, you have to also exude that confidence and give that confidence to the patient that, okay, we'll take you on a journey, I know what's going on. But also sometimes that honesty to say, well, I'm not sure, but this is what we're going to plan to do as well. And if we say that with honesty, I certainly do a lot of my patients, actually that doctor-patient or physician-patient relationship has a huge healing power itself. So anyway, enough talking, because we're ready for our first guest. Because before time goes by, because I know we're going to have Keith soon. Amarjit, namaste, and great to have you on again. And I'm going to just say, as you come up on the screen, just say a few brief words about you, so the audience know who you are. So, this is coming up even on the screen. I had it ready for me. Our host is excellent here. So Amarjit Cordua, as you can see, is going to speak a little bit about the effect of Raj Yoga of the Brahma Kumaris for increasing happiness and life satisfaction and overall health and wellness. And this is a case study in Thailand. Amarjit is a universal spiritual guide for over 25 years, an English teacher holding a master's degree in education from Australia, and is completing her PhD, which we were just talking about offline just before, a PhD in philosophy from America. And her particular specialist topic will be that of Ayur Yoga, alternative healing for overall health and wellness. Amarjit studied the Sikh scriptures, the Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, with a true thirst and yearn, which led to serving as a Sikh religious teacher in Thailand and abroad, especially with youth and children. And along her life's journey, she's also studied and practiced Reiki, the art of living courses, and supported many of these projects in prisons and public programs as well. She's also studied sort of Osho sessions and associated with the Radha Swami Satsang as well for some years. So really interesting. You've got lots of varied backgrounds in your spiritual journey, as we all are. And now I think you're really ready to share a lot more with us. The Thailand case study, really highlighted a lot of things. So Amarjit, namaste, and really great to have you back. I know we were together when you were chanting. I remember the Ikonkar mantra together during mantra healing. And so, Sat Shri Akal and namaste to you. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, Namaste, Sat Shri Akal. Hello, global family, and thank you, Healing Our Earth, for having me on once again. And this time I'll be presenting actually my PhD paper, which is very close to my heart. And at this age, I wouldn't be bothered studying or doing anything if it wasn't for world service and for my own inner growth. So, I will begin. Should I begin right away?
Please do. Time is flowing, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Millen, for the lovely introduction. And it's always a pleasure meeting you all. And you all are doing great service. And it's amazing how much time and energy you all give to the world. And that's what we all need to do to help our world. So I'll get right to sharing my my screen. Okay, so 1 second. The topic has been introduced by Milan just now, the effect of Raj Yoga. Let me just mention why I actually chose this. My personal experience is one of the main reasons, because I was at we all go in the world, we all have a lot of low in our lives. And I was at a very deep mental low, I would say. It was now I realized it was a call of the soul. It was a thirst of the soul. But at that point, I even got physically ill from being such a dynamic and healthy, active athlete. I was a basketball coach and whatnot. Was very involved in my community. I just my whole physical as well shattered. And so by his grace, I'll say, and destiny, I came into the Raj Yoga meditation, and that completely changed my life. And it helped. I won't say we all have karmic accounts, which again, a lot of the Raj Yoga basic course, actually, just 7 hours is amazing what it teaches. And that's part of the methodology process of my research. It really helped me regain my health. And even though I still go through a lot of tests in terms of health issues, but I'm fine here. And I can bring back happiness anytime, all the time. And I do it all the time. And people always ask me, why do you forgive and forget easily? And I'm like, I don't forgive and forget anybody. There's nothing to forgive and forget. I just connect. Anyway, let's look at. So, when I got into this Ayur Yoga, I was very surprised because Professor Dr. Itikon, who approached me for doing this paper, and he said you would be able to serve in Thailand. And because, the Ayurveda yoga is about, Ayurveda means life and yoga means connection. So it's yoga is connection as well as good health, and Ayurveda is life. So life connection for good health. And today, and we're doing this for Health Day, so it's perfect. So when I happened to get talking to Nil, I said, I'm doing my PhD thesis on Ayurveda yoga. And he said, okay, well, you're on then. So this is actually my first public presentation of it. Now, as you will know, the health approaches, there are many, we talk of the physical as most in today's world, we just go for medication and diseases and, but there's a lot of health approaches nowadays, complementary, alternative, integrative. In statistics wise, you will be able to see that some of these deep breathing, chiropractic, all other alternative medicine and medication and methods and approaches have come in, but and meditation is one of them. Okay, so it's not all of it, but it's one of it. But and just percentage wise, it's increased just now. As you can see, it was just like 8% or something, but it actually increased another 4.1% for 2017 to 14.2%. So just some statistics that people are turning to meditation. I'll just be breezing through my presentation because I want to focus on the interaction with our host and answer some questions. So I just wanted to have an idea of what my research study is about, and how it can help the world, and it can help anybody increase happiness and well-being and overall life satisfaction. These are 2 points I touched, which we will see. And because most of illnesses are subconscious in the mind. Anyway, here we go. Meditation is the future medication, and that's what I just told you about Ayurveda yoga and the whole person. Like I said, it's not even just about our mind. It's also about our behavior, social, environmental. All these things affect our mind. It shouldn't, but it does. So because we're all connected, and sometimes you go to a doctor for your heart or your stomach, and they're all like separate doctors and dealing with separate body systems, but actually it's all interconnected, and we really need that. And ultimately, we are the whole. So the word medicine or meditation actually comes from the same root word, which means making whole, meder. So just to see the effect, Masaru Emoto was one of the famous Japanese scientists that we all know, and water is 70% of the human body. So he was able to show that human consciousness could affect the molecular structure of water. And, when you have thoughts of disgust, you actually can affect water. And since your body is 70% water, you actually affect your mind, and so your health as well. So this just to touch. I'm just going to breeze through some of the literature review. And of course, Dadi Janki, the head of the Brahma Kumaris, and she was diagnosed as one of the most stable mind in the world. And all this presentation will be available, of course, and on my website, on my Facebook, and or through Healing Our Earth. You can request it. It's nothing personal. It's for the world. And some popular and famous propagators of peace and inner peace and world peace. As you can see, Sister Shivani, and she's more popular on TV, and she's the loudspeaker and public figure of the Brahma Kumaris, but there are a lot of highly elevated souls. And I've quoted a lot of Brother Jagdish in my paper, and these are a few souls that really affected my life personally. And I had the fortune to interact with them personally, most of them, and few of them through listening to their words. And Brother Jagdish is one of them. He passed on before I entered the Brahma Kumaris, but his words through my ears reached my heart and mind. He's amazing, and he's written over 150 books. And so that's one person anybody who's a Brahma Kumari or interested in Brahma Kumaris must listen to him. And he's a scientist as well. And I've just put in some famous, popular, and very good teachers of the Brahma Kumaris that have I'm grateful to for having touched my life and my soul. Dr. Nirmala, Sister Vedanti, Sister Moini, Sister GMT, Sister Sudesh, Atman Prakash Bhai, Mrithujan Bhai, Karuna Bhai, and Nirvair Bhai, of course. He was in the picture earlier. And of course, all the dadis. So in the introduction, the overall aim of this was happiness and life satisfaction, overall health and wellness, positive outlook naturally. We don't need to work ourselves up to be positive. Like, sometimes we have to think this and that. Let's not do that. A lot of mind play and mind interaction is gone into in order to be positive. But actually, it can occur naturally, and peace within can happen no matter what. Which is possible, like the lotus in the flower, and thus we can bring peace in the world. So the reason for selection of the topic is the current world status of mental illness. This is a big, big field. And also, I'll just go through the points first, and then we'll see a bit more in each topic. It's the first study of its kind in Thailand, and the spiritual quotient, the awareness and importance of mind in the field of education is there's a gap there. And my heart's desire is to, as a teacher, as an educator, is to bring the spiritual quotient back into the education. I say back because in the early, long ago era, when Dharam started, Dharamshala, the education started with Dharam. And now we've forgotten it. So I want to bring that back into the education system, because that's where we will gain our happiness. Because no matter what we do in life, how successful we are, if we don't get that control of our mind, or that understanding of, if you're not happy, then there's no use. You can, just like a very famous and healthy person and rich person can be sad and commit suicide, or a beggar can be happy and be at peace. So the spiritual quotient is really important. And of course, the mission of the Brahma Kumaris for holistic healing, and my personal life changing experience, which I shared with you guys earlier. The current world status of mental illness is staggering. It's 80 to 90% of diseases across all age groups. And this is a global issue. And of course, we know the reason for that. Fast pace of life, technology, pollution. As you can see, there's lots of reasons, and the result is stress, depression, anxiety, unhappiness, exhaustion, insomnia, panic attacks, overwork, and all this affects our physical health. And if you notice, all are subconscious mainly, and it results in loss in happiness and life satisfaction. So when we ask ourselves, what is happiness? And we'll realize that it is the core virtue of the soul. I mean, it's not the only one, but it's the core one. And that's why what we're winning the mind, manjite chachit. So that innate desire we all have. So Raj Yoga helps that effectively. Holistic healing. It's like we talked about earlier, it's not just about the diseases, but it's about the whole attitude and the whole mindset. And how to heal that is empowering the inner self. So the mission of the Raj Yoga is beautiful. It rejuvenates the spirit of man And who wouldn't like to get rejuvenated? It and re-enlightens the intellect, sublimates the mind of the person, brings about humility, and it recreates nature. So transforming the individual and of course, in the process, transforming the world. So we get peace and happiness and oneness. And the statement of the problem again is the main issue, the mind, the mental issues in Thailand and globally. So in Thailand, the statistics that I found, I was asked why did I do this research since it's already quite popular in the world. A lot of research has been done on Raj Yoga, and well, there's none done in Thailand. So we can see that Raj Yoga, even though the name sounds very Indian, it is actually for every part of the world. It doesn't, irrespective of language and background and culture. So in Thailand, more than 7 in 10 children, young children, have mental illness, worry, stress, and anxiety. And around 20% of Thais, or about 1 in every 5, suffer from some form of mental illness. That is really, really sad. And globally, 1 in 4 children live with a parent who has a mental disorder. Did you know that? 1 in 4 children? I mean, that's sad for the children and sad for the parents, of course. So half of all the mental disorders developing before the age of 15, and 75% by early adulthood. So, children are always close to my heart. And so these are the main issues. The purpose and objective of the study, of course, to help people learn Raj Yoga, to help people understand the mind, the soul, to be able to empower themselves, to know the effectiveness, of Raj Yoga, and to help heal all the mental issues and increase overall health and wellness. And, like I said, it's not just about happiness. Happiness is something we think, but there are other virtues that come along, and that's peace, love, knowledge, power, purity, bliss, just a few of that. And of course, to be like, the situations around us may not change, like the lotus in the muck. We have to rise above the dirt. Jaise jal mein kamal alet. That's a quote from the Guru Granth Sahib, and I'm sure every scripture has something about the beauty of the lotus. I will not go into the literature review, except, Hippocrates was one of the old ones. Natural forces within us are the true healers of disease. So, and the root of all illness is in man's own mind. And of course, the ultimate healer is God and God nature. So, in the research book, in the research study, I went through, I wrote a brief on the schools of psychology, and then on the topic of happiness, meditation, and Raj Yoga, which I won't go into deeply, just breeze through it. So Robert Moore, these are famous people, Bernard Shaw and Sigmund Freud. And Sigmund Freud's compared the mind to an iceberg, and meditation taps into the 90% that is subconscious and invisible. So, and happiness is, when we search for it externally, it can be really exhausting. And this is on the topic of happiness. So a few more researchers. And of course, I put in 55 academic research on happiness. Meditation, also there's plenty of the positive effect of meditation on health. And Raj Yoga is the topic that I've picked because it's something that we can measure and see, and it's helped me personally. Practiced by actual kings from the 11th century, Swami Vivekananda. These are names and things we've heard of. And of course, since 1936, Dada Lake Raj. Now, the Spark research wing of the Brahma Kumaris, actually, I just watched this today. They're doing an amazing job with the technicalities and the equipments to measure the peace or the mental status of an individual, and they see the brain, which is amazing that Raj Yoga, they're focused on Raj Yoga as well, that reach the alpha and theta stages, and how the brain waves actually change with meditation. You become more peaceful and more happy during Raj Yoga. So there's a lot of research studies, and in my study, you'll see it. Plenty that has been done in other parts of the world, a lot in India, and having positive results, of course. And I've also put in Sister Shivani's Happiness Unlimited a brief of the 28 episodes, which is amazing. So the methodology that I used to conduct is, I use questionnaires, Oxford Happiness questionnaire, and a satisfaction of life scale. So we did the Raj Yoga. They filled out this questionnaires, did the Raj Yoga basic course, and did the post questionnaire and data analysis and positive. And it's amazing because it was just such a simple process, and the target group that I had was like, because of the time limit and this COVID thing coming in, most of the sessions were even done online. So that's really amazing that I got such a positive outcome despite the epidemic. And so this is my, they were 3%, 15% male and 85% female. And from youth 20 years up to, I think, 64 years. Yeah. So that's the data. So these are the two standardized sets of questionnaires that I use, the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire and Satisfaction with Life Scale. So of course, the result was amazing. And the methodology is the basic Brahma Kumari's course, which is, these are the 7 chapters plus a bonus 8 chapter. And I did this. Who am I? I'm a spiritual being, breezing through it. And you must do this in order to understand. I won't do it today. Then chapter, but in the book, I've gone into detail, drawing on Jagdish Bai's a lot. And lesson 2, who is God, and the third eye point, how to open our third eye and the point of consciousness in order to be able to have that Raj Yoga, divine connection and union. And, even in Sri Guru Granth Sahib, we say Jyoti Jyot Rali Sampuran Thiyaram. I draw a lot from the scriptures of the Sikhs because I'm born a Sikh and I studied the Guru Granth Sahib. And though I never, I'm not dogmatic or overly religious, but I love the words of all scriptures because I feel they have a depth beyond other books, and Pai Prapat Manuk Tuhariya Gobind Milan Ki Teri Bariya. This is the time for the soul to connect to God, and anything else you do is useless. I mean, imagine that's actually said. So there's a lot of reasons for the remembrance of God, and anybody re-looking at this video can take a snapshot of this, will give you an idea. And then it's interesting to understand the laws of karma, which is lesson 4, and then lesson 5, the cycle of time, and Trimurti and the Brahma Kumaris, and of course the Murli and the Rajyogi lifestyle of meditation, Amrit Vela, and pure diet. So, and the symbols of Vishnu is what we need to become: the lotus, the mace, the conch shell, the chakra. Amazing. And Dadi Janki, this is how she meditates. She connects to the divine and she sends light to the whole world every day. And we can all do that. We can all do this. This picture is beautiful and we can all do that. So it's, and the 8th lesson is beautiful. It's an extra bonus lesson about the powers of the soul, because we all need the power to cooperate, to tolerate, to adjust, to accommodate, to withdraw, to face, to judge. We need these powers, divine powers. And the recommended practice, I was asked to put, though I say Raj Yoga is every second, anytime, anywhere. It doesn't need a mantra. It doesn't need anything. It's just, once you know it, it's just that. It's just putting a full stop to your mind, literally. But of course, okay, in the beginning, you can just do it. And first thing in the morning, last thing at night, before eating, simple. And the results of the data analysis, the Oxford Happiness Questionnaire, as you can see, before doing Raj Yoga was 59.2% and after was 85.9%. So according to the statistics, every candidate was actually unhappy. And that's not, they were actually quite well-off people with good background, and most of them had good jobs and everything, and still they improved. And satisfaction of life scale improved amazingly as well, from 49% to 84%. And so as I put it in the graph, so it's easy to see. And this is individually each candidate. So the orange one shows the improvement, And some of the candidates actually in their comments, which I interviewed, were depressed and I understand that because I myself went through that, some sort of mental depression or insecurity or surge or thirst. That's you don't know why you have it, and everything seems fine outside. So they all had that as well. And same with the satisfaction with life scale. I chose to do two so that there's no question of doubt. So both tallied, which makes the research even more effective because I have two standardized tests, not just one. And anybody seeking these statistics can get from me anytime. And so the result of the study was, of course, that irrespective of age, gender, profession, language, culture, cultivating and sustaining a positive mindset is possible. And lifestyle is improved and overall health and wellness. The purpose of the study was definitely accomplished. And I will say that this helps in self-transformation, divine attributes, social benefit, world transformation. Suggestions that I gave, of course, like I mentioned, I hope that it outreach to hospitals and critically ill people, disabled people, so that they can have peace of mind and happiness before they leave the body or while they are useless on the bed, disabled. I have a disabled father, so I keep making him do that as well. And such studies need to, and the SQ, I have mentioned these before already. The cows don't give milk. You have to milk it. Likewise, God's powerful energy is prevalent all around us, but we have to make the effort to tap into it. So it's like, the rain is showering, God's rain of love and light is showering, but we have to take our little bowls and receive it. Yeah, that's the meditation. Just a picture of us doing Rajo for my father in our meditation room here in Bangkok, Guru Kripa meditation classroom. And these are some of the students or the participants that participated in the research. And some of them were even Thais, a few of them Thai nationality, as well as others. And they've all written beautiful comments about the program. Om Shanti, thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a really interesting presentation, and there's so much. I think we need to have you back to go through that. I think we need a few hours session. So if you can, I don't know if you can stop the share, then we can see you again. Excellent. Yeah. We're back together. So I know, and we're almost out of time because I know Keith is with us to start his next session. But that was excellent. So I think, just to summarize, I think for those who are watching, that you found at least 20 individuals who went through this program, these 8 sessions, and 7 hours, and the extra bonus that you did. You did a pre-screening questionnaire. So
I wanted to say one thing, that actually I've written this in the study. I can get actually 300 to at least 300 participants in Thailand, but because of the COVID and the lack of time,
yes,
otherwise they are over 300 people that will be ready to do this research. Yeah.
Right. So time for COVID to finish off and let's move on, and we can start some of this work. But certainly, I think that's one of the things that, looking back, we'll want to say, well, let's increase the N number to 300, 400, and then let's see those trends emerge, which will be there. But certainly, you did this pre-screening questionnaire, which some scored medium or quite low, and clearly afterwards you could see the height. They went through the process as well. So. And I think it was a mix of both sort of those who may have not got a sort of Indian spiritual background, as you said, they may have a Thai background, to those who have, and I think it was important as well, so that that knowledge that has come through, or the practice, could be practiced by anyone, really, both from what you're saying.
That's right.
So looking for, there's so much to unpick, but just I think one or two, before we move on, I think one or two key points is to pick up. What was there a specific turning point for any of these participants, and when you felt that they were turning a point, they had to, as you say, either they met with you in face-to-face, or they were done online, and some would have questions maybe about philosophy, but they were still practicing the meditation techniques. What was it in particular? It's very difficult to hone in on one thing, but would you say there were particular sort of light bulb moments for certain people saying, aha, this is why I'm feeling unhappy, or this is what I need to move forward?
It was beautiful to watch, and it's always beautiful to keep seeing this, how participants just like get amazed and get wowed by the experience. It's experiential. You actually feel the love of God, and you actually feel the happiness, and then the knowledge gives you the understanding. Like, we say we are soul, but the knowledge actually helps the realization and the experience of soul consciousness. And so you are able to shift from the drama around you and be detached, and so you can, in a way, conquer the five vices. It's a daily effort, of course, but at least you have the trick to do it. It is just a key, and there's a secret. And the moment you just put that in your mind, in your vision, we use the third eye point. So that's why I put a bindi there, because to remind myself I'm a soul, and I put this pendant always, which people love, to remind that I have to take power from God. So yes, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or you're a Buddhist or you're a Sikh or a Muslim. I have all kinds of participants and students coming to learn, and it's amazing. It's amazing how I was asked by my invigilators as well that, did you meet any conflict? Was there any conflict during the teaching process? And I said, never. Strangely, never. Because the ambience and the energy and the positivity and I think only those souls come to Raj Yoga who are actually ready. I feel that. I've seen that in my 12 years of experience as a teacher. Only certain souls are meant to come. And if you are meant to come, you will come. And when you come, you will be receptive. And even the souls who don't practice it have left changed.
Right. So even a small change, but and it's sowed a seed. Definitely. And so without a doubt, I think either sharing on the group or somewhere we'll be able to tell where this presentation will be available so people can see, because even the beginning, your literature search or literature review will be really interesting to see the different schools of psychology, of philosophy, etc.
One thing for sure is that the book that will be printed out, I will be distributing it to the main centers, national in every country, and in Mount Abu for sure, and otherwise online, of course.
So as we can see. A global namaste to you. We're ready for our next speaker. We're just getting up because I know Keith Sharp has been very patient, logged in. So and we are running a bit late already, and we'll speed up as well. So on behalf of all of us from Healing Our Earth, Amarjit Ji, thank you so much for being with us and just giving that glimpse. Also importantly, of showing that scientific method. Often when you think of spiritual techniques, it's all sometimes a bit, I use the term, wishy-washy, or people just say things. You've actually used, this is a scientific technique, which I think is really important, a methodology, which is really important as well. So thank you for spending time with us, and I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Namaste and Om Shanti.
Namaste, Om Shanti. It was a pleasure to be with you all again.
Yes, thank you. And we carry on. So just those of you who have just been tuning in or have been watching already excited about so many different techniques of healing and healthcare. Sometimes, if you study the history of medicine, you find that certain centuries, a certain way of thinking monopolizes, and then it goes through changes. And I think we're at that time of a change as well. So even things I may have learned in traditional medical school, you find that actually there's so many other ways of looking at things. And in fact, they all often work together, and actually each piece of a jigsaw. So really happy to have Keith with us. Keith, thank you for being so patient. I know you joined, it's UK time, nearly 2:45. I know you went to join us a bit earlier, but Keith, thanks for being with us. So just briefly going to introduce you, Keith, and then do share with us your thoughts. So Keith Sharp, as you can see on the screen, is going to talk to us a bit about complementary therapy and integrated care for health and well-being. So Keith actually left school at 15 and completed a 5-year shipyard engineering apprenticeship, and then thrust into management in his sort of late 20s. He dealt with shop floor personnel, right to ministers of state across the world, predominantly on marine and industrial projects. You've certainly got an amazing background and in sort of various fields. Keith was then introduced to Tai Chi in 1995, where he attended Tai Chi classes for 8 years and then started teaching himself since 2002, so well over nearly 20 years. He joined Tai Chi and a Qigong Union for Great Britain in 2004, introducing programs for many groups, such as the Parkinson's and visually impaired people. Excellent. And I'd say I refer people to Tai Chi even now as a medical doctor for various conditions, particularly Parkinson's and those with balance disorders. But I know it's for everyone, really. Keith holds a UK teaching qualification, plus certifications from professional bodies. He founded local alliances and is an honorary vice president of the TCUGB. He recognised the need of suitable exercises for over 65s, some 20% in the UK. Certainly here, we're an ageing population, and I can definitely testify the needs as we get older of the need for various sort of movement and aligning practices. He's initiated the program to have Tai Chi and Qigong accepted by the UK government, and is dedicated to the production of professional standards for TCQ health and wellbeing instructors. Again, really important, because you may have teachers who have different qualifications, and to have some standardization is really important in any government structure for it to be sort of recognized and authorized. Finally, Keith has recognized that Qi, prana, and energy systems through global collaborations will be essential. He represents the TCUGB, the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain, on all collaboration. With that, Keith, it's great to have you. Thank you again for being patient. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, and a namaste to you. And please do share your thoughts with us. You'll have some time. Don't worry if you slightly overrun, no problem at all.
Well, good afternoon. And I do 2 changes, one of Indian culture and one of China.
Excellent.
Okay. I'm going to try and bring what I consider to be practicality to some of our wonderful systems throughout the world. I'd like to thank you for the invitation I've received from Healing Our Earth. And it's possible, very possible, that my input might be seen to be slightly different, but equally as important to all the experts around the world that are furthering our healing and our well-being. Initially, what I would like to do is to give you a little brief on background of Tai Chi in the UK. The Tai Chi Union, or the Tai Chi and Qigong Union in particular, in its aims and visions, its professional standards approaches. I don't want to get involved in politics, but I'm afraid politics are among us. Covering collaborations and integrated complementary therapies, all right? And from a position of world movement and meeting various organizations, I'm interested that we see a commonality between Qi, our Chinese life force, and prana from the Indian background, and I would say, if I may, equally life force. Tai Chi, which is a very well-known statement, is just translated as supreme ultimate. In detail, Tai Chi and Qigong Union for Great Britain has around 1,000 instructor members, and it was founded by martial artists in 1991. And it will go very, very well, I think, to say that those people that started up with that vision in 1991 have to give thanks to a gentleman called Dan Docherty. Dan Docherty, I have known since 2006. He was in the Hong Kong police force. And the reason I bring it in without having it listed is that Dan sadly passed away 2 or 3 days ago. He has been a leader in martial arts. He has been a strength. And I first met him in 2006 in Scotland. And I come from a no-nonsense background. And Dan put me into my place in as much as he comes from Glasgow and doesn't take fools gladly. We got on very, very well, right? So we think that the Tai Chi and Qigong Union is probably the largest and the leading organization in the UK for Tai Chi and Qigong. And because it was founded on martial arts, we've had to recognize in recent years the importance of having health and well-being, because many of us took up Tai Chi and Qigong at a late age and said to our sifus, our teachers, we're not really interested in fighting, we're interested in preserving and preventing our health. Along those lines, the commercial or community interest company, the Tai Chi Union is now formed, has added health and well-being to its structure of graded instructors. I work very closely with the chairman, a gentleman called Mark Peters, and he's a highly experienced worldwide international internal arts specialist. In 2016, I proposed to the Tai Chi Union board at their annual AGM that Qigong and Tai Chi needed approval by the Department of Health and Social Care for these complementary therapies to be working in harmony with the National Health Service. My particular experience is that as a non-qualified professional, the doors that are slammed in my face by the NHS have been many and varied. So I noticed that we needed something a little bit more positive. The Tai Chi Union aims and visions are based on the above, and they've been clearly stated over the last few years. However, it's interesting to know that at my age, and I'm not going to ask you to guess, but let's just say it's rather mature, is that I have enjoyed many, many benefits from our National Health Service. Their mantra is free at the point of delivery. We will focus on this later. In being an engineer, I have recognized that we need to identify better quality assurance and that we need accreditation and certification, which will be essential relative to Tai Chi and Qigong initially. During 2017, the Tai Chi Union agreed to establish links with the Chartered Institute for the Management of Sports and Physical Activity to identify the requirements and processes to achieve the above aims and visions. Please note that SIMSPA are the holder of a royal charter awarded on behalf of the UK government and Her Majesty the Queen, and should comply with the common law of the country. I will touch on this later. Whilst my initial recommendations were based upon the over 65s, which you've kindly mentioned as being nearly 20%, and that 20% may not just be the UK, it could be any nation throughout the world in a curve, all right? It decided that our population should cover everybody from children up to later life. And therefore it should be considered to be the improvement and maintenance of their health and well-being and lifestyle. The foundation for any project must have a reference. It's no good saying, oh, we think we go down this route, come to a fork in the road and then not know which one we're going to take. And as such, I produced a PowerPoint process chart that clearly shows the route from the Tai Chi Union to the Department of Health and Social Care. I fully understand that we are talking of Qigong and Prana as being several thousand years old, and Tai Chi something like about 700 years old. But we are in a generation of change. And I'm at the end of that generation, and I'm looking at people who are much younger than me and saying, where is the succession management that I want to see in taking over? And here is an ideal platform for me to recommend that. To focus on specific elements, it has been necessary to highlight Qigong and Tai Chi systems that meet the early health and well-being provisions. I have been reminded many, many times that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of interpretations of Qigong, and of the 5 main styles of Tai Chi, there is also hundreds and hundreds of interpretations. So I've been rather bold in putting down just a couple to start with, like building the foundation of a house from the bottom as opposed from the imaginary top. This process chart is based on an activity called Tai Chi Qigong Shibasha Set 1 for falls prevention. And I understand latest figures 2019 from the NHS that falls were costing the NHS something between 2 billion and 4 billion pound annually. If we can reduce that by $1 billion over the next decade, what a wonderful thing we've achieved. On the Tai Chi, we've got elements of Cheng Man Ching, Yang style 37 postures for cardiac rehabilitation, which is probably one of the largest killers in the UK. And I suffered my MI in 1997. And here I am 24 years later, talking at a level that I never expected to, all right? So we have to look at how to improve the chances of a government approval for the Tai Chi and Qigong Union in conjunction with the Chartered Institute. And as such, we're producing professional standards for Tai Chi and Qigong health and well-being instructors, not the martial artists. We're not involving ourselves in the finer of the arts of this. It's really to act upon the professionalism of people delivering the classes and the programs. The 2 standards, one is called Tai Chi for health and well-being, and the other one is Qigong for health and well-being, are due for review, final review, I hope, in early 2022, and distribution soon after. In terms of a project management, this is about 1.5 years after I would have loved, but there we go, time passes. We always have to understand, I think, in today's medium, that approved instructors need the opportunity to also earn a suitable income. And therefore, people who are funding it or paying for it have to realize that money is the only thing that buys them goods, pays for their mortgage, etc., etc. During these interesting, challenging times, we also need to recognize the role of the national governing bodies that may be available. And for Tai Chi, the national governing body in the UK is the British Council for Chinese Martial Arts, the BCCMA. As a result, a tripartite partnership between the Tai Chi Union, the Chartered Institute, and the British Council of Chinese Martial Arts has been created, which was confirmed during September 2020, with a positioning statement issued by SIMSPA on behalf of the 3 parties. Upon distribution of the professional standards, it will be followed by the establishment of assessment and certification panels to ensure that applicants to become accredited and certificated members of the tripartite. The panel will ensure the experience, quality, evidence, knowledge, and teaching ability of the applicants meets clear criteria. Okay. These elements will require an incredible amount of work. And if I'm looking at a gentleman called Mila, who probably spent 7 years in your learning before you were allowed to actually poke somebody or do something, right? Okay. So we have a process that has been evolving over hundreds of years, and yet we're now facing a period where we need to act. At the appropriate time, I'm expecting that the tripartite will form a parliamentary focus group to ensure we have the correct influential personnel who are equipped to deal with members of parliament and the respective government departments. Great emphasis will need to be placed upon the current lack of prevention funding. And I repeat that, great emphasis will be placed on the current lack of prevention funding by the NHS, especially as they now offset work to subcontractors such as UK Care or Care UK, Spara and Nuffield Health. I've just had the 6th operation on my fingers for Dupuytren's, and it was carried out under National Health, but carried out by Spire privately on their contract. So we're seeing an offset from the National Health. What is difficult to understand from people like myself is that Public Health England commissioned a paper from York Forum for Health and Costing. And in that paper, they looked at the return on investment of exercise. I have this paper and I've read as much as I can, and it includes over 50 references to Tai Chi, none on Qi Kung, so they've not really done what I consider to be a full investigation. But the return on investment is, if the NHS were to apply an investment of £2, they would save £5. This is industrial work. And therefore, I would like to see that that is proven before the end of this decade. Qi Kung, energy cultivation, is a term that is yet to be fully recognized and understood. Therefore, we're undertaking and looking at how we can market, promote, and actively add a publicity program as needed and is on the Tai Chi Union agenda. I'm emphasizing the next part, which is referred back to the statement called political. Confidentiality is paramount for the tripartite. We have a Chinese communist-backed organization in the UK promoting the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. Also, they have created a trademark for the generic terms of health Qigong. That's led to some legal practices, but because the British Health Qigong organization is backed by the Chinese, the Articles of Association of the Tai Chi Union is that we are non-political and we are run by volunteers. As such, we just have to do what we believe to be best for the health and well-being. And as an ex-sales manager and business manager, it's a question of what is it, the customer, the end user, what are their needs? What are their requirements? How are they going to pay for it? Well, it's the needs of those customers that we need to service, not just the over 65s, but everybody. As an individual, no, it can't be too many people, it can only be one. My travels around the world have included something like about 60 countries, and locations have included Brazil, where I watched a number of activities. Mexico, where I've been to some of the monuments. India, where I've had the pleasure of not only working in Mumbai and New Delhi, I've also been on holiday on 3 occasions. And China. But equally, we're looking at how can we marry the two wonderful systems created by India and China in terms of linking life force. In recent years, as a practical guy, I have found it quite challenging to understand meditation, mindfulness, awareness, and all those wonderful terms that people are using now. But I am convinced that energy covers us all. Internal energy, life force to prove our own health, one way or the other. And I've also been to places like New Orleans, Sedona in Arizona. And to accept unseen energy and life force in recent years has really opened my mind. What was it the shamans, the ancients, the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Indian and Chinese know that is emerging for our world could, in this decade, provide unequaled health, well-being, and lifestyle benefits? As an individual, I'm incredibly proud that meetings with people like Roger Janker, one of your later speakers, resulted in a personal agreement with him and an alliance some years ago and remains in place today. I am sure his enlightened presentations later will be fantastic. Roger and I shared lunch back in 2012. And as a typical American and as a typical Brit, we got to the point where Roger said, Keith, what is it you can do for me and what is it I can do for you? Many people are saying about the Tai Chi and Qigong Union, what can the Tai Chi Union do for me? I'm sorry, the question has to be, what is it we can do for the Tai Chi and Qigong Union and for the persons in the country and throughout the world? The most significant recent contact in 2020 is resulted in my first collaboration, and it's called Chi Prana Wellness. And it's with a Hong Kong-based lady, highly respected and part of the Healing Our Earth organization, Ambika Devi Karma Yoga. It provides a wonderful partnership between the Chinese, Indian culture and energy. And I'm very proud that she's actually given me an insight into many things. And I can see Dr. Y is nodding her head there, knowing who I'm talking about probably. During the last 18 months, I have led and continue to lead on behalf of the Tai Chi and Qigong Union, the organization of relevant collaborations across the globe of like-minded people and organizations on programs that show and share common interest to have integrative health and well-being, complementary therapies working together and in harmony. As a result of this webinar and previous conversations, I sincerely hope that Healing Our Earth and the Tai Chi and Qigong Union for GB will enter into a formal collaboration, which will set the scene for greater awareness and less reliance on the NHS in the UK. I now look forward to more discussions between the Tai Chi Union and Healing Our Earth, and wish to thank you on behalf of Mark Peters, the chairman, and myself for this valuable opportunity to be part of Healing Our Earth webinars. Namaste.
Namaste, Keith. Thank you so much for sharing that entire journey that you've been on. And there's, again, so much to unpick. Being an NHS working line GP, there was a lot that I could really connect with, and particularly those desires that you've got a technique that you can see that works, that will bring back investment. How do you bring it into some sort of mainstream, or at least allow it to be funded, whether it be by the NHS or, as you say, as the end user, and the whole journey of regulations, of standardization. So it was really interesting. So those who are watching, this is, how does something on the periphery be accepted as mainstream, or at least start somewhere? And as you say, it's hugely political at times, and it's difficult to know. Sometimes that time can just be right and things can snowball, that within a few months or years, things that may have taken decades happen very quickly. And other times you think things will happen quickly and they take, as you say, something's dragged on, as you say, for a year and a half just to get sort of a paper reviewed or protocols to accepted. But there's some really, really interesting things there. And you've mentioned, the harmonization or the understanding of chi from a Chinese background, prana from Indic backgrounds, and as you say, this theme of what you call life force or energy. And I think we need another whole session, either from yourself or from others who can actually explore that theme. And I think it's going to be coming up actually later on. Even today, I think we've got some other teachers in the sort of chi background who will certainly elaborate on that. Keith, we're actually running out of time, but I think there's so much to take up on. But I think particularly what resonated with me was your work on looking at some of the papers that were done, particularly with balance and with falls. So again, being a working doctor, that is a lot of my day-to-day work. I work a lot with the elderly, and seeing when the elderly fall and what the consequences of that are and how we could prevent that. And it's a huge challenge, I think, with preventative medicine, because how do you prove sometimes preventative medicine works? You almost prove it, you're trying to, prevent the, something, and, if it hasn't happened, can you really project those gains? But without a doubt, I know that locally where I work in London, Tai Chi classes were there, then suddenly they disappear and they no longer, I can't refer to them anymore, and people have to self-fund those. But Keith, I know we're running out of time, but I've sort of reflected on what you've said. So any passing words or thoughts? I think you've been on your journey. I know you haven't revealed your age. You look fantastic. Considering you've done, you've suffered from a heart attack before. You've had various work done to you, but you're doing great. I know one parting message for the audience in terms of your journey in health.
Right. Well, let's just give you a clear clarification. I was born in 1940.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay. Excellent.
The second one is that I asked myself, why am I doing this? And I can't find an answer. I'm just being led by, I don't know what. But the person that I relate to most is a lady who passed away a few years ago called Linda Chase Broder. She was one of the founding members of the Tai Chi and Qigong Union. And she started up an organization in the early 2000s called Tai Chi for Special Needs. I feel that I have a connection somehow with Linda because I now have the advantage of not only knowing her and what she was trying to do, but we now have social media, which she did not have. And if this happens as we would like to see it, with not uniformity, but with the 68,000 physiotherapists in the UK and all the GPs of 28,000 plus, then we will find a solution in the next 10 years. And when I've reached the right old age of 91, I'll be looking back proud and saying, I know some of these people who are going to help our future generations. Once again, I would thank you, Healing Our Earth, for this time. And I look forward to communicating, answering, or just delegating to some of my 1,000 colleagues in the Tai Chi Union that they can answer the questions.
Sure.
Thank you very much indeed.
Namaste to you.
Namaste, and thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I really enjoyed that as sort of an exploration. Wei Ching, I hope I'm sure you've enjoyed that and connected with him as well. Time is passing us by. We must carry on as well. I know Dr. Tariq has joined us as well. So Wei Ching, I might just sort of introduce you first. So I know Dr. Tariq is there as well. I don't know if we can scroll down because I think we didn't really introduce Dr. Wei Ching very briefly. and then whether I'll also introduce Dr. Tariq, and then together we'll have an exploration together on this new theme. So Reverend Dr. Wei Ching Lee, who was with us, has been here since the beginning, and I think is going to be doing the whole session to reflect there, is actually a medical intuitive healer from a traditional lineage. She's also a US qualified holistic health counselor and holistic bodywork therapist. As a principal of Earth Heart Holistic Consultancy, she's been collaborating with medical doctors in the field of integrative medicine since 1992. Wei Ching is also a member of several organizations of integrative medicine and has been on panels and discussions with the medical profession in co-creating new paradigms and protocols for holistic medicine. Currently, she sits on the Health and Medical Advisory Board of Nature's Frequencies and serves as a consultant to the spa and hospitality industry as well. She provides leadership in many other humanitarian and environmental organizations, as well as her own program of Living Healing Arts Vortex. So Wei Ching has synthesized several cutting-edge evolutionary modalities in the field of energy or vibrational medicine. She's developed infinity quantum qigong and accelerated restorative treatment and multidimensional healing, and is the associate producer of the Quantum Key or Qi movie with Sharon Rose of Sacred Mysteries. Art, music, and movement therapies are integrated for creative and therapeutic expressions for rejuvenation of body, spirit, of both spirit and body, as with holistic nutrition with applied kinesiology. Lots to there. I think you've got huge background. So just moving on. So Wei Ching, I don't know if you want to introduce Tariq. I'm happy to read sort of in a moment Dr. Tariq's background as well, because I was really interested to see this, because I used to remember being at medical school long ago when I was a young lad, and this was a theme that I really enjoyed, which was psychoneuroimmunology. I remember going to very few lectures at the time, and how our thinking may change our immune system. I mean, that's a very basic way of thinking about it, but was very interesting. And I remember going to a lecture and thinking, oh, I'd love to do that. And suddenly time flies by, and I've been a doctor for 20 years, and hopefully I'm practicing it subconsciously, but I'd love to actually hear about it formally. So maybe we can have Dr. Tariq's biodata up, so that those who are watching, whether you're watching live or you may be watching this later on, because the other thing, you know, with Healing Our Earth, it's available online on Facebook and YouTube, so do watch at any time. So Dr. Tariq Jagmag is going to talk a bit about long COVID and fixes and tips, but as you can see, he's pursued the field of psychoneuroendocrine immunology, PNEI, over the past 15 years. He's currently the scientific advisor at Glowderma Lab, a dermatological pharma company, and its sister concern Herbicine, to develop new low-dose cytokines. He's associated with the Federation of Clinical Immunological Societies and has 2 international patents on his name, and is developing new and innovative products himself. He conducts regular training programs for doctors on basic immunology. Definitely doctors need that. I can tell you, we always try to remember our own immunology and how the immune system works, and the role of immunology in various diseases and their pathways. And really interesting as well, because we realize the immune system is involved in nearly every disease process. You think of heart disease, you think it's just something to do with cholesterol, but the immune system is involved as well. And different cytokines and homeopathic remedies and treatment modalities for various diseases. Dr. Tariq's expertise and in-depth understanding of immunological pathways, along with their effects in various chronic diseases, has enabled him to help many doctors with their patients across the globe to get better from chronic disease conditions. Dr. Tariq, thank you for being patient as well. I know we're running a little bit late, but we will finish on time. UK time, we're 3:15. We're going to finish just before 4, and we're together. So please do share with us, and Wei Ching will be with us as well. So namaste to you and welcome.
Hi, namaste. I hope y'all can all hear me, right? I'm audible and clear?
Yes, you are.
All right. So this, the lecture that I'm going to give, if I can call it a lecture, is going to be on long COVID. And I'm basically going to explain how me and a whole team of doctors across the world are treating this. Mostly, there's so much of focus on the treatment of COVID that people have actually forgotten that around 26% of people suffer from long COVID. Even those patients who've had mild COVID, who just had a mild fever or mild cough, almost 26 to 50% at times of them suffer from long COVID. So the first thing I'd like to do is to talk about what is long COVID. So the definition of long COVID is if you've had symptoms of COVID which have persisted for over 12 weeks after you've got a RT-PCR negative, that is called as long COVID. And I'm just going to do a share screen now to talk about a few of the symptoms and how we go about treating them. Just give me a second. Where is it? No. Just give me a second. I'm trying to do this on my phone. Oh, yeah. Sorry, this thing is again stopped. Yeah. So I hope you all can see the screen. Okay. The first part of this is that what are the types of symptoms that patients with long COVID have? As I said, that if you had symptoms of COVID that have persisted for 12 weeks, that's the definition of long COVID. So we can divide these symptoms into various aspects. The first would be the cardiopulmonary system, where you have trouble with your heart. So patients usually complain of palpitations, they complain of shortness of breath, which is usually the two symptoms that they complain of. We usually test this with a simple test called the 6-minute walk test. If the patient fails in the 6-minute walk test, that means they have problems with dyspnea. And we say this patient has long COVID. We also run a whole bunch of other tests on them to understand what the cause of this is. So we can run an EKG to see if they have any problems like an ST elevation or they have a decreased amplitude over there. We can run tests to check if they have autonomic dysregulation, which means their sympathetic nervous system is in overdrive, causing them palpitations. We've seen patients having pulmonary emboli where they have high D dimer or they're tending to clot very rapidly. Patients are usually given anti-clotting drugs like aspirin. They put on these drugs, but even after going on them, their D dimer stays elevated, the CRP stays elevated. Many patients end up getting high blood pressure as well. We've seen a few patients having increased thyroid activity. They end up getting hypothyroid, which causes them palpitations. So they have a symptom of shortness of breath and palpitation, but yet we have to run a whole bunch of tests to understand why they are having it. But once we do have this information, we are able to treat it. I'm going to talk a little bit about a drug which we've invented. It's a herbal drug. It's called as Imusil, spelled as IMUSIL. We have a US patent on it, and the paper on it for COVID and long COVID, it just got accepted in the International Journal of Inflammopharmacology. So we got the acceptance letters probably about 4 days ago, and I mean, as soon as the paper gets published, I will be sharing it on my website. So this Imusil tablet of ours is actually a NOX2 inhibitor. The enzyme NOX2 basically is made by your neutrophils. When you have an infection, the neutrophils make this NOX2 enzyme in order to burn the infection out. But too much of NOX2 creates oxidative stress. I think most people know what oxidative stress is. It increases and it actually burns the infection. But after the infection is gone, that burn causes you damage to your body. And it is that burn actually which leads to most of the trouble in COVID, the shortness of breath, the persistent cough, the autonomic dysregulation where they have sudden palpitations, sudden arrhythmias, the rapid increase in blood pressure. When we start our patients out on Imusil, we find rapid improvements on them. Within a couple of days, they start finding that the shortness of breath has improved. They start finding that their cough has decreased. Many of my patients have had improvements in their blood sugars as well. That means they were previously diabetic and their blood sugar starts to drop. This is because the enzyme NOX2 is even responsible for causing diabetes. But there are many other things that we do. So besides using Imusil, I will give you an example. We had a case who lost a few of their parents in COVID. She had severely high blood pressure and she had persistent cough and dyspnea. So along with giving Imusil, we gave her this homeopathic called Ignatia. Ignatia is useful when you've had like loss in your family, you're in grief. Whenever you're in grief, your immune system actually hyper accelerates. You start having catabolism, your enzymes start to break down. And when we gave this Ignatia, it basically inhibited that cytokine storm that was happening in her. So just the Ignatia and Imucil within a period of a week not only cured her anxiety, but also treated the shortness of breath and persistent dyspnea. We have had another case where the patient was having the same symptom, palpitations with cough and dyspnea. But this patient was having a fungal infection in the mouth. They were having candidiasis and they were persistently sweating. Their palms were sweating all the time. The skin had become dry. This is because they were having sympathetic dysautonomia. The sympathetic system was upregulated. So this patient, we gave her homeopathic lycopodium, which downregulates the sympathetic nervous system, and we gave her Imucil to treat the palpitations and the dyspnea. And lo and behold, within a few days, it went off. We've had one other case who had shortness of breath and dyspnea. She had severe COVID. And after COVID, she suddenly developed palpitations. Now, in this patient, we checked her hypothyroid and we found that she actually had developed hypothyroidism. We had checked her thyroid. She was normothyroid all these years. And after COVID, she developed hypothyroid. So here we gave her a specific homeopathic called lithium carbonicum, which helps to treat hypothyroidism in such cases, along with Imucil, and lo and behold, again, the palpitations and the dyspnea went off. So just that one symptom of palpitations and dyspnea can have so many different types of etiological factors. One of our neighbors, after the vaccination, developed severe fatigue. He wasn't able to get up from his bed. We checked his D-dimer. We found that his D-dimer had gone high. It had reached around 10,000. So we gave him a homeopathic called as sulfur. The homeopathic sulfur helps to bring D-dimer levels down. And lo and behold, within a few days, he started getting up from his bed. He started walking around. After a week, when we checked his D-dimer, it had gone to normal. Even in long COVID patients who have elevated D-dimers, it's the homeopathic sulfur along with Imucil that treats it.
Dr. Tarek, just sorry to interrupt, just 1 second. Just looking at your screen, it seems to be just on the front. Is it, are you meant to be scrolling down? I wasn't sure.
Yes, I do want to scroll down. I was just talking about the first few symptoms.
Brilliant, excellent. Now I was just checking that you were not.
Yeah. I just kept it on pause at that level. I'm going through different case examples.
Yeah, no,
so that people can understand this.
Yeah, really interesting, and I think it's and I can certainly so just summarizing for the audience as well that this is the case that we are seeing cases either, as Dr. Tarek says, of long COVID, which is symptoms after sort of 12 weeks. But also interesting things are happening in COVID. Or when I say interesting, maybe interesting to doctors, not so interesting to the patient. But things are changing, and as you've mentioned, changes in thyroid. But these particular symptoms, as you say, palpitations, where someone may feel a hard or a fast heartbeat, and as you've so eloquently said, there's just so many different causes. It's not just one simple cause, and you have to look at it deeper. No, that's fine. I just wanted to check. I wasn't sure if you were scrolling down and the screen had frozen.
Sure. I'm trying to go slow here because I know there will be many people here who are not doctors. So I have to be very, very slow and careful with what I say,
Sure, of course.
Right. So we go forward, right? We also have patients who have persistent cough after COVID. Now, the reason why they have persistent cough after COVID, well, one of the causes could be that the lungs have not recovered after COVID and there is still a lot of inflammation going on. But many patients who have persistent cough after COVID actually have a type of asthma, which is known as cough variant asthma. So their immune system goes into a hyperreactive state, and because of this, they end up getting cough variant asthma. So these patients are usually controlled by using inhalation steroids. But then there are also those who have cough, but it's not cough variant asthma. So we usually run a test known as the methacholine challenge test. If the test comes positive, that means we say, oh, this patient has cough variant asthma. But if it comes negative, it's basically COVID cough. If it is COVID cough, we use my antiviral combo. It's a low dose formulation which stimulates certain cytokines. What's a cytokine? It's basically a factor made by your body which helps cells communicate to each other. There are different types of them. The formulation that we make helps to stimulate a certain one, which increases NK cells. The moment you start having symptoms of long COVID, your NK cell number actually has dropped really low. So when these cytokines are given, they actually upregulate NK cells, and we found that the patient's cough recovers very rapidly. Then you have symptoms which are not cardiopulmonary, but the patient has somewhat of a issue where they start having excessive fatigue. They get very tired. This is one of the most common symptoms we have. The patient has severe fatigue. They have brain fog. I'm just going to go down to this part where you have ACTH tested. So what is the cause of this fatigue? What we found is that there are basically three causes of the fatigue. The first cause is that during treatment of COVID, patients are usually given dexamethasone. When you have taken dexamethasone for a period of time, you end up having immunosuppression. So your own body's cortisol levels start to drop. And if the dexamethasone was not tapered off well, what you end up having is a patient with very low ACTH. That's a hormone which is made by a gland in the brain, which helps to stimulate cortisol in the adrenal glands, which are above your kidney. That cortisol helps to control inflammation. So if the dexamethasone was not tapered off properly, your cortisol drops and you have symptoms of chronic fatigue. So you can actually test this. You can have your ACTH tested, you can have your cortisol tested. And if the cortisol is low, we use a homeopathic called NATMER. The symptoms that the patient has when their cortisol is low, not just that they have fatigue, but they start having dry lips. Their lips will start getting chapped. They start drinking a lot of water. In the morning when they wake up, their blood sugar is kind of all over the place because cortisol helps to increase your blood sugar. So if your morning cortisol is low, you start having a lot of craving for sugar. So these patients have told me in the morning when I wake up, I've had cravings for sugar. The moment the patient says that, we're like, okay, you need to give you the homeopathic NATMER to fix this. If the patient's ACTH is low, then we usually use a homeopathic called pulsatilla. Now here, if the ACTH is low, these patients have complete absence of thirst. They have no thirst at all. So again, the moment the patient says that I'm feeling fatigue with lack of thirst, we give them pulsatilla, and lo and behold, their ACTH gets fixed and their chronic fatigue goes away. The second cause of chronic fatigue, again, is, as I mentioned, is that oxidative stress, which is driven by NOx2. Here again, Immucil works very well and it treats out that fatigue. The third cause of chronic fatigue, and this is very interesting, is that whenever you get COVID, it basically goes into your gut, and in the gut, it knocks the ACE2 receptor off. As you guys know, COVID binds to the ACE2 receptor. When it knocks the ACE2 receptor off in the gut, your ability to absorb nutrients, basically proteins in the gut, actually decreases. You start having a reduction in tryptophan levels. Your tryptophan drops. Your B complex vitamins start to drop. If your tryptophan drops, you don't make enough of serotonin. Serotonin is the hormone which gives you contentment. You feel nice and content when you have serotonin. You get good sleep when you have it. If your tryptophan is low, you will also have fatigue. So these patients have fatigue mixed with insomnia, fatigue mixed with anxious depression. For these patients, we use the homeopathic called as Sepia. It immediately corrects the patient's serotonin levels, making the patient relax. The insomnia goes away, they feel comfortable. There's this wonderful case we had where this patient after COVID started to develop Parkinson's, which is a disease in which you get tremors in your hand. And this happened after COVID. Before COVID, he didn't have this problem. So it occurred to me that there was something wrong with his serotonin levels. His daughter told us that whenever he takes an SSRI, which is a drug that increases the levels of serotonin, he starts feeling better. So we gave him Sepia, and lo and behold, his tremors decreased. He started walking normally again. The same homeopathic Sepia we use in all our Parkinson's patients, and it works beautifully well. Some of these patients who have chronic fatigue and who have low tryptophan also develop severe hair fall, which is another symptom of COVID. The hair just completely falls off. We've had many patients who become completely bald after COVID. We have this low dose formulation of B vitamins We give that to the patient along with a formulation which stimulates a cytokine called as interleukin 10. When this cytokine is given, it upregulates the ability of your body to form ACE2. You start absorbing nutrients again, and lo and behold, your hair starts to regrow on your head. So even for these symptoms of COVID, the hair fall, we can fix it. Many of these patients develop brain fog. Brain fog is a condition where you wake up in the morning and you can't think straight. You start getting mental slowing. This is really interesting, and we've done so much of work on this. So I'll just go to the neurological issues, the brain fog. Now, when a patient has brain fog, of course, one of the reasons again is oxidative stress, which Immocil usually corrects. And there are certain types of brain fog which the Immocil can't correct. And through a few experiences, we realized why this is happening. So whenever the ACE2 receptor in the gut is downregulated, you're not going to be able to break down protein to absorb tryptophan. So the body starts turning off the amount of acid you make in your stomach. Your stomach acid levels start to drop. As your stomach acid starts to drop, your gastric cells do not regenerate. When they stop regenerating, even the nasal epithelium starts to stop regenerating. So these patients with fatigue have anosmia, they can't smell, or they have parosmia, where when they're eating food, the food tastes like garbage. It tastes very, very bad. You have so many cases now which we've done where the patient, when they're eating food, says, well, am I eating garbage? They have chronic, very, very fatigued with this constant low-grade fevers, feeling like they're eating garbage. So what we do is we give a homeopathic made from hydrochloric acid, which is called as muriatic acid. Within a few doses of muriatic acid, that parosmia just disappears. The patient's fatigue goes off, the fever goes away. For patients who don't have the parosmia and don't have the fatigue, if they just have lack of smell, we give them a homeopathic called as Natmor. Natmor is a wonderful little homeopathic. I would love to explain its exact mechanism of how it works, but I don't have the time for that. What I would like to say is that the virus actually lingers within the cells of your nasal mucosa. It doesn't actually affect the nerve which is transmitting the sense of smell to your brain, but it's affecting the cells around the nerve, the connective tissue around the nerve. So Natmor is a homeopathic which triggers a certain pathway in your immune system to make that pathway target viral infections better. And it particularly targets viral infections where your immunoglobulin levels are low. So when you have low Ig levels, which are your immunoglobulins, Natmor will stimulate your immune system to remove that infection out. So all our patients with this lack of smell, the smell just comes back. Some patients start having focal deficits after COVID, where their eyes start to drop, they start having face palsy, where the face will start to droop. For these cases, we have to do a CAT scan or an MRI to try to figure out exactly what's going on. When we do these tests, we find that these patients start having lacunar infarcts in their brain. Lacunar infarct is a small little micro infarct happening all over the brain. For these cases, we use a homeopathic called as Silesia. Again, I would love to explain exactly what it does, but just, it's really complex. It modulates a factor called as epidermal growth factor in the brain, and it actually treats these patients off. One more thing we found is that at times a patient says, I have mental slowing. A lot of patients all over the world complain of this process of mental slowing. It's not brain fog really, but they just mentally slow. They take time to remember things, they take time to learn. This is again really beautiful. What we have found is that many patients are taking extra zinc during COVID. For some reason, they find that, or they feel that zinc is going to protect them during COVID. These patients actually end up getting zinc poisoning. Whenever zinc increases in the brain, if you already have some sort of oxidative stress in your brain or some sort of damage there, the zinc is going to precipitate it. The zinc is going to make Alzheimer's or dementia far worse. These patients who have this problem have this very interesting sensation on the skin. They feel as if there are worms or some insects crawling under their skin. For these patients, we give Zinc Med, a homeopathic, which will actually decrease the excessive zinc in your brain. Not only does that sensation of worms crawling under the skin, which is called as formication, decrease, but also their brain comes back online. They start being able to remember things, they start being able to learn. All of this comes back. So this is it's really beautiful. We can actually look at the symptom and we can give a specific medicine for it. A few of our patients with COVID after recovery have had severe fatigue because of fungal infections. All we do is ask the patient, please stick your tongue out. The patient sticks their tongue out and we find that there's a thick white coat on their tongue. That's candidiasis. When we treat the fungal infection, the fatigue goes and the person is back to normal. Let me go ahead with I finished smell, I finished the gastric symptoms. Oh, I would like to talk about this. There are many patients who have persistent diarrhea, severe diarrhea after COVID, because again, the COVID has affected the large intestine, which is the end of your colon. The job of the end of your colon right next to the anus is basically to reabsorb water. So when it infects in that area, you cannot absorb water back and you have persistent diarrhea with stomach cramps, is a lack of appetite. For these patients, we use 2 homeopathics, Ipecac with arsenic album. And if they have cramps, we use one called Nux vomica. And that's the end of the patient's persistent diarrhea and stomach cramps. Let me go up. Oh, so this little point here, which I'd like to enlarge, is for patients who have sudden myocarditis and pericarditis. So here the patient has has had long COVID, they've taken a vaccine at times, and they all of a sudden get sudden chest pain. With myocarditis, the pain is like in a rib. You feel as if somebody is like, pressing on your rib or poking your rib. This is basically happening because there is myocarditis, which is the inflammation around the heart. For this, we use a homeopathic called as apis. It's made from a honeybee actually, and it decreases the inflammation around the heart. Again, I can't go into the mechanisms of how it works because it's quite complex, but it works immediately and the patient's pain goes down. Let me go further. I think I have to go down. Yeah. So I've covered hair fall, I've covered fatigue. Oh, we've had patients who have suffered from acute kidney disease after COVID. They have long COVID. This is again really wonderful. When you are recovering from COVID, you can have an elevated D-dimer, which causes these tiny little clots spread all throughout your body. Now, this is easy to treat. As I said, we give them a homeopathic called as sulfur, which actually brings the D-dimer down. But many of them, even with the D-dimer normal, they start having acute kidney disease. So we have a low-dose formulation which stimulates something called as klotho in our body. Klotho is an agent which actually protects your kidney from damage. After a few days of giving the patient klotho, we start seeing that their creatinine, which is a marker of kidney damage, it actually starts to go down. That means their kidneys are healing. How is klotho involved in this? You see, when you have COVID, klotho is actually the major antioxidant in the lung. It stops your lung alveolar cells from breaking down. During periods of COVID, you actually deplete your klotho levels. And if your klotho is depleted, it also depletes in the kidney. And you start having kidney issues after COVID. So by giving them this low-dose klotho stimulator, we are able to fix these issues. If you want to learn more about this, we have our website. It's called as tariqjagmag.com, TARIQJAGMAG.com. Most of this information is free on the site. You can just click on long COVID. You'll see all this information. The same sort of PPT which I've shared here is also there on it. You have options where you can actually watch my entire 9-hour video. So we have a 3-hour video on how we treat basic COVID. We have another 3-hour video on how we treat severe COVID. And then we have another 3-hour video in which we talk about how we treat long COVID and how we treat post-vaccination injury cases as well. But for now, this is all I'd like to say about long COVID. I'd like to hear from you, Dr. Shah, about if you have anything interesting to share about what I've talked about. It would be very nice of you to chip in.
For sure, no, really interesting, and I'm sure the public would have found this really interesting as well. So thanks for sharing that information. And in fact, I'm just going to share screen very quickly. If we can go there, and you can see, I think this is Dr. Tarek's actually website here, so you can actually see. And I was just looking at that's a long COVID there, and some of his presentations. So there it is live, and we can see it there. Lots to cover, and I think we've got probably around about 8 or 9 minutes time. And Wei Ching is there. Wei Ching, I think you introduced Dr. Tarek to the team, so thank you for bringing Dr. Tarek and his expertise as well.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to give that credit to Dr. Julie Tay, who introduced Dr. Tarek to me. And so I'd like to thank Dr. Tarek for sharing his valuable and important experience with long COVID, right? You know, it's just so much information there. So I would actually like to ask Dr. Tarek, you recognize this?
Yeah, that's one of my meds.
Yes, I just picked it up from our beloved Dr. Aziza here in Malaysia.
Yeah.
And it's called the COVID combo, Dr. Milan.
Okay.
So Dr. Tariq, could you just enlighten us on this and how
Right.
to use it? Because
So I have a published paper on this. I also have an international US patent on this. And basically what this is a combination of various factors which actually increases your ability to kill COVID off. It basically increases interferons, which are factors in our body which are required by your innate immune system to knock off any viral infection. So we have used this in patients who are as young as 4 months old, 6 months old, to all the way. We have a patient which we did who was about 101 years old. You can use it for any age group, and it stimulates those cytokines which are required by our body. Again, I have a free video which will be posted on my site where I've spoken about this in depth in a different conference. It took me around 1 hour to just explain what this is and what it does. So I can't get into that detail, but it basically is just a low dose cytokine milieu, which is helping the body to fight off all different types of viral infections. We are able to target dengue also with it. We are able to target COVID with it. We're able to target the common influenza with it. I mean, all types of it. Yeah. So what I think what Dr. Wai Ching is talking about is she's using this as a prophylactic to keep increasing that antiviral state in her body, so that if she gets a viral infection, she'll be able to fight it off.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good preventative, because I think what I'm picking up as well are what you've got as an armory of treatments, and that's something that currently, certainly in the medicine that I practice, and my role, particularly being a family physician, is first to sort of understand people's journey, their symptoms, to know what will take time to improve. I think you gave a really good overview from cardiac and respiratory symptoms to gastric to ENT to neurological. People will say, you know, I've got this in a brain fog, but I think it was really interesting how you said that it could be particular types of receptors or things that have gone down where people have slowed down. And certainly my job as a physician first would be just to take time to understand what may take some time and what not. What I did pick up was that certainly in Western medicine practice, that, you know, particularly in UK that we're practicing, we don't really have much else in terms of actually to prescribe or do, you know, in terms of certainly from pharmaceutical companies. Yet there are few things out there, but you've mentioned things like dexamethasone, etc., which are there for very severe cases. But you've also mentioned that this is maybe helpful when someone goes into, you know, quite significant COVID, but otherwise it can also cause some harm as well.
Yes.
And it's a fine line, you know, and certainly in early COVID, we were, you know, trying all sorts of things. And now certainly in the medicine I practice, mostly it's very, you know, what we call supportive or conservative management, which means that, you know, haven't really got much to do apart from supporting the patient, saying, look, just give it some time. I think what I'm picking up.
And you know, Doc, that's actually the best way, because in all our medical textbooks, the first line is whenever a patient has a viral infection, just give supportive care. Don't do anything much.
Yeah, do no harm.
Yeah, do no harm.
Yes. And I've got Dr. Tay, Julie Tay there as well. So welcome to Healing Our Earth. So we've got a whole panel here. I think if you're watching, you've got every specialty covered. I think hopefully the healing powers are coming through to you. But yeah, so look, you've mentioned a lot of different homeopathic preparations as well. So are these preparations you've mentioned, are some maybe you've formulated with your team, or some are more traditional ones?
No, so the ones which we have made are very, very different, but the ones which are spoken about, like things like, the Natmore for lack of smell, this is commonly available. A person can just go buy it online or buy it from a homeopathic shop. So if you have mild symptoms of long COVID, you can just go to my site, check out the symptoms and check out the drug for that, and you could simply take it. But if you do want help with your problem, there is a area where you can ask for help, and you will find you a doctor anywhere in the world who's close to you will be able to help you, because we have a whole team of doctors working with us now. So we can find a doctor closest to you, and he can basically take your case history, run a few labs, get you a proper diagnosis, and then be able to help you.
That's really helpful. And then also your website, I think with all our speakers today, if you do go onto the healingourearth.com website, you'll see, so for example, tariqjugmug.com is there. So, so those who are watching at home or you're watching later on, please do go to the website and read all the profiles are there. Along with each profile, at the end will be some sort of post, either their website or some sort of further reading. So I mean, it's now going forward with this. I think, as you say, long COVID, you mentioned, 15, 25% of patients certainly can have some symptoms. You mentioned some improvements with patients. Do you want to give some sort of more challenging cases? Because, I mean, it's sounding great. It's sort of working and a lot of the time. What happens when, because I find particularly we try something and it doesn't work, what do you do then? How long do you give it? Because obviously I've not that experience with homeopathic medicine. You've mentioned some cases where it works quite quickly.
Yes, it works very fast.
Yeah.
So I think the best person to talk about this is Dr. Julie Tay and her experiences. If you could put her on, she was actually a person who said, "Oh, this can't work," until it came time for us to actually treat her.
Okay.
Hi. Yeah, I know what's funny. I had a symptom of you talked about a grade 5. By the way, Dr. Tariq, actually a dentist, which it's like it amazes me how much medical knowledge he knows more than me. And I had a grade 5 how do you say, a cavity at the edge of my tooth. And I think I took some floss, and after a few days, I noticed it wasn't so sharp anymore. So they do work very quickly, and I've had different cases of that I've done with Dr. Tariq and Dr. Aziza over the last few months. But I would really encourage any doctor or health practitioner that's interested in expanding your armamentarium, other than diet supplements and our usual drugs, to explore this modality, because Dr. Tariq has really synthesized the information and catered for us allopaths, and to fill in that gap of what we could do other than the regular drugs that we use.
Yeah,
What
and
I appreciate is the integration of the frequency medicine or energy medicine into the allopathy,
So
which is
a small case that was just posted today by one other doctor who works with us. So she had a young child who was born deaf. Yeah. So when a child is usually born deaf, it usually is because the child has a CMV infection. So we treated the child for the CMV, and lo and behold, the child's hearing has improved by 10 decibels within a few weeks' time. So that's how fast it works. We've had cases which we've done with autism. We've had cases of long COVID, which we've treated. So many thousands of cases we've done of COVID and long COVID. I guess Dr. Tay could talk about her own experience with COVID. You want to talk about that, Dr. Tay? About your husband's experience with COVID?
My husband got a second round of COVID. He's got COVID at the beginning of and then he got he's a frontliner, so he got again, I think just 2 months ago. a positive COVID test. And so we were all worried, and I immediately started the antiviral drops at a very low dose, actually, only twice a day. And he basically went through the whole thing asymptomatic. He didn't even have symptoms, which I was so relieved. And the rest of us in the family also were negative. So yeah, I just thank you, Dr. Tariq.
You could also share a few of those cases which you have done with the other doctors. You know, the long COVID cases, the stage 5 cases of COVID that you've seen in front of your eyes recover.
I think Dr. Aziza will be better equipped to talk about those cases. But
it does
I
seem
have
like
seen antiviral work very fast. Yeah.
Good. It looks like we're due another session then, I think, to bring in and develop that, because it is, I think, I know we're running out of time. In fact, we've got a last minute now, but is for your conventional doctor to know when they could use something. And there remains a lot of skepticism on both sides and say, oh, well, will this work? Will it be quickly? But already I'm seeing with your expertise and what I'm taking away from Dr. Tariq is his depth of knowledge and your understanding of how things work in a very systematic and scientific way. And I think that will appeal to particularly the traditionally qualified doctor. Also, well, there is actually a mechanism and methodology behind it. And also the fact that to our current armory, there is very little, in fact. As you say, I mean, our particular skills are that of connecting with the patient and our consultation skills. But then when we want to prescribe something, we're left with sort of paracetamol or ibuprofen, and that's about it really for these sort of things. There is very little, certainly for long COVID, that's sort of proven or that's out there. So it'll be really interesting that, your papers and studies or, your allied teams as well get more widely publicized. And we had a speaker, Keith, before, as you may have listened into, is also, I think, the political challenges. I think there are lots of different bodies, ulterior interests, pharmaceuticals, there's money, everything. So there's huge, I mean, without sounding like conspiracy theories, but there are lots of other factors here that sometimes push information out and etc. So I think it's really interesting that we've got a platform like this to at least discuss, and people can watch and say, look, these are authentic conventional doctors who are trying to help and not trying to do anything else,
Thanks for that.
Yeah,
so, well, I hope people check out the site, and I hope I can help them to treat long COVID. In UK alone, based on a recent paper, there are 1 million long COVID patients. 1 million.
Yeah,
That's far more than the number of COVID cases there will ever be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. We're seeing a lot now. And so, Dr. Tariq, thank you for coming on. And I know in India it's getting to the evening. And Dr. Wei Ching is sort of a panelist with us who's very dedicated, going through the night, really. I don't know what time it is there now. And Julie also, I think it must be pretty midnight for you at the moment.
Midnight, but we'll be on till the end.
Yes, no, good.
There'll be Dr. Roger Yanka coming on.
Yes.
And, yes, amazing. And Clara Apollo, who teaches Qigong in UK.
Yes,
so
I was going to say
there's a lot to listen into. Everybody stay on with Healing Our Earth.
Stay on, exactly. So wherever you are, try to stay on live. If not, you can always come back to it as well. Dr. Tariq, namaste, and thank you for being with us.
Thanks a lot. Namaste.
Namaste, Dr. Tariq. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. So why don't we have a look again? Let's come up, let's share that to what we've got coming up again, actually. So I'm hoping that our next host is coming very soon on with us as well, Dr. Honey Kalaria. Those of you can see on the screen, it's actually our 107th event. And on behalf of our sort of director, Nil Kumar, who's really envisaged and takes forward Healing Our Earth, although it's a team effort, we particularly do credit Mr. Nil Kumar with his work in sourcing speakers, hosts, and working through. And on behalf of him, all the speakers here, so you can see on your screen, we're only sort of not even halfway through. That's how far we're getting. So we've had at the beginning with Amajit Kaur Dua talking about the Raj Yoga and her PhD study. We had Keith with us, Keith Sharp, talking about sort of Tai Chi and Qigong and his work to try and get that more integrated. And then Wei Ching introduced or has brought on Dr. Tariq, who talked to us a lot about long COVID and some of the homeopathic treatments and how they particularly affect the immune system and the endocrine system. So coming up, we can see, hopefully, Dr. Honey will be on very soon, and I'll be handing over my hosting to her. And you can see, if you can see on the screen, we've got Miss Philippa Blackham coming on. We've got Dr. Pradap, Dr. Midha, who's going to be speaking as well. So there's going to be some sort of hosting between them before then Dr. Sheila Dobby comes on at 5 o'clock. And then, as Wei Ching, you said, we've got we've got Sharon Rose coming on, we've got William Douglas, Clara Apollo, and Dr. Roger Yankee coming on as well. So we've got some really interesting speakers as well, and Pedram Shojai as well. So we'll carry on there. Healing Our Earth is here, as we said, to promote happier and peaceful, healthier and inspired global communities by delivering this education, or edutainment as it says. Do go to healingourEarth.com and have a look at the past effects. There's me still working and working as a frontline doctor, really. So briefly, here are the upcoming events coming up. So every Sunday lined up, even from next week onwards, we've got a vegetarian kitchen. Then the next 2 weeks will be sort of festive activities. I think a bit of singing and music and various things to uplift us all. Into the new year, we've got sort of well-being and wellness, some of the COVID latest things, a session with the Rotary International. 23rd will actually be the Indian Independence Day, or around that time. So some themes on Indian culture, and a women empowerment and self-care event at the end of January. So you can see every Sunday's already lined up as well. It's time for me to sign off. I wanted to share just some few projects that I'm involved in, and particularly one, if you do search on Google, is the Chinmaya University. Imagine a university that's particularly been acknowledged by the government of India to actually restart the investigation and study of ancient Indian sciences, such as Sanskrit, such as Ayurveda, such as yoga, such as management. So you've got this graphic here. Imagine studying management, but actually also studying the Bhagavad Gita along with it. So with that, there's a new campus being built in Kerala in South India. And this is the theme here. So I hope you can see that. And the Chinmaya Vishwa Vidyapeeth is there. And a brief plug for those who live in London, an actual place where you can study a particular form of philosophy that I'm particularly studying, called Advaita Vedanta, the science of the self. There are many forms of philosophy. This is a particular one, which is the heart of ancient Indian culture from the Upanishads. And the center where I study is somewhere called Chinmaya Kirti in London. And do have a look, because Chinmaya Kirti is going through a multi-million-pound renovation at the moment, and funds are being sought. But do have a look at when it reopens next year, with a hall, classrooms, and a bookshop and a meditation area. So this is like a home to me. So I did want to share that. So apart from my medical work, this is where I help and also teach the next generation. So with that, I can see that Honey is, or Dr. Kalaria, Honey Kalaria is with us. So Honey, I can see you there with us. Warm welcome. I hope you're doing well.
Hello, global namaste to everybody. Hello. Oh, it's wonderful to see some lovely familiar faces. And Milind, you are absolutely wonderful. What wonderful guests you have, been speaking to today, and what great tips we've received to improve our health, which is fantastic.
And I think we had some really interesting speakers. We had Dr. Tariq with us, you just see before, a really interesting, a very academic and very specialized person talking about sort of long COVID, etc. And prior to that, I had Keith Sharp talking about Tai Chi, and prior to that was Amarjit talking about her Raja Yoga. And these are high-level presentations, sort of her PhD thesis, etc. So I really enjoyed.
I thought that was really, really brilliant, because, when somebody goes through an experience themselves, then they can really, speak from their hearts, because sometimes there's book knowledge, but when there is personal experience, it normally is much more powerful as well, isn't it? Yeah. And Milind, I have to actually do a really wonderful introduction to you. Oh gosh, there's an introduction to me.
No. I've already introduced myself. Please don't worry about me. I think in interest of time, I think we need to keep moving. But I'm absolutely fine introducing myself. Just saying I'm here to help every patient. That's what a GP does. But I think we need to know about you, Honey. And very briefly, Dr. Honey Kalaria is a mind, body, soul coach, an award-winning creative dance expert. That's how I first came across you. I think you've been teaching dance for a long time, over 35 years. In the field of art, culture, and entertainment. But really what I didn't know about you, and I've really learned as we've met each other over the last few months or year, is actually your spiritual journey. And actually you're a spiritual seeker and meditator really since a young age, since a teenager, practicing Samarpan meditation, which is part of Dhyan Yoga, taught by the Himalayan yogi Shiv Krupanand Swami. But along with that, and like many of our other speakers who've come before, and our spiritual journeys, you've come across a lot of other disciplines and brought from them. So ranging from Raj Yoga taught by Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Shri Ravi Shankar, and my particular interest was Vipassana by Goenka. So I spent 30 days in silence on Vipassana myself.
Oh, fantastic.
Certainly enjoy that. So we can catch up on that for some time. Isha Kriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, and as we talked just briefly about the Vedantic knowledge taught by Chinmay Mission, and other Western practices such as mindfulness and transcendental meditation. And as if you believe it's important to self-reflect and contemplate and grow spiritually and become a better human being. And there's your website, Honey Kalaria Official. So yeah, look, we're here.
Thank you. That's a lovely introduction. Thank you. Every time I hear that, I think, God, have I been on that kind of a journey? Gosh. But actually, it really brings back beautiful memories because I've been a spiritual seeker since I was 13 years old. But let me say a few things about yourself as well, Dr. Milan Shah. I have to say, because this is wonderful host. Dr. Milan Shah actually is our family member here on Healing Our Earth. He's an amazing host. And as you can tell, is very, very knowledgeable in the field of health and, of course, the medical industry. He himself is an NHS doctor for many years and is a GP partner in a large practice in London, serving a variety of patients. He follows up a range of long-term patients from children, teens, adults, with a particular interest in elderly and end-of-life care. From a spiritual background, the work is deemed as seva, which means service, with an emphasis on communication skills and compassion and understanding, which I think is so, so important, so important. And Milan is also a volunteer and student of Chinmaya Mission. They do amazing work, as I've always said, really fantastic organization, learning about the Vedanta philosophy and, of course, in facilitating classes for toddlers and parents on the theme of Hindu culture. So, Milan, you've been doing amazing work too for the community, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I actually teach toddlers more, so I'm sort of bending down trying to sort of make faces about Krishna.
Actually, there are a future, so it's really important for us to spend time with the youngsters, with the children, with the youth, etc. And I really think, when we talk about health, nowadays, we sometimes worry and there's a bit of a concern that there is more and more people getting ill. We are going forward in technologically, but what you hear is many more people are getting ill and there's mental health issues and there's so many depression, and with COVID pandemic taking place, people have been a little down, and children are also being affected, unfortunately. So the kind of work that you do is really, really important to get them back on track, back into that balanced state.
No, quite. So look, we must carry on. So I know you've got exciting level speakers coming up. I can see Philip is already online as well. So with that, those who've been watching, I really enjoyed being part of this time. Do look back at the sessions and even the previous sessions, and be well, keep safe. As you know, cases are going up. I'm seeing that as well. So do stay at home where you can, or do wear your mask, keep yourself hand washed, maintain your space if you do need to go out, maintain your mental and well-being as well. And do keep connected with your friends and family. Keep out for the loved one. Even sometimes that small call to someone that you haven't spoken to can make that difference. So namaste.
Thank you, Milan. And before you go, was there any tips from your side that you'd like to share? I was going to also share some of our forthcoming events, actually. But before I mention that and share those, is there any tips from your side that you'd like to share before we say goodbye? Any global namaste?
Sure. I think, key for being a medical doctor, I know some people may not want to have the vaccine, but if you can and you think you're ready for it, please do go ahead. So certainly if you're in England, we're ready. The booster is there as well if you've not already had your primary courses. The evidence that I can see at frontline, those who have been vaccinated are either not getting COVID or getting a much milder illness. So that would be my recommendation. I appreciate everyone has different views, but that's certainly one of them. And from a mental or spiritual point of view, do take time every day just to connect back with yourself, even if it's a few minutes, reading a book, watching a video, or even, well, switching off the screen and connecting with oneself. We know that the actual true life force is within, and maybe never forget that. At the moment, it feels like chaos around, but know that there is an order and there is a oneness within, and never forget that, even at these darkest times.
Absolutely. What wonderful wise words there. And also with the vaccinations you mentioned as well, that being working within the medical field, are you finding that people taking vaccinations are getting less COVID? Is that research there at the moment?
Yeah, that'll be there. Look, I know an expert will have, on a COVID session, Dr. Pukankanya, who's well up with it, but certainly from the ground, I can see it for sure. I think, to be clear, I think, it doesn't stop you from getting COVID. So just be very clear, people can still get COVID, get a very mild form of the illness. And I think that's the key thing, where I was seeing people, so a lot of my own patients going into hospital very unwell. I'm not seeing that at all. Yes, it's spreading a lot in the children. So we won't know, even with Omicron and different variants as they come up, etc. So to be aware, but certainly, it's much worse to have COVID than it is to get any other side effects. That's for sure.
Right. Yes. But also, of course, choice as well, freedom, because I find that there are a lot of people with different spiritual paths. Some of them, there is two groups happening, there are two groups going on here. But with the health and well-being side, as a doctor, as a GP, you're mentioning that, no, it's good to be vaccinated.
Yeah, for sure. And if not, and if you don't, that's fine. No one's here to judge. Even if I've got patients who haven't, I say, look, stay safe. Look after yourself. There are other ways, and it's just important to also boost your immune system. So do all that as well. It's not that, okay, I've had the vaccine, then I can just do whatever I want.
There's a wise words. That's a wise word. So because at the end of the day, people don't like to be coerced either. They like to have their own choices. So that's a really important thing, to give a patient choice to decide, for themselves. So very well done. Milind, thank you so much for your wonderful, wonderful contribution today, as always, and the lovely guests who joined us. Now, I just wanted to mention, I hope you're going to join us as well for our future events that are coming up. I'm sure maybe Neil, our dear Neil, is going to be showing us some of those flyers of all our forthcoming events. And look at this, next week, Sunday, 19th of December, we have the Festive Vegetarian Kitchen. You mustn't miss that one, because you're going to get some really amazing recipes for Christmas, and also some of the nice vegan recipes too for Christmas. So you will really love that. Beautiful, delicious desserts. And as we move on to the next week after then, we have the Festivity 2021. This is going to be amazing, because it's going to be a really wonderful Bollywood style celebration. So do join us on the 26th of December. That is our Christmas festivity event, and you're going to absolutely love that. We can all entertain each other and have fun. Also, we're going to continue our festivity season on 2nd of January, which is, of course, the Festivity 2022. This is going to be also fun. It's a sing-along time. So if you're a singer and if you want to join us, make sure you come and join us, because it'll be open to the audiences around the world. Come and, join us and have fun. So that's a little party that we're going to have online through wonderful festive season, New Year one, I should say. On the 9th of Jan, we carry on with some health and well-being information, because today was really amazing. Do stay tuned in, as we say, because we're going to have many more wonderful guests who will be joining us today. And they're going to be passing on some really amazing tips and knowledge. But we're going to continue our well-being and wellness event on the 9th of January, where you will get some wonderful guests who are going to join us, who are going to share some healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind, soul development tips. So you mustn't miss that one. Now, this is a really exciting one, which is on the 16th of January. Now, we've heard of the Rotary Club. Everybody's heard of Rotary International around the world. But these community members, the 1.2 million members around the world, are doing amazing work. Their work is a service above self. That's what they believe in. Go out there and serve the communities around the world. So there's a really wonderful event that's taking place on the 16th of January, and you will hear about the wonderful impactful work that's happening all around the world, and how you could also get involved to, just to make this world a better place. So that's on the 16th of January. That will be from 2 o'clock to 8 p.m. We always say to everybody, what is Healing Our Earth? Well, you know that the platform is all about to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global community by delivering multicultural online edutainment, we say, because it's education and it's entertainment. So you get everything rolled up in one there for you. And do share. This is what I would say to people. Get involved. Look at this. You know, if you want to become a presenter, a host, would you like to come along and just become an editor with us, or help us with the technical team? You could help us with the marketing team if you wish. Any thoughts, comments, feedback, suggestions of what you want to see? What kind of topics and guests would you like us to bring on board? Because this is your platform. This is what we're here for. We're here to serve you, to make sure that your weekly Sunday is the most informative and educational possible, and of course entertaining at the same time. So do contact us. There's a WhatsApp number there, 0044, because this is open to people around the world. It doesn't have to be people in the UK only. And the number is, like I said, 0044, which is our UK code, 771 217 7703. Oh, well, it's on there on the actual screen. So just jot it down and contact us, because we would love to hear from you. And finally, I would like to just share, whilst we're here today, we really love connecting with people around the world. We're here to serve you. As you know, Healing Our Earth was launched to support people during this COVID pandemic, to make sure people don't feel isolated. If they couldn't go out, we thought we'll go out to them, to their homes, through the technological means that we have through our Zoom presentations here. So if you could share this with your friends and family, all you have to do is just share every week, or just add it on your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, something that you could support. That's your little thing as well. You will create a huge impact around the world by just doing that. If every single one of us did that, we could help to bring this information across to many more people around the world. And of course, while I'm here, so well done to Neil Kumar, who is our inspiration and the great leader behind this whole thing. So we are so proud to have him, including the whole family that we have here on Healing Our Earth. Now we're going to be moving on, and we're going to move on to a lovely, amazing, very gorgeous and very talented presenter and host. And I would like to really present to you our wonderful Philippa Blackham. So global namaste to you, Philippa.
Hello there, honey. We must stop meeting like this.
We can't. We're just loving this, aren't we? This Healing Our Earth has become like a little party for us. It's a little family, loving spending time with each other. And Philippa, you did an amazing job last week as well with your, wonderful panel discussions that you had. We had fantastic messages coming back and really great comments for your contribution. So well done. And I just wanted to do a quick little introduction to Philippa, just in case you've joined us for the first time and you haven't met Philippa previously. Well, Philippa Blackham is a former staff reporter and presenter for BBC Radio 4, including working for 7 years as one of the voices of Women's Hour, and an award-winning radio documentary maker. She is the coordinator of 100 Women of Spirit, which recognizes the spiritual contribution to society made by women. She's ordained as an interfaith minister and currently works as a celebrant. She has studied Raj Yoga meditation with the Brahma Kumaris for nearly 40 years, as you can tell by her beautiful, wonderful, peaceful demeanor, as we say. So, Philippa, how have you been? How has your day been today?
I've had a lovely day, actually. Yeah, just sort of beginning to get ready for Christmas, tidying the house, gathering all the decorations. It's quite a special time of year. And of course, you have to make the most of daylight because there isn't much of it. So, yeah, I've been out and about doing a few jobs.
That's nice. All the shopping, all the Christmas, all the, with coronavirus, it's nice, to at least feel that Christmas is there and we're all able to, enjoy the festive season as well, which is going to be great. And Philippa, I had a question for you because before you move on, and I know you've got your wonderful guests who will be joining you just now. But Philippa, you've been part of Healing Our Earth for some time now, for quite a long time. And the Brahma Kumaris have been a real integral part of our organization, always supporting us, always coming along, being part of our family here, and spreading their love and joy to others around the world. How has it been for you, being here on Healing Our Earth and being part of the family here?
It's been amazing to see how Healing Our Earth has grown from what it started out as, and what it is now, and the sheer range of topics that you cover. You just ran through a few for the next sort of 6 or 8 weeks, and you're getting together a really interesting, varied program. There really is something for everyone, and we're just honored to be a part of that. Brahma Kumaris very much like to collaborate and cooperate with all sorts of different initiatives, and this one feels very closely aligned to our heart. So it's always a delight to come and be with you and share some of the stories that we've come across.
Oh, fantastic. And you have such excellent, excellent knowledge that you pass on as well to everybody, and the guests that you speak to as well. We have had some really amazing guests. Are there any highlights that you remember that really stand out for you, that people you've spoken to and invited?
Well, I think today's guest is probably going to be one of those highlights, because we're sharing with you a very special story, which is really perfect for this topic of health for all. It's the story of the Global Hospital and Research Centre at Mount Abu in Rajasthan, which began 30 years ago. It was the brainchild of one of our senior brothers who had to go to hospital for a heart procedure. And it made him think, why do we have to go away? Why can't we have a facility here in Mount Abu, not only to serve the visitors that are coming to the Brahma Kumaris headquarters, but also to serve the local communities, the local villages and tribal people. And so it was with that vision that my guest, Dr. Partap Midha, was invited to give up his job that he was doing, and to come and be medical director of this whole initiative. And he was there from day one. He has had accommodation in the grounds of the hospital, which is where he has stayed pretty much all the time, with just 1 or 2 other bolt holes that he can go to as well. But I really am so thrilled and honored to be telling the story of Global Hospital, because I feel it's one of the best offerings of the Brahma Kumaris, that this vision of healthcare for all is so central to the Global Hospital. And we're going to be hearing a little bit about that story today. So Dr. Partap Midha, a very warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. I know you've had to stay up a little bit later than you normally do in India to be with us, so thank you for that.
Yes, I know. I just wanted to mention before I go, dear Philippa, so you can take over here. But Dr. Partap Midha, I just wanted to say you have an amazing hospital in Mount Abu. I had a chance and a real wonderful opportunity. I was honored to be taken around to see the facilities. Such wonderful work you're doing, and such wonderful results you're getting through a mixture of medication with meditation, because I know the Raj Yoga is part of the whole, the facility that you provide there as well. I met some amazing people, such wonderful carers, givers, really service-oriented people who love, to help the patients. So I just wanted to say congratulations and well done for the really amazing work you're doing, and keep up the great work. And Philippa, it's all yours. Would you like for me to do a quick little introduction to Dr. Partap, or will you be doing that?
You can, or I can. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'll do a quick little and then I'll take over, and then you can take over then. This one is Dr. Partap Midha. I just wanted to say global namaste to you. Thank you so much for joining us, dear brother. And I know that you'll be discussing, and he will be discussing, how to deliver healthcare to rural and tribal villages in Rajasthan. Now, as a medical director and a trustee of the hospitals run by the Global Hospital and Research Centre, Dr. Partap Midha is responsible for 4 hospitals, an elderly care home, a nursing school and college, and an extensive community outreach program, which serves the local rural communities. The GHRC, as it's known, has a policy of making basic healthcare accessible to everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic background. The hospital offers a unique holistic approach, including Ayurveda, homeopathy, in addition to spiritual practices, all under one roof. And it's absolutely amazing. Western Rajasthan is one of the least privileged areas of India, and much of it is desert, water is in short supply, and the literacy rate is very low. The majority of the population is deprived of basic health services. So this situation began to change in 1990 with the establishment of one of the, I would say, global hospital, which is called the J. Watamul Memorial Global Hospital and Research Center by the Brahma Kumaris at Mount Abu, designed to provide high quality, modern, holistic healthcare services in a tranquil, rural environment. The hospital is managed and run by a charitable trust established and supported by members of the Brahma Kumaris. So it offers a free or subsidized treatments and, of course, medicines to about 100,000 people every year, of whom about 54,000 are tribals living in the district's 855 villages. Wow, a real global namaste to you. And I will leave you at the good hands of dear Philippa. Dr. Pratap Mita, welcome to our Healing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate your inviting me. And Om Shanti and Namaste. I'm very happy to be part of this team. I'm sure we all together can bring a message of some kind of awareness, some kind of self-responsibility to the people of the earth, that they need to take charge of their lives and they need to take the charge of the healing the earth.
A beautiful message, and that's great, Honey, that you've been to Mount Abu and visited the hospital that we're talking about, so you've got a first-hand experience of it. But Dr. Pratap, I mentioned that you got a call inviting you to give up your job and come and be medical director of what at that point was really not much more than an idea. What was your initial reaction, and what do you think your original vision was for this venture?
Thank you, Philippa. You know, I was working in the management of a hospital, with a public hospital, for almost 12 years before I came here. And my vision was to reach out to the people. We normally have constraint in public health system. We cannot innovate ideas. We cannot bring in what we feel should be taught to the patient. And as I initially shared, that our focus was to particularly educate, to provide health education to the tribal people, even to the educated people, people who are, professional. They also need health education about how to take care of themselves. So lifestyle was a major issue for us. And when we started, we were just 30 people. And today we are almost 600 people, covering almost 3 districts in the state of Rajasthan. And our focus has been that, people should receive what they need. So that's how we have evolved over the years, starting from just providing them medicine, surgery. Then we went into ophthalmology, ENT. People here need the most is they need to know that they can access healthcare, because when we started the hospital, it was quite imposing. From the day one, we started to reach out to the community, because they should feel, otherwise people are hesitant to come to a modern hospital. Because these people, they would go to their local doctors or local quacks, and sometimes they go to their witch doctors. These tribal people, they have their own traditions. To reach out to them and to break that barrier. And, basically we didn't even understand their dialect. And they were people who were, basically they thought that we might be preaching for them. But our purpose was basically to deliver them the message that the health can be managed, it can be taken care, and they're welcome to come to us. So when we started in 91, from the day one, we had one of our committed doctors. She had been trained in UK only, in Scotland, and she had passion to take care of the poor. As I recollect, she started taking care of the workers at the construction site when the hospital was being built. And then she moved to the periphery. Initially, we used to go in a hired vehicle. Now we have mobile clinics, properly structured. So the things have changed a lot. I know it is a journey, but it is an amazing journey. I could never imagine that I would be so busy. We didn't have phones here. Now you need to keep cell phone, another, not even one cell phone. Sometimes you have two cell phones. So it's like the things have changed so fast, but the journey is still not complete. We feel that people need to know, as we were mentioning, that it is the lifestyle which matters the most. It is not the tribal people, but even the people who live in cities, they also need to know about their diet, their sleeping habits, their, the addictions and other things. So we have been doing work, it's a multifaceted work, multidimensional work, which we have been doing. And the message is now going across through the Brahma Kumaris, through our mind body medicine conferences. We feel that we have been able to deliver this message with a very sound presentation.
You talk about a hospital without walls, which I think is a lovely idea. It's taking medicine out into the community and having no barrier for anyone to access it. Those of us in the UK are fortunate to have the National Health Service, and so we just take for granted, perhaps, or at least we're used to it, a basic healthcare for everybody. But just paint a picture for us of what the provision of healthcare was like in the rural part of Rajasthan where you're working. How did it operate, and how did people access the care that they needed back 30 years?
I would say, particularly Mount Abu and surrounding areas and even the surrounding districts, the care was very basic. There were public health facilities, but they didn't have the backup of secondary care or tertiary care. And we started developing this care gradually. I would say one area was eye care, ophthalmology. The other area was looking after the children, the children born with disabilities, born with difficult learning problems. We didn't have a good pediatrician. I remember when I used to come to Mount Abu as a student of Raj Yoga, even for toothache, you had to go to almost 60 kilometers away from here. It was such a situation, but we focused on those areas with those particular specialties which we needed the most. And then we wanted the care should be affordable to everyone also. Not only accessible, but affordable also. So we didn't charge any consultation fee, but like the patient didn't have to pay anything to come for consultation. But people who were poor, they were provided all the facilities. But people who could afford, we used to encourage them to pay. But that proportion has almost remained constant, that about maybe 25 to 30% patients are paying, and rest 70% are privileged to. We provide them the totally free care.
Tell us about the mobile units that you have that go out into the villages. How does that work? How do you organize those teams?
See, the mobile teams, initially, as I shared, we used to have hire vehicles, but then supported by Rotary and other philanthropists. Now we have proper mobile clinics, and each mobile clinic is staffed by an assistant, a nursing assistant, and a doctor, qualified doctor, and a driver. And then in the villages, we have field workers or health workers, what we call them. So they are in touch with the community. They become as a kind of liaison. Sometimes they even translate for the village people who don't understand our way of speaking. So these doctors, they would go to the villages on a fixed time, on a fixed day, so that the program is all structured. So no one is kept guessing when would the mobile clinic come. So they know the place, they know the time, they know the day. So the patients, the field workers would also tour and see who's sick, who's lying in the house, who needs to be seen at the home. So the doctor would, after attending the clinics, they can even they do the home visiting. So this is how, and sometimes if the patient requires hospitalization, the same vehicle would transport the patient to the hospital also. So now we have 3 mobile clinics. Each mobile clinic covers almost 20 to 25 villages. So in all, we are covering about 80 villages in all, in surrounding Mount Abu. And most of these villages are tribal. And these people, are still, we need to really motivate them to come for care, particularly for eye care. Like if we look at when we started screening for cataract patients, these patients were lying at home. They didn't have anyone to escort them to hospital. So we had to take that initiative and send our vehicles to bring them to the hospital. And particularly when Dr. Vinay was, she used to go personally, sometimes even pick up the patient in her own car also. She would bring them to the hospital. So now it is fairly well organized. People know us very well. Now there is no hesitancy on the part of tribal people. And our, what we call the free ward is always full of these village patients.
So that's a ward that you have at the hospital that anybody can come to and be treated. The hospital does have a very special atmosphere, because it's not just the medication that you're giving people, it's the consciousness with which you're giving it, and it's the whole atmosphere that you're creating in the hospital. And I know you have a whole department that really is focusing on spirituality and counseling and the sort of psycho-emotional part of someone's journey. Why is that so important to you, and how does that operate?
Well, initially when we started, I had someone, it was a makeshift arrangement. Someone would go to the wards, and one of our Dutch sisters, she took the initiative. She was teaching positive thinking to the patients. Meditation came later, but she starts, let's make beginning, because we didn't want to really impose on someone's belief system. And so we started teaching them positive thinking, and gradually teaching them what are emotions, what kind of thoughts they have, all those kinds of things. And what I found was, even the people who were not very literate, they also understood these basic things. And then we started encouraging people who were interested to take up the meditation course. We would invite them. And now we have a structured department of spirituality and well-being. It not only consults patients, sometimes even the staff has issues. The staff also are welcome to go to the department and seek for counseling, particularly the relationship issues. Then there are people who are in the community. They come there for maybe some kind of family issues, the marital disharmony, and even the drug abuse things, the young people coming for alcoholism. So all those kind of issues, we are handling them at one department is taking care of that. And we have a full-time psychiatrist with us. So whenever a psychiatric support is required, the professional support also comes to rescue of the patients. And sometimes we do admit these kind of patients and suicidal tendencies and other things, because more and more issues are coming up. These are coming up in the community. And as I said, it is also important for us to be aware. In the hospital, we play music every hourly, so that people are able to recollect themselves, refresh themselves, recharge themselves, and they can stand still for a few seconds, a few moments, and then they have. And then we do have meditation rooms in the certain areas, like we have a meditation room in the outpatient area, then we have a meditation room in the inpatient area, and anyone can walk into, be in silence, can practice meditation, can be guided if he requires to be. So people have taken a lot of help. And even there are some communities, some people in the community, like people who come from the police or from the army, they are hesitant to come to the Brahma Kumaris as such, but they're willing to come to hospital for counseling and meditation and change of lifestyle. So we do have success stories when we go across, particularly using meditation as medicine, what Hani was sharing in the beginning. And it is combining meditation with the modern medicine, like, integrating the two systems of medicine and helping diabetics, helping heart patients, helping alcoholic patients. These patients, because they need something to fill in the vacuum which is created in their life. So meditation does do that. Meditation does empower people to take charge of their own lives.
It is quite a strange experience being in the hospital and seeing signs for meditation room something that we just don't see over here in the West, and beautiful gardens that you have. And I know wonderful food that you serve to all your patients as well. So you almost end up feeling like, how do I check myself in here? Because it's such a lovely space to be in. It's reminding me of something that Daddy Janki, one of our senior teachers, used to say, which was that happiness is the best medicine. If you can create a sense of happiness, then that will do a lot of the work of the medication. And I wonder as well, because it's not just the allopathic, but the homeopathic and Ayurveda treatments and others that are available as well under one roof. How did that side of things come about?
Well, it was quite a bit of challenge. People were skeptical in the beginning, but now people accept. We have homeopathy. We use even magnets for treating depression patients. We use magnets for treating mobility disorders, and we found amazing results. And they tell it, the taste of the pudding lies in eating. When people feel good about it, then no one asks questions. Homeopathy or Ayurveda, we have even a yoga instructor on the field, on the board. So all these combined together, many people are, sometimes they feel that medication it's a double-edged sword. It does cause some problems, some painkillers particularly. So if they can get better with the magnets, if they can get better with panchkarma, which is part of Ayurveda, they feel good with it, so that they don't have to consume medication or painkillers, which would put, when they put their stomach to risk for gastritis or indigestion. So it has always been a slow process. We have even published research on heart disease and meditation, and people come across the country to this place to learn, integrate. We call it coronary artery disease regression through lifestyle intervention. And initially we started with just 10 patients. Now we have people on waiting. Every time we invite 50 patients. But during COVID, when we couldn't actually invite them, we were doing online programs for them. And then we have a program for diabetic patients, which is again, they come and stay with us for 5 days. And during those 5 days, we teach them what is diabetes, how to really they look after themselves, how meditation can help them to be more resilient and more follow doctor's advice. Because many times what happens, the doctors do advise people, but they don't follow the advice. To be compliant, you need to be really responsible for your own health. So that's kind of...
So there's quite an emphasis on preventative medicine as well, by giving people the right information and educating them. As you say, with diabetes, you can really turn a situation around in a fairly short space of time with quite dramatic results. You mentioned COVID there, and of course we can't talk about the work of the hospital without mentioning how you had to swing into action when the pandemic hit. What has it been like for you, and what have you had to do to cope with the COVID cases and respond to the waves of illness that were coming to you? How have you coped with that?
Well, we were lucky that during the first wave, we didn't have much of issues. And during the first wave, we were able to train our staff, prepare them to face any eventuality like this. But the only problem was the constraint of the infrastructure. We didn't have, separate hospital or separate buildings. So those kind of things were. And the other plus point was during the first wave in the month of January and February, we were able to vaccinate our whole staff. So when the second wave came, actually in month of March 21, March, April, May, these were the 3 crucial months for us. And, we started within a small way. We converted our eye hospital into a COVID hospital. And then Mount Abu, we started with 1 ward, then we added another ward, then we had to open up the whole hospital for COVID. Because we found out that when we were referring patients to bigger cities, they had to stay in ambulance for 6 hours before they could find a bed in the bigger city. So that was the situation when we had to be on our own feet. And we were happy that our team, our strength was our nurses and doctors, the resident doctors, they did very well. and I think that really worked well with us, and we were able to get help from outside also. Most of the local people were quite generous because they supported us with infrastructure, with equipment, and in the 2.5 months when we had COVID patients, we were able to treat almost, I think, 600 patients.
It's phenomenal. I mean, to be able to turn around the whole eye hospital and make it into a COVID hospital must have been quite a challenge. And you mentioned there the support you had from the local community in terms of helping finance some of the equipment that you need, oxygen and ventilators. And it kind of makes me wonder about the financing of the hospital generally, because it can't be cheap to run a facility like this. And you're always needing new equipment and new investment. How do the finances work out for the global hospital?
Well, I would say the God has been very kind to us, and we never had any difficulty. But more and more people have been supporting us, and I must compliment Dadi Janki. She was the one who come up with the idea to support the hospital, and it's as such. Dadi Janki gave a name to Janki Foundation in UK. And, not only they were financially supporting, but even I would say the spiritual support and the program which we really implemented in our hospital, the values in healthcare, a spiritual approach. This program has, now attracted people all across India. So I feel, it is like a global cooperation. It's a kind of people have put in their efforts, small, big, and friends and well-wishers have come across all. I would say during COVID time, we didn't go to anyone asking for money. And people came forward. It was amazing. Local people, I would say, they have been kind, some of those people, but the generosity was overwhelming. And then we were supported by all corners. And it's a kind of, you feel more strengthened, and you feel that now you can do much better. You can support more people. You can create more facility for the people in these kind of disasters or epidemics, where you can help more and more people. Like I would say, the oxygen supply was a major issue during those times. In whole of India, it was a crisis. But people came forward. We were getting oxygen supply from as far as 300 kilometers. We had to send our lorries and trucks to get the oxygen supply from. And then people came forward, and we have in both our campuses oxygen generation plants, which can meet at least part of our requirement, if not full requirement.
It's an amazing story, and the people who have been helped must have huge gratitude. I'm thinking of some of the life-changing stories that you must have witnessed over the years, with things like the Smile Train, where you're doing surgery on cleft palates, and the eye care work that you're doing, the trauma work that you're doing for people that have been involved in an accident. You are literally transforming people's lives, which aligns so beautifully with the work of the Brahma Kumaris generally, because we try and have a philosophy of giving without necessarily expecting anything in return. But you could call that gifting economy, where you give freely and then people give freely back to you as well. Do you feel quite humbled in a way?
I would just share one story. I'm just saying, sharing one story. There was an old man. He was a physics professor, retired from one of the adjoining universities in Udaipur. He came to me, and he's in a place which is almost maybe 150 kilometers from here. We used to do eye camps there. Then he came to me and he said, no, you need to start an eye hospital there. I said, I'm sorry, we cannot go that far. But he was adamant, and he sold his house in which he was living, moved into a rented house, and gave us the money to start the hospital. Wow. And when the construction was going on, he was every day at the site. He was looking after the construction and earmarked the funds for the equipment. And he was so generous. Unfortunately, before the hospital was completed, he passed away. But he felt his legacy. I feel this was an amazing story of an old man investing whole of his savings and wealth to this hospital. And now this hospital is doing so well. It's in Jalore. We have a full-time ophthalmologist there, full staff there, and they are doing almost maybe 100 to 150 surgeries every month for poor patients.
Incredible. We were hearing from the previous guest about the idea of service, that you give to humanity, whatever is your gift to share with others. What for you personally has it meant to be able to share your medical knowledge and expertise with so many hundreds and thousands of people over these 30 years? What do you think it's given you personally?
Personally, I feel, this is an opportunity for me to serve, and I feel blessed. It's something, and then living in a community where you have like-minded people, the team is so good. In a staff of almost 250 at Mount Abu, I have 80 people who are totally committed, who don't draw any money for their living. They support themselves, but they only do service. And that's an amazing thing. And the other part has been, my learning has been, it's an enriching experience. We can work without constraints. We can work with, kind of a open system where we can help. Sometimes a patient who comes to us, he may require a costly medicine or a care to a tertiary care center. We are able to provide them vehicles. Like I would say recently, one of our friend, he went back to Australia and floated a foundation there, and they were able to donate ambulances to us because we needed ambulances, and he was able to raise funds to donate ambulances to us. So people have been very kind to us. I feel it's like when you work without inhibition, without constraints, the resources, they keep flowing. I know it's a challenge. We are able to, sometimes people say that you're providing care, and some people who really don't deserve free care, they also get free care. I said it's for up to them. And I've seen old mothers coming to Brahma Kumaris, and they fall sick suddenly, and they would expect they are provided free care. But next time when they come, they would always bring some money to be contributed to the hospital care. Mm-hmm. People do understand, even the poor people I've seen, they do understand that everything costs money and they need to contribute. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to say, we haven't gone for fundraising in a formal way, but it has always been flowing. And people, particularly the BK family across the world, has been very generous and kind.
We've touched on the meditation aspect, and I know that some of your patients can tell when the people looking after them are meditators and those who are just visiting and they're not particularly meditators. Are you able to put into words what that special ingredient is that the BKs are able to give to their patients? How would you define that?
I think it is their peaceful aura and their sense of stability in their personal life, which the patients sometimes are very demanding. The patients can be very impatient and they really test you. But when you are stable within, when you have you feel, you understand that patient is in pain or a patient is in distress and is likely to be irritated. Sometimes patients' attendants can be aggressive. These days, many of the hospitals in India face aggressive relatives of the patient. If sometimes, death is part of, the journey, but some people don't accept death, sudden death. So, but we are able to give them those, I would say, that kind of patience to them. I think patience really matters the most. And if we are able to withstand that pressure for some moment, then people are able to understand. I've seen, sudden death can really be very challenging for people. And I have been able to go to the crowd and talk to them. It's like you require courage. You require courage and conviction that you have done your best. You don't need to have doubts on your own working capacity. So once you are able to, you have that self-confidence about yourself, I think then you can handle patients, difficult patients very well.
And of course, you know, the families are welcome to come and be with their loved ones. I'd like to just ask you as well about the care homes for the elderly, because for many communities, the care of the elderly is a challenge. Here in the UK, falling numbers of carers are creating a lot of problems. What's your experience with this gerontology, with this care of the elderly?
It was a challenge for me. I was never exposed to this kind of venture, but I know one of our friends who's on also board of trustees, Mr. Mahesh Patel, who lives in UK. He came forward with a proposal, and so we built an old age home, and we find this spiritual environment. Every day they have some activity, and they live in an environment. Most of these people, they were probably, you know, what is happening in India, the children go overseas and the old people are left behind to mend for themselves. So we try to provide them all the facilities one roof, whether it is physical activity or spiritual activity or food or nourishment. They have full-time dietitian to take care of their food. They have a physiotherapist, and plus the meditation teachers. So they feel so good. And when they have like-minded people, I normally visit them on their celebration. They celebrate their birthdays, they celebrate the festivals, and they go for outing. So it's like it's a big new world for them. And people have been living there. We started this old age facility in 2011. So now it's almost 10 years, and we have a long waiting list of 150 people. So we need to build a couple of more old age homes to accommodate them. But because of the, I would say, the government laws, we are not able to construct. Maybe shortly we might get clearance to build more old age home. But the emphasis has been to live like a family, to live like a contributing individual. And all these people are elderly, they are 70 and above. They need to be looked after. So we have nurses and we have a doctor on call. So they feel secure, they feel safe. And plus their interest in spirituality. And we have a couple of people from overseas also. One brother from Australia was there. There was another gentleman from UK. They lived with us from America. So it's like people live like a family, and they feel they are being looked after well.
We have a film here called The Exotic Marigold Hotel, which is about people coming from around the world to India for their kind of later years, because it's such a better quality of life, and the healthcare is good and the weather is good. So I think for many people it's a bit of a dream to come to India for later years. So I'm not surprised you've got a waiting list, because it must be just wonderful to be part of that facility that you're running. What about your own plans? Do you have any plans to retire yourself, Dr. Partap?
Well, I don't think I have any. I can't plan, because I wanted to retire at the age of 70, but I wasn't allowed. Now my target is if I can retire at the age of 75, maybe another 4 years. But I think, you are looked after well here and you feel very comfortable. And I've been here for now 30 years. When I came, I was just 40. And now the whole 3 decades have gone. But I feel good. I was, today only I was talking to my brother who lives in Chandigarh. So I told him, now you need to buy a house and come and live here. Your children have also gone overseas. Both his sons are in Australia and he's living alone there. I said, you need to come here and be here in Mount Abu. So well, there's no better place than Mount Abu.
There's no better place. You'll have to let us know how we can put our name down on your waiting list, because I'd certainly put myself forward and try and get myself to the front of the queue. It's just been so inspiring to hear about how this little seed of an idea has grown over the past 30 years into helping all sectors of society, and such a variety of illnesses that you're working with and treating and having fantastic results. And may the funds keep flowing, may the blessings keep flowing, may the good wishes keep flowing, and may the work of the Global Hospital keep doing what it's doing, because it has been such a beautifully inspiring and uplifting story. Before we let you go, which I know we must now, can we just invite you to share with us a few moments of meditation and some of that stillness that you carry so beautifully with you, that helps you in the work that you're doing, so that we can all have a few moments of experiencing that right here and now.
Before that, I'll share that we have a vision that everyone should get what they need the most. And now we are in the process of putting a neurosurgical services center and trauma center. And we're planning to invest in equipment and to find a professional neurosurgeon. That's our vision for the next couple of years that we start. And because trauma is a major issue, and because now the roads in India have become good, they have speeding vehicles, so a lot of trauma happens. So we need to really invest in that.
Very
so
important.
That's part of the physical care. But as I said, that we need to really look after our own self. Self-awareness is part of our life, and everyone in Mount Abu Hospital does understand what meditation is. They may not be practicing regularly, but as I shared, that we do play music every hourly in the hospital. And it is just like going within, realizing that I'm not this physical structure, what I look at. This body is my physical costume. And I just go within, and within to my core, I understand that I'm a peaceful being. So slowly we cut down on the speed of the thoughts. We just try to still our mind, and gradually, just like we create a thought and then to experience that thought. When I say that I am a peaceful being, I try to how peaceful I am. What is peace means to me? I need to really churn on that. And then I try to see what is the source of peace for me. Then I know that the source of peace lies in my true nature. My nature is peaceful. My nature is loving. I'm created to help others. It is part of my personality or my nature to help, to be sensitive to others' needs. And that then I really need to connect to that superpower, or what we call, in India, we call it Bhagwan or Paramatma. And we do understand, like, I am a soul, point of light. Paramatma is also a point of light. And those, when we are two alike energies, we are able to connect. And when we are able to connect, we are able to really let that energy flow into us. We are able to connect to that supreme source of peace, happiness, and love. And when we connect it to them, and then it becomes easy for us, because we do understand that thoughts, they create vibrations. Vibrations are energy, and energy can be transmitted to others. If I am peaceful, I'll be able to transmit peace to others. If I'm loving, I'll be able to, I don't have to speak, but my energy travels to people. And if I'm able to connect to that, I am able to make myself more of my original consciousness rather than my role consciousness. So when I come to my role, then I see that there are difficulties, problems, differences. But when I'm soul conscious, I focus on my own energy, my own strengths, and my own empowerment by connecting to God. And it becomes a daily basis. We all practice meditation. And in the hospital, we have a meditation room where anyone can walk. And we have music, which is specially played during those times. And I think the focus is on going within and finding that core of our own being, which is the peaceful being, which is the loving being. And when we connect, then we feel responsible for our own lives. Then we are in a sense of control. You know, when I'm responsible for my life, I have a control over my life. I'm not guided, or I would say I don't sway with the emotions of others. I'm able to maintain my emotional stability. So this meditation can be practiced anywhere, even while you are sitting on a desk or walking during the hospital rounds. You can practice this meditation, and you really feel good about it, because then you are able to really help people. Because helping is not just physical, it is being peaceful and helping them.
Well, what inspiring words from a medical director of a hospital. I feel like rounding up all the medical directors of hospitals here in the UK and sending them out to you to just get a little flavor of your approach and your philosophy, because I think they would be so inspired by what you're doing. We're going to leave it there for tonight. I wish you a sweet sleep and a sweet meditation in the morning, and all best wishes for your trauma hospital and building up that resource and facility as your latest project. Thank you so much for sharing your vision and sharing the work that you're doing. I'm sure anyone listening to that will have been incredibly inspired. Dr. Pratap, bless you and all your work, and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate.
Dr. Sheila, you are in charge now. Thank you. Over.
Hello, that was such an amazing session. It was so wonderful, and thank you for hosting that wonderful session and having Dr. Pratap talk about such an amazing establishment. Thank you so much. And can I unmute you a little bit and say hello, Philippa?
Absolutely.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm really well, thank you.
Such a pleasure to meet you. I haven't had a chance to say hello before.
It's like arms stretching across the oceans, you know, we're connecting from different parts of the world. And that's the beauty of this technology, is that we can feel so connected, even though we're physically far away. So yeah, it's great to be with you. Whereabouts in the USA are you?
I'm in California. What about you?
So I am in the west of England, near to Oxford.
I was reading your bio. You have such a wonderful voice. I can tell you've done a lot of media before. And as soon as I logged in, I was like, wow, this is such a beautiful, professional sounding voice. It was so nice to listen to.
Well, you have the same. So yeah, wonderful for what you're doing.
Thank you. And please do stay on so that we can kind of interact a little bit later if you get a chance.
Thank
and
you.
Dr. Pratap, thank you so much for your wonderful talk. It was so inspiring. Gives us some hope out there. Such wonderful people are doing such great work.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I also want to introduce my co-host here, Sharon. Sharon is always with us here. She's amazing. She's like one of the wonderful senior hosts on our show. And she's always got such wonderful wisdom. She's got so much experience in this energetic realm. Sharon is an award-winning filmmaker of the year, and she is got a lot of experience with Tai Chi, Taoism, natural healing, and she's also the director and producer of a lot of the documentaries such as Quantum Chi, and she is also a very known lecturer. She's performed and presented a lot of her films in numerous universities, and she has written a lot of books, and she's currently working on The Nectar of Bliss, which is dedicated to the healing power of divine feminine cultures throughout the world. And if you want to know a little bit more about Sharon, please go to our website, Healing Our Earth, and you can see a lot more about her there. How are you, Sharon?
Well, I was in bed for 2 days, suffering from some kind of exhaustion. You know, the world is so full these days, and it's been all these opportunities now have been coming at me, and I just went into some kind of a whirlwind, but I'm fine now. I'm so happy to be with you. And always being on Healing Our Earth is so healing. So I want to introduce to you all Sheila, my co-host, Dr. Sheila Dovey, who was born in England and moved to the USA. She's in California now. She is a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and entrepreneur. She is also a television host. Dr. Dovey is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. Dr. Dovey takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. Thank you so much for that. On the professional front, Dr. Dovey was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She is a graduate of the American Dental Association Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in Leadership. Her current passion is working with #Kind20. Well, I'd like to hear about that. And you can find out more about Dr. Dovey from our website. It's just a global namaste to you all. It's a pleasure to be with you on our 107th show. Healing Our Earth brings free online events every Sunday to spread love. Don't we need love? We all need love. All we need is love. Bring unity, create harmony, balance, share happiness during this Corona time. That's when we began. And it's been building and building and building, and we're developing such a wonderful community, aren't we, Sheila?
Absolutely. I mean, I've met so many wonderful people on this platform and all over the world, and we get to connect and share love and light. It's been really amazing.
Well, we have some wonderful guests coming up, many of them who know each other. I've been working on the film Quantum Chi for quite a while, from my roots, really, well, my roots in the West, but for some of you may not know that I'm the first American disciple of Sitara Devi, the great Kathak dancer of India. And from that extreme immersion and embodiment of all the myths and teachings of the Hindu tradition, then I went, that's always been the foundation for me. And I went into the Buddhist tradition and then into Taoism. And now our first guest here, Pedram Shojai, I met, let's see, when he was just coming out of acupuncture school, and have watched his career develop. So exciting, you know, it's like I take these people like my son, you know, he's like my son. And so to watch him grow and blossom has been extraordinary. So I'm happy to bring him here to you today, to all of you, our wonderful audience. So we're going to be speaking about Heal Yourself, Heal the Earth, how transformation is an inner game. Dr. Pedram Shojai is a man with many titles. He is the founder of Whole.tv and director of the Urban Monk Academy. He's the New York Times bestselling author of the books Rise and Shine, The Urban Monk, The Art of Stopping Time, Inner Alchemy, Exhausted, oh, we have to hear about that one, Trauma, another one, Focus, and Conscious Parenting. He's the producer of the movies Vitality, Origins, Prosperity, and The Great Heist, and the docuseries Interconnected, Gateway to Health, Exhausted Trauma, and Conscious Parenting. He is the host of the Urban Monk podcast and is a key influencer in the health and personal development space. Namaste, global namaste to you, Pedramji.
Namaste.
Hello, hello, nice to be here. Nice to see you, Sharon. Nice to meet everyone else.
Yes, when I was contemplating today, Healthcare for All, World Healthcare Day, we're in a very interesting place. And the first thing I did was look at the Hippocratic Oath, which is a very interesting, in brief, you know, the first thing they always say about it is, first of all, do no harm. And then there are many tenets of it. You know, it was created in about 300 BC. And then I looked at some Ayurvedic oaths, and they had many of the same principles. But are we living by those principles today? I know you have been involved in the healthcare on so many levels, filmmaker, practitioner, teacher. What is your perspective on the way that health is being approached in this current society?
Yeah, I think it's a great business if you're into that kind of thing, right? And that's the problem, is the business of healthcare has become a $1 trillion industry, and really the incentives are not aligned with healing, because then your customers go away, right? And so the models of health maintenance are designed to continue people along a trajectory that involves, pharmacology, that involves visitations and all sorts of things that keeps kind of the financial incentives model of healthcare running and working right now. Most of the traditional medicines, the roots of all medicines, heal this person, right? And then, a lot of it is prevention, prediction, lifestyle maintenance, all these things that would allow for people to stay healthy and not need their doctor. Those things aren't incentivized at all in the insurance model. They're not incentivized in the way any of it works. And so I found myself in the belly of the beast and realized that you cannot fix it from within if you are in that model. It's very difficult, right? And so, what was it? We were losing the propaganda game. And so, here I am, running multiple clinics and, doing everything, trying to, I had hair on my head, just running hard, trying to, fix things. Right. And, Larry, the cable guy, is on this famous TV commercial standing in front of a hot dog stand saying, I used to eat the stuff that would destroy me, but now, thanks to Prilosec, I can still eat like an idiot. Right. And they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars pushing this messaging, saying it's okay, there's a pill for that. It's okay. I can scratch that itch for you and keep, feeding sugar cereal to children. And you realize that being in a MASH unit, frankly, of chronic disease is pretty much every, doctor's practice in the West. Is, these people are coming in and you're just trying to maintain and manage, but they're going to go home and do what they do. There's no way you're going to solve that problem unless you swim upstream. That's why I got into media, right? Is because it's really information, and it is habits, and it's what you do on your day-to-day that really makes a difference. And so every time you kind of take a hit in your vitality, every time you get compromised with, a donut or an espresso that keeps you up all night, or, the ice cream that, is not lactose free and you shouldn't be, right? All the things that we do that take little hits at our vitality, that starts to make our light flicker, right? And so, within the context of, the frame of what, we talked about before the show, Sharon, is, everyone's sitting here thinking they could help the world when their own bioelectric energetic matrix is faltering and flickering. And there's no way you're going to be able to muster up enough power to be helpful to the world, let alone your family, if you don't have your vitality first. And so the primal kind of point of origin is here, right? Like you gotta take care of you. You gotta take care of, the home base, if you will. And look, we know how to do that, but there is a multi-trillion-dollar industry that is developed around what's called the attention economy, which very specifically monetizes eyeballs. Very specifically, wants to keep you on page as long as possible because advertisers will pay for that. And if your attention isn't on your own health, your own family, your own vitality, your own chi, and your own future, and your attention is being pulled into some TikTok thread or wherever the hell it goes, you are using your life force to power someone else's dreams, and you are being vampirically farmed energetically through your eyeballs into a reality that you're co-creating unconsciously for someone else. Sorry, right? But that really, it's that. So, and then that feeds you into, the faltering, flickering light that puts you into the doctor's office, that puts you on the Prilosec, right? Oops. And so, it really is a time to kind of stomp your foot on the ground and take back what is yours. And that starts with your attention, right? And we could get into kind of the framework within a Taoist perspective that would explain some of that, right? Is that the chi, or the energy, follows the shen, or the spirit, which is housed in the eyes, right? And so where your attention goes, the energy flows, and eventually material reality will coalesce and congeal and look like what was held in that vision, right? And so if your attention is flowing through your own meridians and opening up your dantian and allowing the vitality to nourish this beautiful energetic system that is, your body, that eventually will coalesce into physical, material issues or not, then you stand a chance of healing and being a bright, shiny light on the planet. But if your attention is, thinking you need a Toyota truck to feel like a man, or this purse to, be a desirable woman, and all the crazy that is being, perpetually pushed on us, you're a goner, right? And so you're feeding the matrix. And this is, I used to pull punches. I used to behave. I used to, not say things. Now I don't give a damn, right? It's the problem is, I could give you a list of supplements. I could come up right now and say, okay, here's all the supplements you take, and this is what you do for X, Y, and Z. And everyone vigorously takes notes. And then they go on to the next summit, they read the next book, they go on all the podcasts, and they're constantly lost in a barrage of information, wondering why they're not getting better and waiting for, some health Jesus to save them. Right. And the matter of fact is, you are the only person that can save you. And it starts with taking your consciousness and retroverting, being back in your own body, and being the beacon of light and the star that you're supposed to be. Outside of that, whatever your circumstantial, migraines or hormone issues or knee pain are all downstream effects of being a lost soul, right? And so there are many ways to go from here. You tell me, basically, what you think would serve our audience here best, Sharon, and I'm happy to get into it. But I've been around the block. I've seen a lot. I know all the health gurus. Some of them smoke cigarettes in secret, right? And some of them are extremely they have the best integrity I've ever seen. And on camera, you wouldn't know the difference. Right. So, yeah. So you gotta be careful.
Yes. Well, it's interesting what you were describing just now, to me, is the essence of the secret of the golden flower. Turn the light of consciousness around. How do we, from your perspective, in your own self, you grew up as a, American and had all of these thoughts, these kind of, some people would call it conditioning, mind control programs, things like that. And so how did you free yourself and come to this place where you are now? Because your journey, I think, will be beneficial to hear about.
Sure. I mean, I grew up immigrant family, ran away from a revolution in Iran, but, landed in America, watched Scooby-Doo, right? And did the things that kids do. And I actually ran into, I was pre-med at UCLA, went in top of my class from high school, just living in a declarative culture, right? In my generation, now who knows what the hell you're supposed to do, right? Computers, I guess. But in my generation, it was doctor, lawyer, engineer, right? Those are your choices. Go get one. And so I was going to be a doctor because I wanted to make my parents happy and proud, and that's what you do when you get good grades. And then I started hanging out with doctors at UCLA, and we were just dripping people on morphine, and it was very depressing, right? It was a very stark kick in the teeth to realize that, that which you had kind of aimed to be, is standing in front of you, and it didn't seem like a future that I really wanted to be a part of. And so I did something crazy. I asked God for help, and I didn't grow up particularly religious. The God people killed my uncles, and in the name of God, a lot of bad things happened, in my country. And so, but I asked, and something that also isn't supposed to happen happens. A book fell out of a bookshelf. So, I was actually, intelligent enough in my, late teens to take that as a clue, right? And so I picked up the book, and it was a book about a Taoist master leading his disciples across this raging river by hooking up his lower dantian energy and towing them across. And, like any, good Western kid who was scientifically trained would say at the time, I said, what the hell is this? Right. But, when you ask God for a clue and he drops one, you're probably better off reading the book. Right. So I read the book, found a Taoist master about a week later. And it turned out he was a lineage holder, from the Yellow Dragon Monastery in China. And all of a sudden I'm like perplexed and enamored by all this Jedi stuff that's in front of me. Right. And it was just like, what is this? I could feel the chi between my hands. You can't explain it, but you can't deny the fact that you're experiencing it. So what is that? And so it led me down this path. And he comes out and goes, hey, I've been expecting you again, in the Chronicles of Weird. Everything just kind of went into this, kind of magic carpet ride of me becoming the senior student and disciple of a Taoist abbot. And I studied it's Lu Tongpin school. So Secret of the Golden Flower comes from, so the Dao Tun Pai system is a steam-based system. So it's like you take the fire and the water and you create steam, and you use that to open up certain centers and activate your pineal gland and all sorts of, internal alchemical cutesy stuff that only makes sense to people who practice, right? And I ended up in this lineage. And so now I'm an abbot of that lineage, and have been involved ever since. Now, I've taken a very stark stance to be kind of the anti-guru. And, I just make films and write books, and I'm not looking for followers, because I think that that's also a trap. And I feel like a lot of students are looking for a messiah. And I'm just a guy, right? I'm a flawed dude who, learned a few things, and, it can help where I can help. But, I think, again, when you talk about the kind of retroflexion and the turning of the light around inwards, as Lu Tongpin says, the central message there isn't look at Pedram, because, again, now I'm taking the energy away from their eyeballs. It's turn the light around and look at yourself. Wake up to your own inner light and shine your own star. And I think that message has been circumvented and usurped and corrupted billions of times since the beginning of time, because it's the trap of the guru, right? And so, and I think that intermediation of, let me middleman God or enlightenment to you also happens in healthcare. Like, oh, doctor, tell me what to do, right? It happens in, for the police. Oh, please protect me. Like, my kids know how to protect themselves. My kids know how to make fire. My kids know how to meditate, right? I'm not trying to put the middleman in between here, right? And I think that is kind of the nature of the world, is the middleman has kind of stolen the show. And that's also part of where our, information initiatives need to be, is to empower the individual to, again, do that one thing that one can only do on their own, right? Which is, I have to turn the light of my awareness around to the central truth that can only exist in the focal point of my own existence. What is that, right? And now those are questions worth asking.
Yes. I'd like to bring in my co-hosts, and Sheila, and also Dr. Wai Ching, Amalia, because I know they're going to have some questions for you. But, what you're talking about, I've always called the mass media merchandising machine, right? That has, as you said in the beginning, it's about the business of healthcare rather than the real real deep healing from the heart that is really the essence of helping someone. You're just there to assist them, resonate with them, and bring them to a deeper understanding of who they are. Sheila, would you like to ask a question to Pedram?
Absolutely. Nice to meet you, Dr. Pedram. I'm so glad you're doing all this kind of work out there, and you've got your own TV channel and all this great stuff that you're doing, because I do feel like there's so much enlightenment that does have to happen out there. And something that I want to ask is, you're lucky that you're already in there and you're in the depths of everything and down this path. Now, where does the layperson start? The person that's just tuning in and hearing these words like Taoism, Tai Chi, and Qigong. These may be very foreign words to these people. So what would you recommend? Where do you start? Where's that first beginning where we can kind of just start that little path just to get better?
That's a great question. And I think it's kind of the most pivotal question of our time, because we live in an era of overwhelm. There's so much information. Even if I say the word Tai Chi, it used to be, there was one little old lady in my town that taught Tai Chi, and God damn it, that's where I'm going, right? Like, that's it, right? That's all I had. Now I could Google Tai Chi and find 2,700 different forums and a bunch of people trying to outbid each other on Google as to whose Tai Chi is better, and all sorts of, just noise and distortion that I think creates a scenario where, analysis paralysis happens for your lay user, right? And so what I would say is go find a basic Tai Chi practice, a 10-minute practice, if you're not someone who is used to doing stuff and being dedicated, and do that every day for 100 days, starting today. And then 100 days from now, look to expand or do whatever it is that you want to do, and kind of follow the breadcrumbs. But to me, these things are not meant to be talked about. Talk is cheap. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. And so all of this, and like for me, I always had a conflict even doing radio shows and media, and the irony of like being a media guy, because the essence of everything can only be found through practice. So if you don't have if you're not sitting your butt down on a meditation cushion and breathing down to your lower belly, if you're not doing just the basic stuff at least once a day and drinking from that fountain of infinity, it's all just talk. And so I would say pick a practice, any practice. Dr. Y probably has some there. I got some on my website. There's a gajillion of them there. I don't care. Like, I don't need people to like do the Pedram thing. I just need people to do something. Right? Just do something, and then do it every day for 100 days. And then it's not talk. Then it's not philosophy and introspective kind of abstraction. It's something that you now have embodied in some fashion, even if it's just a glimpse of it in your own body and your own consciousness. Now you're working with something that's real. Now you follow that in and you develop a practice and you keep going. I think I know hundreds and hundreds of people that approach me, like, back in the day when the world was open, you go to these conferences and, I talk to all these people that are like, listen to everybody's podcast, read 1,000 books. They have like 12 devices on them and they're monitoring all this stuff. And their life is absolutely in shambles because they're just consumers of information instead of cultivators of chi.
Yes, I totally agree with you. It really is about embodiment of the practice and the discipline to do these practices. You choose what speaks to you. And then from that place, you really do spend every day, make it a discipline to do that meditation, do that yoga practice, do that Qigong, do that Tai Chi, eat properly. And that is a huge area. Wai Ching, would you like to ask a question?
Oh, well, first I'd like to say thank you for your simplicity and, with your candor in this. And this has actually been my the dichotomy, where you're both like you, teacher, and then how to get the message out on the platform without getting caught up in all that, because I really don't care as well, like you and I. It's really refreshing to just chat with you about this, that that people have to actually be, right? Not even do anything. Just be honest with themselves, right? Truly, and feel. So I really appreciate what you're saying, and just like to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's funny, the Taoist masters of old were kind of known as being crazy, right? Like just crazy people that like said what they said and were just very like, you know, they're not the person that's going to, you know, behave at a dinner table because they're just brutally honest, right? And I think that that we need a heavy dose of that in a culture where everyone's tiptoeing around the truth. And the truth is, to your point, Doc, is being is terrifying in a world where you're not enough, in a world where you've avoided, you know, decades of trauma, in a world where, you know, all your interpersonal relationships and family relationships are in shambles, but you're sitting here, you know, chanting mantras, trying to look forward. So being is a state that you settle into, and you coalesce and heal into, not a place you move away from. And I think, again, that is a refractory misread of all scripture. And I think that's where our society has really gone 180 degrees in the wrong direction, is we are moving away and averting our pain. We're moving away from our past. My name's not Pedram, it's, you know, Guru Singha, right? Like I got to make up a new identity for myself because I have to be this person projecting forward instead of healing my past and you know, making amends with my father or whoever that is in my life, right? And I think being is what's missing. And again, when you look at what, you know, Buddha calls, you know, the hungry ghost, right? Like, and if we talk about, you know, this kind of consumer of healthcare or spiritual information, just people are being hungry ghosts, just wandering around trying to fill a void with outside stimulus, with information, with, you know, quote cards on Instagram. And if it worked, it wouldn't be growing and creating a world that has more school shootings and more chaos and more craziness. And so, you know, as you know, a group of people that live in a, you know, in a space where we can give some sort of spiritual counsel to the world, you got to stop the insanity. And if we see it going in a direction that is getting worse, then maybe we have to change our methodology, right? Maybe it's time to have a very different approach to our messaging. And that's what, you know, that's what gets me up in the morning to do the stuff, right? Because the stuff is, you know, it can be very frilly. Like I hate social media. Like it's just, it's a very love-hate relationship, if you will, right? Because a lot of it is very, you know, the shadow lives in a lot of the technology. The shadow, you know, operates in a lot of the stuff. Yet we can use it to shed light. We can use it to enhance consciousness, and we have to flip the tool back on it. And the question becomes, how do we do so, right? How do we do so in a raw, authentic way? And every time they go, hey, I want to follow you, you say, listen, I'm just another human. What are you doing, right? And again, reflect it back so they develop their own consciousness and come to life and wake up.
Yeah, yeah. I'd like to bring in, we also have Clara Paulo here, who is the host of Chi Time out of the UK. And I know that you know each other. And I'm wondering, Clara, would you like to ask a question of Pedram?
Hello, hello. Yeah, thank you.
Namaste to you.
So much. It's so lovely to see you all. I'm here in the UK, and it's such a delight to see you, Sharon, and Amalia Whitingley as well, such a dear, dear friend. So and Pedram, indeed, we have met on Chi Time, and to Dr. Sheila, lovely to meet you as well. And
Lovely to meet you.
so I'm absolutely with you on this, that how we, you know, all this sort of talking and getting all the information, like wanting to make changes in your life and thinking, you know, maybe I can think my way out of this. You know, I will just read enough of the books, or I'll just say run enough of the mantras. I must say mantra running is very helpful. But this doing the work piece, how do we encourage people to want to take themselves on? How can we encourage them to turn towards the difficulties and the shadows? Because when that fear is the fear of the unknown, of who you really are, is so big. So yeah, have you got something you could say about that for us?
I think there's been really powerful advances in all of the subcategories, right? If you look at trauma therapy, and some of the somatic therapies, some of the psychedelic assisted therapies, some of the wonderful innovations that have rocked the foundations of psychology and psychiatry in the last 5-10 years. We are seeing unbelievable transformation with people who have had really tumultuous past, right? And I want to differentiate that and say, look, there is a very professional space with practitioners and kind of able-bodied humans that are helping assist with some of this. And then the other side, which is getting even brighter and shinier, is kind of the dude bro, Burning Man, drug head industry that is, again, trying to kind of permeate and steal the message, right? And so yin and yang will always stay in balance. As something starts to shine, the shadow will wrap it. And so I think there are multiple innovations in the spaces that are helping people come home, heal, and really find themselves. But I think that there are also louder voices that are trying to steal the spotlight everywhere you look. And so teaching the end user, the patient, the student, you know, whoever, you know, however we refer to them here, to develop an eye of discernment and create an operating system so they can help assess what's true from what's fake, what's pure light from you know, bright shiny objects. That I think is a worthwhile task, and I think that is going to take some work, because the industry is built around creating shiny objects and distracting away. Right? That's how the parasites drink.
Exactly. So this piece, this discernment piece, why would you want to? Why, you know, this distraction, you know, that we are being encouraged to be distracted away from who we really are. So it takes something to spark something in someone to go, actually, I don't want to be distracted anymore. Maybe they've had an experience that they've actually had themselves to themselves, and it was all right. But yeah, I get back in the house and I'm getting distracted again by shiny objects. So I guess it's personal willpower, isn't it? But it's that want to. How can we encourage them as the people that we are doing what we're doing to?
So let me frame this in a Taoist perspective, because I think this is a very, very important point that you bring up. Is in the Taoist architecture of the spirits, the willpower lives in the kidneys, is the water element, the zhi, right? Now, the alchemical texts are very clear about the union of heaven and earth happening when you fuse the fire with the water, the shen with the zhi, right? And so what does that mean? It means intention alone. It's like a bucket of water, and then you take it and you dump it and it's done. And then you got to like fill up the bucket again, and you wonder why New Year's resolutions don't work and people's lives don't work. Yes. Right? Versus if the attention stayed focused on something that mattered and it was fueled by the intention and they work together, now fire and water are manifesting heaven on earth. Now you have the focus that allows the energy to continually drive to this thing that you want manifest until it comes to life. And again, this is where I kind of revert back to saying, if you want to stand a chance in this world, you got to take your own power back first. Absolutely. So someone who says, oh, I had a great experience. I went to a nice yoga class and I came home, the kids jumped on me and it was dinner time. And, you know, here I am having a brandy, right? What is that? That is not having control of your own attention and not understanding, like I call it this thing called the life garden. If you only have room for 5 plants in your garden, your family, your personal development, your health, your career, whatever it is, then you got to be able to identify the weeds and keep your focus on the plants. And so how do you do that? Because it seems like a chicken and egg argument, but it really, really isn't. If you look at what all of the ancient scripts have talked about in context of becoming a master, and you look at what we now know about just basic neuroanatomy, the more you develop the prefrontal cortex through your personal practice, through your Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, whatever your devotional practices, your daily practices are, your prefrontal cortex is responsible for higher moral reasoning and the negation of impulses. Now, your negation of impulses is the part of your brain that says, monkey, no, we're not going to drink the brandy. We're not going to eat the ice cream. We're going to keep doing the thing that we said we're going to do. Stay focused. And so if I tell you that there's a part of your brain that's responsible for overriding the monkey mind, and that part of your brain within 6 weeks is enhanced through functional MRI studies, we've seen it time and time again, you get higher cortical density to that part of your brain by doing practices that enhance that part of the brain, it's a muscle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, figuratively, it's a muscle. And if you work that muscle, you get better at this thing called life. You take it back, you take your power back, you take your attention back, and then you stand a chance and you don't watch TV. Like, I'm not smart enough to watch TV. If I watch enough TV, I'm gonna go buy something. They're really good at influencing me, right? They're really good at making me feel like I'm not enough. So how do you do that? You have to hold, the orcs at the gate, and you got to sharpen your sword. You have to have a practice. And again, philosophically, we could say, oh, well, how do I do this? You know how I do? I get up and I do my Qigong. I get up and I do my meditation. I work towards it every morning. It's like tilling the fields.
You were also talking about technology, how technology can actually be used in the right way. I used to think, once I found out that adverts were actually trying to sell me something, and I was a kid and I didn't realize they'd tricked me, I was like, I didn't realize they were that insidious. They are that insidious. What would happen if they actually told us the truth? What would happen if they used all this psycho manipulation for good health, for encouraging people to come into their discernment internal barometer? I mean, it's there. Let's just let's focus it into actually what can be useful, what can help humanity moving forward for healing our earth,
Yeah, but you're not going to buy. What's that?
That's what we're all about here at Healing Our Earth.
The whole pivot point.
But you're not going to buy, because the ads that work are leveraging and influencing you on 2 things. You want to get paid, and you want to get laid, right? It's your animal instinct stuff. Yeah. And so it's money and sex and survival and all of the base emotions that they can leverage you on to drive you to spend your money on their stuff.
Oh, but the base emotions also are around, you want to feel safe, and there's all sorts of different ways to feel safe. And we're saying that when you know yourself better, when you have this discernment piece, you're going to feel healthier. Your fear isn't going to override you so much. So we could sell it on you can feel safe doing this practice. I mean, come to a 100-day challenge, because it's actually going to give you what you're looking for externally. It's going to give you that internally, and then no one can touch you.
That's it.
It's funny. In this, I may add in, perhaps in this realm, that is the yin yang, that would be these base density, frequencies, and then it's up to us, the individual who has the spark, to then take the initiation. It is an initiation of the soul, right? Yes. And then also in the initiative to take the steps, and that is what is the testing ground here. We're not being distracted. It's meant to be, I feel.
And you have to choose it. And once you choose it, you drink from the fountain.
That's right. That's right. I do want to say that Bill Douglas is coming up soon. I just want to let you know. And Pedram, where do we get in touch with you?
theurbanmonk.com or whole.tv. Yeah, that's where I hang out. It's been a delightful conversation. I'm really happy.
Oh, Pedram, it's always so refreshing and thought-provoking to speak with you. It's a pleasure to have you here with us on Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you have time, stick around. We have some of your friends.
Yes, I know. I wish it's a Sunday morning, and I'm taking my kids skiing, so they're waiting for their dad. So,
well, we'd love to have you back.
I'll look at the recordings.
So many things we could speak about, including raising children.
That's one of the big plants in my life garden. So, got to water that all weekend.
Yes. Mate. Thank you so much. Really loved
Thank you, everybody.
Namaste.
Thank you.
So, Sheila, very
wow, that was really, really good. I definitely think we've got to have Dr. Pedram back in again. There's so many questions I have. I mean, he just touched upon a few topics, and there's just so much wealth of knowledge. It was so interesting for me to learn about the fact that you can actually control your prefrontal cortex and have that grow from doing some of this work. And then it eliminates that monkey brain that we all have. That's pretty amazing stuff.
Yes, yes. And also Pedram's wife is in your field, in the dental field.
Oh my gosh, I'm definitely going to have to connect later for sure.
Yes, she's done tremendous work. And he's also a very beautiful father. I've watched him, as I said, he's like one of my sons. I watched him grow. And
you're not that old, Sharon, to be calling these gentlemen your son.
So I'd like to introduce, I have a wonderful guest, another wonderful guest, Bill Douglas, Bill Douglas. We're going to speak about, Global Namaste to you. It's a pleasure to be with you once again.
I'm very thrilled.
Yeah, we met through the whole Qigong world, and he's been doing extraordinary work, for really devoted to healthcare through this vehicle of the Taoist tradition and more. We're going to speak about understanding the world-altering power of collective coherent consciousness, as Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, and meditation can produce. We all know that at Healing Our Earth, the power of these practices. William Douglas is founder of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, celebrated annually in hundreds of cities in over 80 nations on the last Saturday of April each year. It's a wonderful event. I've been part of it. I've seen it. They start from morning till night all over the world. He is the author of The Tao of Tai Chi, The Making of a New Science, and The Complete Idiot's Guide to Tai Chi and Qigong, the 4th edition, Penguin Publishing. William's latest book, releasing January 1, 2022, is new 2nd edition, The Gospel of Science, mind-blowing new science on ancient truths to heal our stressful lives and planet. Partly inspired by data from the Princeton University-born Global Consciousness Project, which recently provided research data revealing that this event of mass Tai Chi and Qigong events increased coherence in global consciousness. The Princeton-born Global Consciousness Project data shows that World Tai Chi and Qigong Day affected not just those participating in the event, but increase coherence in the consciousness of the entire planet. Wow, this is exactly, we're so happy to have you here because this is the kind of work you've been doing. Dr. Effie Chow, who will be with us, also Dr. Roger Yonka, who will be with us. This is the kind of work that has been going out that we at Healing Our Earth appreciate so much, and we're thrilled to bring you all here. So global namaste to you, Bill.
You too. Thank you so much for having me. This discussion has been brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed the discussion. Yeah, it's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's as you know, you've worked in so many areas of bringing healthcare out. That importance that Pedram was speaking about of personal practice, of going beyond the distractions, is very powerful.
Well, the presentation that I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'd like to go through, and then we can chat after that. But it goes to that that issue, and I think there's kind of two worlds that we're living in. One is the popular culture world, that the media and social media tend to reflect. But there's like this whole other thing that's going on the planet that is extremely exciting. And so that's what my PowerPoint's about. And it's the new book that I have coming out on January 1st, the new second edition of the Gospel of Science, mind-blowing new science on ancient truths to heal our stress lives and the planet. It's 718 pages of collected science that we've collected for 40 years. And it has just gotten increasingly exciting. And so I'll just launch into it, and then we can chat after that.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me do a share screen. Okay. All right. Got that part. Yeah, just fine. Okay. All right. Can you see this map?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is a map of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day events that have been held around the world. When people list an event, it automatically pops up on this. And as you can see, they're all over the planet. And when we first started doing it 20 years ago, the focus was to spread the medical health information throughout the planet because we were frustrated because the popular media wasn't covering it. And we knew that, at that time, Tai Chi and Qigong could, be helping, hundreds of millions of people around the planet and dramatically reducing health costs. And so we, in a meditation, I came up with this concept of holding a mass Tai Chi exhibition because Tai Chi is so visual. And then we thought we could get the media there. And then while we had the microphone, we could use it to educate people about the medical and health benefits. And so over these 20 years, we've through our website, worldtaichiday.org, what we've done is we've shown teachers around the world how to do media so that they get media attention. And then we have a medical directory that has the science. And then that way they can talk about the science when they get a microphone. And so over the course of 20 years, we've estimated from the coverage that we've got from mass media all over the world that we have reached a potential 1 billion readers and viewers of mass media with science on Tai Chi and Qigong. So it started off originally as a medical endeavor, to educate people about medicine, but then something else began to happen. And I'm going to. Okay, so the presentation, you mentioned the title, Do Tai Chi and Qigong Enable World-Changing Consciousness? And this is going to be really exciting, guys. Stick with me on this. The science says yes. And as you mentioned in my bio, the Princeton University Born Global Consciousness Project data indicates World Tai Chi and Qigong Day actually increased coherence of global consciousness. Now, the first question people think is this possible? And then the next question is, how is this possible? So these are some excerpts from the coming book where I'm sharing some of this amazing science, very hopeful. So, can Tai Chi and Qigong improve, not just personal health, but global health? Lao Tzu wrote that to the mind that stands still, the universe surrenders. Now, when I was training in Tai Chi and Qigong, we thought, well, that's nice poetry. Turns out the new science is proving Lao Tzu's insights to have scientific validation. And so in 2021, the Princeton University Born in Global Consciousness Project provided data to us at World Tai Chi Day, revealing that during the 24-hour period of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day they looked at, there was a measurable increase of coherence in global consciousness throughout the planet. And this was just amazing when I got this data.
I would imagine so. Wow, very exciting.
So the quote that we got from the data analyst at the Global Consciousness Project was, as you can see, a comprehensive analysis of global harmony events show a highly significant accumulation over 100 such events. Here is one example. our data suggests a big change in mass consciousness as the Tai Chi practice comes to the West. So what you're seeing here is the data chart. And the way that it works is what they found at Princeton was that people's directed consciousness could affect their computers. And so what they ended up creating was called a random event generator, a random number generator, RNG or REG. And what it is, it's an electronic coin flipper. So it flips an electronic coin, ones or zeros, 200 times per second. And so what you're seeing in this chart is that black line going across the center horizontally, that's the 0 line. So that is where the coin flipper would kind of hover. It would meander a little bit off to one side or the other, but it hovers there. You know, that's statistical probability. You know, that's what keeps all the lights on in Las Vegas. You know that it's going to stay around that 0 line. But what they began to discover, and I think the first event that they noticed it with was Princess Diana's funeral. When there was a mass coherence of global consciousness, it caused their coin flipper to diverge. And so as you can see in this one, World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, the 24-hour period, as the events started in Oceania, New Zealand and Australia, and then spread across Asia, you could see some shift away from the 0 line going downward, that red line. And then at 10 a.m. European time, as the Tai Chi came to the West, you see that line go dramatically up towards the upper right. And so what this showed was a coherence of global consciousness. So again, it wasn't just the Tai Chi and Qigong practitioners, because what they found with their research is that when people go into coherent consciousness, or, you know, alpha state or alpha theta, or, you know, that coherent state of consciousness, you know, events that only involve a small percentage of the planet actually have an effect on the whole planet. So you're seeing a planetary consciousness here. And so the blue line that you see shows the divergence. So it doesn't matter whether it goes up or down, it's just the divergence. And you see a p-score or probability score of a 0.05. So what that means is that there's like a 1 in 20 chance that this could have just happened randomly. So you know, if you had a blackjack table where you had a 19 out of 20 chance of winning every time, you know, you'd know that it was for real. And so, but the thing is when you start to look at more data, when they started to look at more data of other events, it just became increasingly obvious that these kind of events, International Day of Yoga was one, International Peace Day, you know, World Meditation events, they looked at several hundred of these. And when they looked at 500 of them, they got a statistical probability of about 1 in a trillion. And so we know something exciting is happening here. So how's it possible, you know, that, you know, these Tai Chi and Qigong players around the planet actually affect global consciousness? Well, the mind-body practices, you know, they meditation, yoga, mindfulness, Tai Chi, Qigong, they all can bring the brain waves into that coherence, that alpha theta state that we've been talking about. And the science is proving this state of consciousness increases our mind's effect on the world around us, as seen in studies showing how the human mind affects the particle wave function in subatomic matter, the foundation of existence. So, so physics has known for a long time that human consciousness can have an effect on the very foundation of our existence. So the particle wave function, they discovered that human consciousness played a role in that. When the researchers were observing particles going through double slits, they behaved like particles. However, when the particles being shot through the double slits were not observed, they behaved like waves. You know, with equipment or whatever, any kind of human observation, they behave like particles going through the slits. But in the one where there's no observer on the bottom there, you see that the particles behave as waves. And again, you know, just to bring it home to everybody, you know, we're talking about, when we talk about subatomic particles, we're talking about the foundation of all existence. So, Doctor, now the early quantum physicists, it seemed to be a great consensus that yes, human observation affects the particle wave function, but then there's been kind of a technocratic, mechanistic way of looking at science that's kind of permeated popular culture, Wikipedia, so on and so forth, and so some people started trying to cast doubt on, that reality of consciousness affecting matter. So Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, he just took this head on, and he conducted a series of massive studies to find whether focused human consciousness could directly affect the particle wave function. And so what he did was he had a person sitting 3 meters away from the laser shooting the particles through the double slits. And they were told to visualize which slit the particles were going through for 30 seconds and then rest for 30 seconds. And they did this over and over again. And then they did this with, thousands of people. And the data revealed that participants could statistically increase the particle behavior with their conscious focus. And the studies took years. Like I said, they involved thousands of people. And they followed up these findings with 2 years of study to see if the results could be replicated, involving 2,985 sessions with 1,479 people. Later analysis achieved about a 4.4 z-score, and that's how far it diverged from expected normal data. And so what this means in statistical odds is that there was only a 1 in 180,000 chance that the consciousness effect could have been only pure random chance. Now realize that they got a 4.4 sigma score on this. The CERN particle accelerator, they got the Nobel Prize for a 5 sigma score. So this is highly significant that the human mind was actually affecting these subatomic particles. Now they became concerned that the results they were getting were so amazing that they became concerned that maybe having a person within 3 meters of the laser shooting through the slits was affecting it. Maybe when they were paying attention, they were leaning into it, and then the difference in body heat had an effect. So what they did was they expanded this out to include people all over the planet who could participate in it online with their computer online. So they wouldn't be actually in the physical proximity of it, but they would be directing consciousness. And they got the same results. It didn't matter. It was a non-local effect. So again, what that means is human consciousness is not limited by time or space. It's non-local. So this helps to understand the data revealing that World Tai Chi and Qigong Day affected human consciousness planet-wide, as measured by the Global Network of Measuring Devices, or RNGs. The Global Consciousness Project found that RNGs could detect shifts in coherence of global consciousness. And it said, like I said, the first instance they noticed was Princess Diana's death. But then eventually they got interested in whether, intentional consciousness events like World Meditation Days or World Tai Chi and Qigong Day could have an effect. So, so this particle wave behavior is profoundly exciting. And because one of the things that they found, and this is a really big deal, is that when they were doing the studies of, visualizing the particles going through the slits, people were able to have an effect on it, but it was, it was within the realms of possibility that it could have been statistical chance, that could have been chance. And but what they found was that when the people sitting 3 meters away from the laser were meditators, people who regularly practice some kind of meditative mind-body practice, they were the ones that were able to change the wave particle function. And so this is very exciting. It's very exciting. It shows that we actually become more powerful in the physical world when we practice these meditative things. So that's why I say there's something going on underneath the surface of popular culture that's very exciting today. Now, I just wanted to kind of give you a feel for what World Tai Chi Day is, because I'm sure a lot of you may not have necessarily seen it. So this is just some of the events around the world. And as you can see, Israel, and Iran. And so Egypt. So they started in New Zealand, or in the earliest time zone. Sometimes it's island nations before New Zealand. And then at 10 a.m. worldwide. So it spreads around the planet, 10 a.m. local time, and it goes all the way around the planet and ends with the final event in Kauai, Hawaii, which we actually attended one year. And so Indonesia, Lithuania, and it's just, just to see one of the things that's really changed me as a human being is to see the commonality of humanity, because it just doesn't matter what religion people are, what country they live in, any of those things. When you see them doing Tai Chi and Qigong and they go into that state, it's like we all share that same state. And you can see it on people's faces, and you know what it feels like because you felt it. And so the motto of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is one world, one breath. So that was the Mass Cuban event. That was covered by Agency France Press, Mexico. And so this is a very unusual event because we had the idea, we put up the website, and we shared, how to get media attention, how to organize events and things like that. But we don't direct it. This is a grassroots thing. I really feel that when I had the intuition or the inspiration that came out of that meditation to create this, I don't think it was my idea. I think it was an idea of people all over the planet, and I just tuned into it. I think that's one of the things that can happen when we go into these meditative states. We can connect with these waves that are building around the planet, and it just spreads so rapidly that that it just felt like it was kind of there waiting to happen. And so now, okay, so when I'm doing presentations, people think, okay, so we increase coherence in global consciousness. What's the big deal? Turns out it's a very big deal, and it's a very exciting deal. And so it, what science is showing, and in the Gospel, in the new second edition of the Gospel of Science, I have the data, I have it all sourced and cited, that shows the studies that shows that when 1%, or now we know even less, of a given population, whether it's like a corporation or a city, when 1% or even less goes into a state of coherent consciousness, the entire population benefits. And so this concept was supported by a famous meditation study. Probably several people here today have heard about this, but it was the famous Washington, D.C. study by John Hagelin, who's a renowned quantum physicist, science, and public policy expert. And Hagelin conducted pioneering research at the CERN European Center for Particle Physics and at Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. But this historical study on meditators affecting science, conducted from June to July in 1993, found that when a certain small percentage of the city's population included trained meditators, the homicide, rapes, and assault crime rates decreased significantly by 23% at the highest point of infusion of the meditators. Now, what was interesting was that there was a correlation between, because not all the meditators came in at once. These were all high-level TM meditators. They came in over a period of time. And what you see is a correlation between the drop in the violent crime rates and the rise in the meditators. And so they took weather and other factors into account, and they worked with the Washington, D.C. Police Department data department. But anyway, the statistical odds of this happening by chance were calculated to be less than 2 in 1 billion. And they've done this, they've done other studies. They did a 48 city study, and it found that when 1% of meditators were in the city, the crime rates decreased the following year, in contrast to matched control cities, and the trend remained in the subsequent 5 years. So a February 2019 article by Arjun Walia titled "Scientists Show How Gratitude Literally Alters the Human Heart and Molecular Structure of the Brain." They found that violence decreased between 40 and 80% during the 1980s Israel-Lebanon war, when they organized experienced meditators in the US, Yugoslavia, and Israel to focus on the conflict during the meditation. So if the energy of consciousness permeating out to affect other human minds seems world-altering, it really is. It's truly earth-shaking to learn of research indicating that human consciousness actually affects not just other minds, but the physical world as well. And this is what the Global Consciousness Project discovered. Now, here's something that's going to probably blow a lot of people's minds. Over the last 40 years, Tai Chi and Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, they've spread across the planet like a wildfire. And a lot of it is because doctors are encouraging people to do these things. They've become, a standard part of medical healthcare. I know that there's a big split in healthcare, that these things don't get advocated in any way near the way they should. But there's a lot of doctors and nurses out there who practice mind-body practices, and so they are spreading. These things are spreading, very rapidly over the last 40 years. So what I found fascinating is that in that last same 40 years, reported violent crime rates have been plummeting in the United States and in many countries around the world. They don't know why, because none of them are doing the same policing or any of the same social, policies. But violent crime rates are dropping around the world. They're near 40-year lows. And this is during a 40-year period when mind-body practices have spread around the planet. We've already seen in the other data that our consciousness, World Tai Chi and Qigong Day created greater coherence in the consciousness of people around the planet. So this is incredible when you look at this. So as you see there, that's the crime rates dropping, the reported violent crime rates dropping. And this, when I tell people about this, their first reaction is, well, wait a minute, that's not what I hear on the news. Well, what you hear on the news, you may hear, murder rates went up or something like that. But what they don't qualify it with, which is very important because it would take a lot of stress off people, if they qualified it by saying violent crime rates have spiked this month, but they're still at near 40-year lows. that would just make a whole different picture of the planet and the world. Because one of the things that I've become to realize, and I think what drove me to create this 718-page book, one of the things was that there's a very dismal, frightening view of the future in the current time that I don't think is based on reality in a lot of ways. And so I think it's really important, and that's why I chose the title "Gospel of Science," because gospel, came from Greek origins, and it means good news. And so there's some good news that people aren't getting, and so that's what this new book's going to offer. Okay, so how'd this all begin? I was, organizing World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. I was collecting the data, and when my first book, The Complete Idiot's Guide to Tai Chi and Qigong, came out, because of that, I got invited to do a presentation at Folsom Prison in California, and I thought that I was going to be introducing them to meditation and Tai Chi, but it turns out they had a Tai Chi Chug group. They've been doing it for 2 years. And one of the inmates was kind of like an assistant teacher, and he had been looking at the prison statistics during the time that they'd had this Tai Chi Cha program. And what they found was that not only did the behavior rates improve for the Tai Chi Cha or the meditation group, but they improved for the entire prison. And that got my mind, moving in a direction. How is this possible? How could a group within an institution change their consciousness and have an effect on the entire institution? I just found that very exciting, and that kind of spurred this journey that I've been on to collect the science to make sense of this. And then I would later learn that Apodaca prison in Mexico, it was the site of one of Mexico's most violent prison events. And after they instituted a meditation program there for inmates, prison guards, and administrators, they have seen 0 extreme violent events in that prison. So this is just tremendously exciting stuff. And so, like I said, I began to wonder what the heck's going on here. So this sparked my interest in not just the medical research on physical health aspects of mind-body practices, but on the effects in the brain, nervous system, and behavior of practitioners in meditation, eventually leading me to these breakthroughs in physics and chaos mathematics, which I delve into in the book to try to explain what this huge thing that's happening on the planet right now. So the science, again, it's a 719-page book. All the science is meticulously cited so that people can use this as a reference book. And it's coming out on January the 1st. Now, what the crux of the book or the goal of the book is to launch the Global Transformation Project. What the Global Transformation Project is it's a worldwide campaign that we're building to gain a United Nations resolution for mind-body education as a core part of public schools, public education worldwide. Because when you start to look at the science on this, it's a no-brainer that this should have been part of public education a long time ago. So what we're advocating is a UN resolution advocating science-based mind-body practices. So we call it the Big Five because there's just so much science behind them. Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness. And what we envision is that ultimately there would be kind of a hybrid mind-body class that students would have every day like they used to have PE class. And because if you look at the studies, the mental, emotional, and health benefits of mind-body practices, mind-body exercise is vastly more effective than what we think of as standard exercise that kids are being taught in schools, if they're lucky. I mean, they took PE out of a lot of schools. So, but with this science, there's just no question that mind-body practice should be a 1 hour a day practice for students in public education all over the world. Now, of course, the UN resolution, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't, demand or insist that schools incorporate this. But what we could do is we could use the United Nations as an educational vehicle to provide the scientific information to educators planet-wide. And when they look at it, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. When they look at this data, what we find is that these kind of practices actually increase the IQ of students. I'm sorry.
I remember my friend Don Campbell wrote a book called The Mozart Effect. And that was about the effect of playing Mozart on the brain and on consciousness and on mathematics, et cetera, and on learning.
Mm-hmm.
That was a while ago. So that what you're doing speaks to this. Also, I worked in the schools in New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Connecticut for a while in the 90s. And I was asked to come in specifically because of my connection to India.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could, in the midst of teaching them stories and myths to embody those and the rhythms, then I could kind of weave in, oh yes, Ram, he sits in meditation. And I was brought in specifically to one school just so that I could do that. So I could weave the meditation and the yoga into the class, into their daily. And it really did have a shift with the kids.
Oh, yes, definitely. Yeah. And the science is backing all this up. And we have the science now, so we can show it to educators. And, when they see, and the number one thing is that we know these mind-body practices substantially boost immunity. And so, to not be educating students all over the planet in something that's going to boost their immunity, that's really crazy. And then when you're talking about increasing IQ, and this is all science-based, I have all this science in the coming book. It improves focus, it raises test scores, it increases multidimensional gamma brainwave thinking. God knows we need creative thinkers as, the planet's challenged, with, nearly 8 billion people on the planet. And it reduces bullying and improves behavior. And so the science, according to Dr. Herbert Benson at Harvard, and also a Kaiser Permanente study, a 20-year Kaiser Permanente study, between 60 and 90% of all the illnesses sending patients to doctors are caused by stress and best treated by mind-body practices, according to Dr. Benson. And studies show it dramatically reduces student illness and absenteeism. So, you know, if there was a gadget that could do all these things, you know, every school would be wanting to have that gadget. And so now, you know, a lot of people, you know, they think, well, this is such an ambitious thing, you know, getting a United Nations resolution for mind-body practices in schools. But, you know, 20 years ago, when I walked into a room and I said, hey, we've got this idea, let's get people to do Tai Chi all over the planet together. You know, I mean, I got the same reaction, you know, and, you know, and, you know, if I would have said, yeah, we're going to get CNN to cover it, we're going to get BBC to cover it, we're going to get Agency France Press to cover it, you know, we're going to, you know, Associated Press and you know, national media all over the world, you know, people just, you know, they were like, who are you? What's your name? You know, but it's not about me, because like I said, I feel the same way that I did when we started creating World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And I feel like this global transformation project, we're tapping into something, because when I do these presentations, I see people nodding and I see people going, yes, it's crazy that this is not part of public education. And we could get a United Nations resolution. And even if we didn't get a United Nations resolution, we could use that organizing campaign to educate, you know, millions and millions more people, because that's what World Tai Chi Day did. You know, yes, we got official proclamations from 22 US governors, from the National Congress of Brazil, you know, recognizing World Tai Chi and Qigong Day for their country or their state. But as we were doing all that, we were educating, you know, we were spreading the word, you know, of the powerful benefits that people could get from these mind-body practices. So, you know, people can get involved at the globaltransformationproject.org. And what we need to do is we need to build a coalition of mind-body practitioners, you know, people who know how this stuff works in their own lives, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, Qigong, Tai Chi, and come together as a family. When we first started World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, there was a lot of division in the Tai Chi and Qigong community. And we helped foster kind of putting an end to that, where we all started to see each other as a sisterhood. And so now, you know, the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day events, a lot of them have been involving yoga and meditation teachers and organizations, you know, for 20 years. And so now we're moving into this mode of doing the same thing, you know, creating a sisterhood of mind-body, science-based mind-body practices. And we can literally change the world. It's very exciting. This is very hopeful, very exciting.
This is so special. It really is. I've known ever since I met you, your devotion to this work. And we are so grateful. And it's such a joy to have you here on Healing Our Earth. I know that our producer, Neil Kumar, this is the kind of thing that he really, his heart is open to this. And we would love to keep working with you in every way we can, because our message is very, very similar. I'd like to.
That'd be fantastic. Yeah, because it's going to take, you know, I mean, it's going to take a mass coalition, you know, for those of us who've benefited from this, it's going to take a mass coalition of us to get a United Nations resolution.
Yes.
But in the meantime, we're educating a lot of people as well.
At this moment, although we'll be speaking with her later, I'd like to bring in our dear friend who you've worked with, Dr. Effie Chow.
Hey, Effie.
Hi, Effie. Global namaste to you, Effie. Let's see if she's there.
She might be working on her volume.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
You're looking beautiful.
And as you know, I love to spread hugs. And so everybody, let's hug ourselves if we can't hug everybody else. Give ourselves a nice big hug. And I'm so delighted that you can also give each other a virtual hug. So imagine you're hugging everybody that is on with us. And so thank you very much, Sharon, for bringing this wonderful program into existence. And Bill, we've been partners since we began together.
You know, Effie, Effie, if I could just mention something, I know that your first prototype event for the World Congress on Qigong, which was a huge part of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day becoming a reality, that happened in 1998. And in 1998 was also the first prototype of the World Tai Chi and Qigong Day when we held the first event in Kansas City. And as I was writing the book and I got the information from the Global Consciousness Project at Princeton, what I discovered was that the Global Consciousness Project started in 1998 as well. So this wave, yeah.
And then I remember, Dr. Chow, when the World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, Natural Healing that you brought forth all these years, during one, we were doing a meditation. We had the doctor in California, I think it was where was he? We were doing a meditation for someone who was ill. And tell us about that.
That was with COVID.
Yes, tell us about that.
Was 70 years old, a patient of a doctor who was one of our co-chairs, Dr. Bailey. And when we were ending the whole conference with the collective consciousness of meditation, and it was unbelievable. The patient's family called Dr. Bailey and said, will you send energy to us? And so we said, join us and virtually. And we sent energy to him and everybody else. And 20 minutes into the meditation, the family called. He was in ICU and was supposed to get onto ventilator and was really critically ill. And in fact, they didn't think he was going to live. 20 minutes later, the family called and said, oh, and I can't divulge his name. They said, he is fine. He can talk. And they don't have to get him on a ventilator. And so that was absolutely amazing. And all of you were part of that collective consciousness. And he was discharged from ICU that day to a regular ward. And 2 days later, he was discharged. It was absolutely wonderful. And and Bill and Roger and Sharon and everybody here, and Anne with a student of mine, and Karen, who's a student of mine, who's on here, everybody have experienced this type of miracle. But you know what happens? We discharge that as, oh, well, it's a coincidence. And we must take the responsibility and the fact that, hey, this did happen. And this is what, Bill, is that right? We just got to dismiss it and don't talk about it.
Yeah.
And thank you, Karen, for bringing it up. Otherwise, I would not have talked about it either.
And that was one of the efforts.
Everybody must talk about these miracle incidences. Then we have a collective data too as well. Bill, yes.
Yeah, that was one of the there's so many levels of the book that's coming out on January 1st, but that was one of the things that I wanted to get out there was the science that shows that these kind of consciousness experiences are real science. There's we're in a whole nother world now. Now a lot of people haven't caught up with it because they get their science from Wikipedia, and it's just not reliable. It's got a mechanistic approach to everything. They're still living in a Newtonian world when we're actually in a quantum world. So I wanted to lay that science out so that left brain part of our consciousness would be able to go, oh, okay, this is possible. Because we know, mind body practitioners, we all know that if we think it's possible, then that makes it become more possible. Now, a very interesting study from the statistician of the Global Consciousness Project, she said that when they were doing their studies, they were training people in different kinds of extrasensory perception to see, if they could have success with it, and they were having success with it. And then they decided to do a study, and the first question they asked people was, do you think this is possible, what we're about to have you do and study? And some said no, and some said yes. So, of course, the ones that said yes were, more effective at the whatever form of ESP they were training in. But what was really fascinating was that the ones who said no, it's not possible. Well, they didn't get it wrong in a statistically probable way, where it was just chance that they got it wrong. They actually got it way more wrong than they should have gotten it wrong. So what that means is that they were actually having an extrasensory perception in their mind, but in their subconscious was going, yes, but wait a minute, I don't believe in this, so I'm going to deliberately get this wrong. And that really showed me where we're at. We're the ones that are in the power place. The ones that are dismissing all this stuff, they're not in the power place. They're living in this kind of weird place, and we can help them by just continually sharing this information.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Bill, for all your wonderful data on the science. And I have been a research scientist with NIH, National Institutes of Health, for 37 years. And that has exposed me to the gold standard, per se, of research. But however, Chinese medicine and the other ethnic medicine has been around for thousands of years, more than Western medicine. Now, I respect Western medicine. Please don't get me wrong, and I put this on the record. I love Western medicine, and I'm a nurse, and I respect Western medicine. I work as a nurse, and I'm always a nurse, even now, at my age. And, so please, when I say things like this, that we must not depend upon Western sciences to prove that we are right. That the
I agree with you.
Is right.
At the same time, it's wonderful the work that Bill is doing, because the more that we can show to the Western scientists the efficacy of the work that we've been doing, the Ayurveda, the traditional Chinese medicine, these other
American Indian.
Yes, all these indigenous traditions.
I think it's also not, not just to convince, the medical community or the scientific community, but like in my classes, because I have like a clinical practice where I'm teaching, the general public through hospital classes and things all the time. So I'm always experimenting, I'm always getting data feedback from, this science. And the thing that I find is that for the average Western student, if you can explain to them that, people that have vitamin D deficiency or low helper T cell counts are more likely to get COVID. We know that from studies. And then we know that Tai Chi and mind-body practices increase the ability of the body to have healthy vitamin D3 levels, and also produces more T cells, more CD4 cells. And these are things that are shown to reduce COVID. If you can show them that science, then it's like you see that aha thing go off in their head, and then that opens the gate, for the right brain, for the other experiences, because you have to pick the locks in science, and we have the science on our side. That's what's so exciting. We haven't had this science that shows these things, like you were talking about with the what you did with that person from a non-local, where people were doing it from different locations. This is real science. I mean, I just laid it out to everybody, and that real science, and to have that real science where you can just go say, well, wait a minute, look here, this is real. This is real. You don't have to have faith,
Because this is why I commend you on your pursuit of the science. And I have pursued the science for over 37 years, 50 years. And I have enough courage now to say that we cannot depend on the speed of science to bring life to people who are dying, multitudes of dying people, cancer, COVID, heart disease, etc. Many die when they don't have to. And as a nurse, I found that there was a lot of revolving door concept. I was brought up with Chinese medicine and saw the miracle. A doctor, Mr. Wang, who was supposed to die, and they said, okay, Wang, which is my father, you can do your medicine on him. And he lived for another 15 years. That was before I went into nursing. And then in nursing, there was this revolving door. They got out, they came back in, asthma, oh, there's Ike again. And they come in and out and they die early, too early. So this is my heart speaking. And the thing is, this is why in my program at 11:30, I'm going to show people some things they can do to strengthen themselves. And you are all doing that. But have you heard about strokes who are paralyzed? And in one session, I can get them moving, paralyzed for 5 years or unconscious. And in one session, I can, with Chao Qigong, can get them on witness from the doctor and the nurses that they awake within half an hour of Chao Qigong. There's that, and I didn't dare talk about that, but by golly, I'm talking about it now. And I urge every healer to talk about these miracles that happen. Then we have a collective body of data instead of everybody being afraid to say what is really happening. Time it and film it. And we filmed many of them. That frozen shoulder, a simple thing. And I discovered we have more frozen shoulder than enough. And in one session, 5 minutes, 10 years of frozen shoulder, they couldn't move their arm. And I think, Sharon, you had a bit of frozen shoulder when I first saw you. Not a bit, but move it up past here. And in 5 minutes, we got you moving up here. And that happened to hundreds of my patients. But do I dare talk about it? No, sir. Until now, I said, in my mature age, they can't do much to me. And I've established a reputation already.
Thank you. Thank you, Effie.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to mention, is, if we can.
I'm going to show you what we do to get this kind of miracle result.
We will.
Oh,
Yes.
I was going to mention, if we can get these kind of, mind-body practices into public education, through the global consciousness, the global transformation projects, United Nations resolution to make it part of public education, because it makes better students, it makes smarter students, it does all the things that teachers want students, and also treats ADD and ADHD. But if we can teach this in age-appropriate ways from kindergarten all the way through high school, then all these people are going to be doing what we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of people around the planet. And I can't think of any one singular action that we could do together as a mind-body community than to push for, this resolution to make mind-body practices a core part of public education, because we don't have to argue this. This isn't something that's arguable. The science is in on this stuff. It makes smarter students, it makes healthier students, and it boosts global immunity. So this is a time, especially with the immunity factor, that we could conceivably get a United Nations resolution, but it's going to take a worldwide coalition. And we can't look at ourselves like, oh, they're TM people, they're not us, or they're Qigong people, they're not us, or whatever. We have to create this sisterhood of a mind-body community. And that's what I hope this will do, because World Tai Chi Day did that for the Tai Chi and Qigong community in a lot of ways.
Well,
it fed that.
With your World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, and then our World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, traditional Chinese medicine, and we've added natural healing to it. So it broadens and it strengthens the individual programs. And so are working together. So I believe in partnership, competition, but friendly competition, not hostile competition. And we work together. And I've worked with science for, as I said, over 50 years. And I'm ready to step out, just like Dr. Micosi. He was with NIH, and he is now speaking out about Alzheimer and the wonderful possibilities with Alzheimer, and talking about natural healing, not depending upon science. And I'm saying that Bill and Roger And Amalia, my dear, lovely friend, you're all along with us in combining science with the art of the healing. And in our Congress, we always have a day session of pure science, scientists from NIH and pure scientists from the medical world. And it's headed by Dr. Shin Lin, who is the vice president of Irvine UC in California. And he was also the vice president of Johns Hopkins. So you can't get more pure scientists than that.
That's right. That's
so
right.
And then we have the artists, and we have people who can stand on eggs and not break eggs and paint a beautiful painting. In fact, I have that painting right on the wall. I don't know, maybe at 11:30 I can show it. Oh, here it is. A beautiful horse, famous horse painting in China. And he did that. He's an artist as well as a scientist. So Sharon, thank you for bringing all this together. And
we've only just begun here. Dr. Sheila, would you like to introduce our next guest?
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so we have Clara, who's an RGN in Elemental Qigong teacher trainer. She's an intuitive energy mentor and co-founder of One Qi, a hub of Qigong teachers in the UK. She presents Qi Time on UK Health Radio and writes for her Health Triangle magazine. She is dedicated to turning people into wisdom of their Qi personal energy to encourage better levels of health and wellness, creating harmonious mind and body and soul. So she's also, she's been doing this since 1990s to assist her recovery from serious RSI on both her arms after 15 years in her costume design career. Her practice helped her manage being a busy single mom plus heed a call to something more, finding Qigong more and meditation hugely beneficial. She did a 4-year teaching training at the biodynamic-based College of Elemental Qigong, London in early 2000. In 2012, she set an Elemental Qigong teacher training program, producing many successful teachers who go on to inspire to turn the wisdom of her practice. So she's been invited by the Grand Master, Ken Cohen, to teach, with whom her experience with lineage forms continues alongside the Elemental Qigong practice, values and loves to share. I'm so excited to have you here today. And her website is www.consciouslivingevents.co.uk. And Sharon's brought on such amazing guests. And this is another one of her friends that she knows so well. And Sharon, it always never ceases to amaze me of the amazing people that you've surrounded yourself with. You just know such a diverse bunch of these healers from all across the world, and bringing them onto our wonderful platform, Healing Our Earth, is so wonderful because we get to experience these wonderful people and get to learn from them. And I mean, just the last speaker, William, where he was sharing the fact that there's a science base to this, which is a lot of the time, a lot of people need that science, that research, especially, you know, people like me that we've gone through the whole medical dental program and it's all science based, to actually meet someone that is like, well, all this alternative medicine does have a science, proof, I guess. So that's been really interesting and amazing for me to kind of listen to. So I'm so excited to have our next guest on, and I know, he's got so much to share with us, and I'm super excited. Thank you for introducing us to such a wonderful array of people.
You're so welcome. I only wish we had more time that everybody, we'll just have to bring these people back to
think so.
more because we're so much in alignment with Healing Our Earth and our principles and our values, to bring the essence of Qigong, as Clara would say, is to bring harmony and balance. And that is a big part: love, harmony, balance, beauty, grace, gratitude. That's such a big aspect of us at Healing Our Earth and Neil Kumar and the whole team here. So global namaste to you, Clara.
Global namaste to you, dear Sharon. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Well, I'm more used to your interviewing me, so this is a new opportunity.
It's always a conversation, isn't it? This is what's evolving here. And having been tuning in to this whole afternoon, well, it's the afternoon here, it's late afternoon here in the UK, and coming into what Pedram Shojo was talking about, and then of course and Bill, and then Effie, it was just like, wow, we're all on it. We're on it. And this science piece that Dr. Sheila was referring to, you kind of need that to get the mind on board so that it can consider going into the experience. And because our minds are so like, they kind of rule the roost really, don't they, in the Western world, and to come into the beingness is a challenge for a lot of people. It could be a bit scary, which is something that we were speaking about a bit earlier. You'll have to watch the replay to listen to Dr. Pedram Shoje chat about that. But I think one of the things that came up from all of this is it's marvelous. The World Tai Chi Qigong Day is something that as a young teacher, it was like, this is a way that we can corral everyone together and go, at the end of April, that Saturday, we're going to do a thing. And it was really helpful to have that focus. And now we have the science that says it works. It really works. And so my question is, not just for one day.
Yes.
And this brings us to that 100-day challenge that we were talking about as well. But your personal practice daily, and how many people watching, listening, think, well, it's much easier for me to look after other people. I'll look after others. And like Effie Chow was saying, she's a nurse. I'm an ex-nurse as well. It's sort of part of we want to serve. We want to be there for others. Well, hello, if we don't take care of ourselves, then we could become a burden for others. And now we know if we do take care of ourselves and we practice coming into this 0 point alpha state that is so healthful for us, we're actually changing the frequency of the world. So it's a win, 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 which I really think is special.
Yes, yes. It's so important right now, especially, Pedram was speaking about the insistence of the media, this, voraciousness of getting into our consciousness.
Yes.
And weaving it in a very disturbing way. And so what we're doing here is so important. And how do we reach out? And in the school, I'm always speaking about on Healing Our Earth, about nature and connecting children with growing food and making that personal connection and the embodiment of these practices. I've really enjoyed through my life bringing practices to children.
Yeah, because they get it. They haven't got all the layers that like adults have got. They have that innocence, that curiosity. They want to learn. And if at that age, I think Bill Douglas was talking about this, taking it into the UN to be able to go into the schools and to teach people at this age when they still have that germ of truth and curiosity that's real for them. And this discernment piece, you discern that when you're getting distracted by all this outside, it feels wonky. It just feels odd. And when I first started my Qigong training, which was back in the early 1990s, I was busy. I was a busy mind. I had lots of things going on, a lot of creativity, but I hadn't stopped still. I had nothing that was inviting me in to stop still. I'd done some yoga, but it didn't stop my mind. It helped my body. But Qigong brought me into it, invited me into the curiosity of the now moment, and it gave my mind things to consider that were linked to my energetics, to my physicality in the now moment, that became so entrancing that it's like, why haven't I noticed this stuff before? And I think this really helped me. That was the piece, because we were talking about how to encourage people to want to come out of busy stuff, because busy is compelling. You've got the adrenalized function going on. It's all like exciting. It's like, oh, it's a bit boring. It's like, no, it's not boring at all. It's a different relationship with yourself that is compassionate, and it's bringing your healing, it's bringing your focus to yourself, and that is a massive gift. That is, you give your energy to yourself. It's reminding me of the Yi Dao Qi Dao, you know, where you focus on your energy flows, and this is so key. So if you want to take care of yourself and you bring into that central awareness, particularly in your lower belly. I mean, how many people hold their bellies in, for instance? Our culture kind of hold it in, suck it in. It's like, how about you just relax your belly now and let yourself take a breath? And that simple act, that changed my whole approach to life, just by relaxing my belly and dropping into the now moment and being curious about this old pattern of holding and being busy that had actually been arresting the potential of me to be able to self-heal and then be of better service. So I think sometimes it's the simple things we can drop into everyday life to give people the experience that is real for them, that makes them curious about, well, what else is there here? What else can I explore?
Yes, yes. And in the schools in particular, at least in this country now, they are dividing people. They are causing people to feel, to come up and say terrible things about themselves, you know, like confession, some kind of weird confession. These children are confused. And what a difference it would make,
wouldn't it,
to bring these really self-empowering traditional teachings that have been in our world for thousands of years.
And isn't this amazing? They've been in our world for thousands of years, and still the relevance now is like, it's almost like they were kind of building towards now. I'm sure that's helped in all the sort of generations before us, but now with this fear-mongery going on that's plummeting the immune systems and taking us out of sensibilities, where is this call for response, genuine response ability, you know, to be able to know what is true, to be able to discern. You need to get in touch with this inner barometer of truth, I often refer to it as. And we get that with a very gentle rocking back and forth that brings you into a still point that you can, we could do it now. I mean, just letting yourself rock backwards and forwards, whether you're sitting or standing, and just feel initially how soothing that is. Just rocking, isn't it? And then
I'm breathing.
Yeah, and if you just bring in the rhythm of your breath and let the rhythm of the breath denote the pace of the movement, then this to me is one of the bridges between busy beta and chilled out alpha. And then you let the movement become smaller and smaller. And where do you land? And when we are like this all together, you can feel it, can't you? You can feel
Yes.
this energy of connection. And I think it was Bill that was saying that this is what we all share. This is an experience of life force, energy, and expansion in this center point that we all share. Where can we go from here?
We can feel it. I feel the tingling just from this short little practice.
Yeah.
I feel the tingling. I feel the chi, the life force, the prana flowing through and around me.
And it's always there. I'm going to just share a quote from Dr. Roger Janko, who's coming up very soon, I do believe, who said, one of my favourite quotes of him, he's been on Chi Time recently and it was absolute joy. And he said, how can we have the most profound medicine within and then neglect to use it? And here is a simple movement and presencing. You can do it to varying degrees, but you can also take it wherever you are in your life. You can, at the washing up or standing in the queue or in the car, you've always got this potential to rock into still point wherever you are. It's with you, it's your medicine. To me, it's the start point for my practice. And
yes. Yes, I was in the we now have only one person in our post office, and she's overwhelmed. So we're standing there half hour. The other day when I was there, I thought, is this a good time to do some practice? So I started doing some Qigong, and nobody was, I'm here in Crestone, it's an unusual place, but I'm now doing my best to encourage people that are waiting in line, instead of getting irritated, let's use that time beneficially.
Exactly, exactly. And this is this practical application of the energy arts, so that it's not just one day a year, although as we know that's super powerful. If it's that powerful for one day a year and we can bring it into our everyday, not just for our hours practice in the morning or the evening, but we intersperse our day with little pockets of checking in. I'm just like, wow, you know, are you in your chi time, as I'd say, in your chi zone? You get in there, and it becomes like a curious play, which again lightens the energy, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then you can deepen in.
Yes, I'd like to bring in Dr. Wai Ching, Amalia, and Sheila, and wondering if they have any questions for you. Sheila.
Wow, it's so. This is so. A lot of this is very new to me. So it's great to kind of be in that awe of just like, wow, there's this whole new dimension to explore. Clara, can you tell us, what do you think really needs to happen for the world to kind of shift? Obviously, it's very difficult. You've got media with all its negativity, the news, and then you've got the attention issues. Like, what if you could have a magic wand? What would you say to let's say the world leaders and everyone to kind of get that shift, to get people to actually start looking at this kind of stuff? Because, I mean, if there's studies out there that are showing that it helps with immunity, it helps with depression, with anxiety, which are all things that so many people it's a global crisis right now. Mental health and immunity, and these are all things these speakers have talked about. But what really needs to happen to take this on to the next level?
Thank you so much. That's a big question. But as you were saying that, I thought, what's a simple? Because it's about a perspective shift. Because all the information is there, so we can point people to this, and this. But there's a lot of cognitive dissonance, and there's a lot of Sir David Attenborough was talking about when he was making his Life on Earth programs. He thought all he needed to do was produce the evidence, and it would be obvious. And he's like, no, I've produced it all, and it's still. I don't think he said it's going tits up quite like that, but something along those lines. So when it's coming at it from a different angle. And one of the things that really woke me up, and also when I share it with other people, is this perspective shift of something so obvious that it's such a deep aha that you go, why hadn't I realized that? And that is that recognize the miracle that you are. Your existence, our existence, this technology, the fact we're all here in the cosmos as part of some galactic family is an absolute miracle. I don't know how that's making you feel now, but to me there's a deep honouring of this life gift that I've been given. And with that honouring comes like, well, what can I do while I'm here? What an amazing opportunity we have. And I tell you, I think the children would get that, and the young adults, these new creative ideas of wanting to know what can we do? Not going, oh, it's all doom and gloom. It's no fun. Doom and gloom is no fun. Possibility, in innovation, community, what's going on anyway? I mean, there's projects over here in the UK under the radar, which most of this cool stuff is right now at the moment, where there are healthcare practitioners who are uniting to go, well, the NHS is clearly defunct, so let us join together as a voluntary organisation. It's very new at the moment, it hasn't got a name, and it's, but it's happening. And that's probably not the only thing that's happening. There's an educational network that's just occurring because communities are calling it through. So I think, yes, to appeal to government leaders and all those that are in so-called power at the moment, but actually the powers are in the hearts of each and every member of the community that just wants the best for their families, for themselves, and are doing what they can with what they've got. You know, human ingenuity is amazing, and we are the miracle. We are.
Right. So almost targeting a lot of the younger generation, the schools, the education system, starting there.
Yeah, to give them hope as well, to give them hope that we're doing what we can. Some of us are doing what we can in the generation we are, and we are looking to them. How can we help them? What do they need to know from us? And yes, some of the science coming through. I would really love to read Bill's new book coming out. Might have a chat with him about that. Get him onto Chi Time, because I think that will appeal to the kids. It's like, show me what you've got that's going to help me make the decisions that I need to make. Where's the support? And this community, this local community and global community like this Healing Our Earth is just, it's happening anyway. It's happening. It's so exciting.
Okay, thank you for that.
Dr. Wai Ching,
So,
would you like to comment?
Yes, I would love to. You know that. And Clara, I concur with you. You know that there's so many groups of us now, the undercurrents, and so many doctors and nurses really waking up to who they really are and the healing power within themselves as well. And I feel what is the current situation here is that it's a beautiful opportunity for people to realize this, right? And then to really look at, to sift through the truths and the untruths for themselves, and to claim their sovereignty of health. And we see this without, elaborating. But I want to just expand on Dr. Sheila's question. Is like to address this with you as a registered nurse, ex-registered nurse, and our elder sister, Kache, Dr. Effie Chow, our elder sister, is as a nurse as well. How do we, in the next step, extend this to the doctors and nurses in training them in this beautiful, magical inner medicine, which Roger also speaks about, which we realize, we've tasted the Amrit, we've tasted the pearls, of wisdom. How do we engage them, with all this? And I'm in the integrative medicine, so I'm doing my best. So please, over to you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great question. Because as an ex-nurse myself, I mean, it's 35 years ago I left the National Health Service. But there's something about within the nurses, they want to do the best for their patients. And they're getting this awakening, this quickening. It's like, hang on a minute, this human piece of holding someone's hands, of hearing their story, of being witnessed, of being salved in the way of, and a lot of nurses are Reiki practitioners, and they don't say that that's what they're doing on the ward, but they know that when they hold a patient's feet, that they know they're going to be able to give them some relief and de-stressing. So I think that a lot of nurses are really waking up, and doctors interested in other medicine traditions. It's this sort of synergy of the different traditions that I think this has to come together. And I felt this when I was first doing my human biology studies in my late teens. It was like a no-brainer. Of course the East and West should be working together for the best, and the Native American traditions and the Ayurvedic, and it's like, and the herbal. It's like, come on, all hands on deck. And I wonder, because of the global situation, this is being called through even more now. How can we work with the best of each to bring through the medicine of the future, or the medicine of now, to build our future? And a lot of that is to do with where we're placing our minds, and how we discern the truth inside, and how we self-heal and self-care, and then how we can make our own medicines from what we're growing, but also for one another. That human connection, that heart energy, is such a huge salve. It's so healing to be able to come into this and be able to trust people, along with obviously the surgeries that are just amazing that Western medicine does. So yeah, I think there's a place for all of it, but it needs to synergize.
It certainly does. It certainly does. How do people get in touch with you?
Oh, me? Oh, right. Well, yeah, my website's consciouslyvingevents.co.uk, and I have a closed Facebook group called the Chi Ki Temple, which is spelled Qiki Temple. That's probably the easiest way. I'm on Instagram as Clara Chiapolo. Yeah, or info@UK Health Radio. Thank you so much.
Oh, Clara, it's a pleasure. And please stick around. I know you'll have some questions for Roger, our dear Roger, who's coming up. But first, I'd like to talk about the upcoming events that are happening on Healing Our Earth. You know, we're here every week. And we have in the next few weeks, next week, actually, we have, which is very important to our health, our festive vegetarian kitchen show. So it's not just about delicious recipes, but it's also about recipes that are really good for your health. Our dear Seema is generally the coordinator of that, and we're very grateful. She's an amazing cook from the Ayurvedic tradition. So that's coming up on the 19th. And then after that, we have two weeks of festivities. It's holiday time. So Festivity 2021, let us celebrate Christmas and Bollywood style. So we're going to have music and dancing and all those uplifting experiences that we have together on Healing Our Earth. So much fun. Then Festivity 2022, let us celebrate the new year. We'll sing again and dance and really speak about, in this show and in shows previous, we talked about what I would call a new paradigm for humanity. That's where we're going. And so let us meditate together on where is it we're going and what is it we can do and what is it that each of us can bring? What gift can we bring from our own personal experience to help heal our earth? And then, of course, we have well-being and wellness on the 9th of January. And it'd be wonderful to have some of you come back to speak more at length about what we're touching on today. This is always a wonderful show, especially in this period that we're really going through the COVID experience and really contemplating what it is that we can do to enhance the consciousness, the health, the well-being of everyone on this planet. So please join us for that. And then, hey, Healing Our Earth presents Rotary in Action, making the world a better place. So that's very intriguing, and I'm really looking forward to that one. And I'm sure that Honey Calaria, who has deep connections with the Rotary clubs, will have a lot to say on that show. She's always a treasure to have. We're really thrilled to have her as a host on Healing Our Earth. And here's our mission statement: to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. So the way to get involved with everything is want to become a presenter or host. Hey, Clara. Want to help with creatives, want to help with social media, want to share your thoughts or comments, want to help promote Healing Our Earth, contact us via WhatsApp. And there's the number. You can find it on the website. And, you know, bringing Bill on, bringing on Dr. Chow, bringing on everybody here, Dr. Yonka, all these people who have done so much significant work in the healthcare field. What amazing thing it would be for us all here, the Healing Our Earth community, the Qigong community, the Tai Chi community, the Ayurvedic community, the Hawaiian, Dr. Chow will tell us about what they've done in Hawaii, very interesting. You know, all the natural medicine communities from all over the earth, the energy arts, to bring us all together to really help heal ourselves, heal the earth. And on that, I'd like to welcome once again our brilliant Dr. Roger Yonka. Yay, we love you, Roger. To talk about the free healthcare system. Dr. Roger Yonka, OMD, is a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine and was the chief of staff at the Health Action Integrative Medicine Clinic in Santa Barbara, California from 1982 to 2012. He is currently the director of the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi, a mind-body research and training institute that has trained 2,000 teachers and practice leaders and contributed to research in numerous respected medical journals. Dr. Janke is a key spokesperson for Tai Chi and Qigong outside of China and has worked with the ancient shamanic roots of these arts, research to define the evidence base and socioeconomic policy to leverage the credibility of mind-body practice such as yoga, qigong, etc., across all population and institutions, educational, medical, social, military, internationally, with 10 research trips to Asia's universities, hospitals, temples, and sacred mountain sites, beautiful places for meditation and for practice. He has distilled the essence of Chi Prana cultivation in his widely revered books, The Healer Within and The Healing Promise of Chi. And here is his website. If you want to know more, contact us on the website. Global namaste to you, Roger.
Hello, everyone. And I see a lot of people that I know, and I want to say love, but I also have a lot of reverence and respect for you. And I love this initiative that you all are leveraging, and I'm thrilled to be involved.
Well, tell us, this is very intriguing. Free healthcare system?
Yes. So the whole concept of healthcare, we have to go ahead and take a moment to talk about, well, what does it really mean? And there's actually two ways to spell healthcare. The more recent way of spelling healthcare is the word health and the word care with no space in between them. And what that really means is a medical financing system. It's essentially the medical industrial complex. And it is among the most disempowering agencies in the world. Then there's another way of spelling healthcare, which is health and care with a space in between. For some reason, we hardly ever see this anymore. It's disappeared in favor of putting it together, which doesn't mean caring for health at all. And frankly, it's tragic. And frankly, even worse, well, not worse, it's tragic is about as bad as you can get, but it's embarrassing. And I am the most embarrassed when I see organizations that I think should understand the difference between a medical financing system and a health care and health sustainability and resiliency maximization system. I feel a kind of embarrassment for the fact that that organization has basically either mindlessly or mindfully associated them with the pharmaceutical industrial complex and the hospital surgical industrial complex. And so that's where we start. We start with the idea that health is something that one cares for. The whole idea that somebody else cares for your health is ridiculous, because typically there's a way that we could say this differently, but the way with the, shall we say, the strongest punch is that most people do not go to a healthcare provider to care for their health. They go to a healthcare provider to intervene in pain or dysfunction of some sort. So that isn't healthcare. Even just, I'm a doctor of Chinese medicine. I worked with acupuncture, herbal medicine, Chinese physiotherapy, every other kind of physiotherapy for 30 years as a clinician. And hardly anybody ever came to see me as a doctor because they wanted to maximize their and sustain their well-being. They were always there because something was wrong. And so that's the foundation of a discussion that we can have about a free healthcare system. And of course, when you say free healthcare, almost everybody thinks you're talking about free medicine from the government. So in America, we call that Medicare. In the National Health Service in the UK, it has probably a different name. But the point is that when a society decides to take care of really sick people and not charge them a fee, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the whole concept of having free drugs or free surgery. I'm talking about how to be able to have free health care. And so then let's just ramp it one more level and ask the question, where in the world is the most profound medicine? And the answer is, for people like ourselves, is that the most profound medicine is produced within the human body for no cost. Ask yourself the question, how did I stay well as a child? How did I stay well as a teenager? How could I drink too much beer, throw up a half dozen times, and go to school on Monday? How did I do that? And of course, in Chinese medicine, there's a lot of really good answers for that. But let's just stay with a really practical language that everybody can understand, that leads us to what it means to have a free healthcare system. So if the most profound medicine is produced within the human body, what can you do to be able to turn that medicine on? And is that a healthcare system? And I'm proposing that that is, in fact, the foundation of the free healthcare system. Ask yourself this question: can I buy the medicine that I make within myself? Well, why would I want to? I'm already making it for free. And you might say, well, wait a minute, it costs something to go to a yoga class. Well, what if you just do yoga at home? You say, well, it costs something to be able to do breath practice. Well, why not just do breath practice at home? Well, but I like to get massages, and massages cost, in the United States, we'll just round it off to $100. But is it possible for a human being to massage themselves? The answer is yes. There's only a few places on the human body that you cannot reach. I can reach all the way back there. I can reach all the way up there. I can reach everything around here, everything around here, everything around here, into my legs and feet. There's only a few, for most people, unless you can do that thing behind your back, which is hard for me to do. But if you just are a regular person, the area of your body that you can't reach is about 1 foot by 1 foot. Just 1 square foot of an entire human being is not able to be easily massaged by a person with their own hands. But then doesn't everybody have one of those things that you roll on? And doesn't everybody have, tie some knots in a towel and roll around on that, or get a tennis ball? Then you might say, but wait a minute. To be able to sustain my well-being, I have to be able to buy more expensive food. And the answer is that is hardly true. And here's why I know: because different universities, Stanford and Harvard among them, big, famous, widely revered universities, have done studies on the cost of having a healthy diet. And in most societies, it's actually more expensive to eat junk food than it is to go to the farmer's market that has always existed in that community for hundreds of thousands of years. So if you live in America and you can't grow food, or you can't go to a farmer's market that's near you, and you have to go to a grocery store, yes, it will cost, and here's the big punchline, it costs about $1 more a day. Now you might say, well, all the poor people can't do that. Well, that's what the National Health Service is for, to support the people who can't afford good food in getting it. But most people that we're going to be talking to on a channel like this for at least another 6 months are people who can afford an extra $1 a day. I actually pay $2 a day extra for my food, even though I grow a bunch of it, because I drink celery juice in the morning. I also drink lemon juice in the morning, and I have 2 lemon trees. So I only have to buy like maybe a dozen lemons every year. So now let's look at this from the shamanic point of view. Every culture was forced by the nature of nature to eat local food and to cultivate the food that, we think that there's a big hard line at the beginning of agriculture, but that's not true. Hunter-gatherers knew where to go to gather, and they also knew to be able to take care of the plants that they were gathering from, so that they were assured to have an available resource in the following year. So is that agriculture? No, that's hunting and gathering. Well, what is the definition of agriculture? Agriculture means having tools to be able to farm plots. Fortunately, thousands of years ago, these plots were diverse, with lots of different kinds of plants in the agricultural context, growing potatoes and wheat and greens and etc. But eventually, of course, small farms depreciate embarrassingly. And so the point that I'm getting at is that the healthcare, the health space care that we can do does not have a cost in terms of dollars. It has a cost in terms of awareness. And so how hard is it for a person to become aware? Not hard at all. Go to YouTube, ask the question, what is a healthy diet? Go to Google, say, what are the 5 most important foods to sustain my well-being? Go to Google and say, free breath practice. Go to Google and say, yoga, show me yoga. Go to YouTube, show me yoga. Go to YouTube, go to my YouTube page, which is called the Tai Chi and Qigong Way, Tai Chi and Qigong Way. Or put my name in, Jahnke, Qigong. You'll, at YouTube, like many, I mean, we have stuff to sell, of course, but we give stuff away because we're trying to be a part of how the humans actually pull this off. So now we know what a free healthcare system is. Now we know that you couldn't buy the medicine. You cannot buy it. You can only have it for free. And the cost is awareness and consciousness and learning. Now look what we're addicted to doing with our time. Why am I not on Instagram learning about food? Why am I not on Facebook learning about food? Why am I not on YouTube learning about food? The answer? I'm too swept up in my panic and paranoia. And of course, if you wanted to disempower an entire world population, what would you do? Well, you would freak everybody out. And we have done, I mean, previous to COVID, which is the ultimate freak out. And I mean, look carefully at how nobody ever talks about the innate immune system? Nobody. I mean, we do. If you go to YouTube and click on natural immunity, you will not find one video on innate immunity. You will only find videos on the immunity that is created by having a disease. So if you get COVID, you have natural immunity, but watch out because it's going to wane, and then you're going to need another vaccine. And now that you've had 3 vaccines, we've got a new disorder. So now we're going to sell you another vaccine, or we're going to pretend that you have access. We're going to pretend that you have free access. And then haven't you seen the videos on the people who went to their, something to get their vaccine, and then they got a bill for like $1,000? It's like, look on YouTube, listen, pay attention. Geez, wow, what's going on here? People are distracted. We talk about, inspiring young people. Well, we're only going to get 20% of young people. Why? Because young people are panicking about how to be able to make themselves look like they're relevant, and to be able to show themselves in happy places, even though at night they're crying themselves to sleep. They don't have time to become more aware. They are in a fit of panic and paranoia. A couple of my kids, my wife has 2 kids, I have 2 kids. 2 of them have kind of figured out how to have a sustainable lifestyle and be involved in health care with a space between the health and the care, but 2 of them are not. One of them's a banker, and they're all up into crypto now. And so, not that crypto is a bad idea, but the point is that if you're spending all your time trying to get enough money so that you can buy another surgery or buy your way into a hospital, that's not really what I would call living. And it's hard for me to watch young people. I have a grandchild. I have 2 grandchildren, and they're lost in the metaverse. And if there was a Qigong class in the metaverse, they would not be taking it. They want to be able to shoot each other and get thrilled. And, it's so, I'm not complaining. I don't care. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about caring. What is care? Care is, the ancient cultures all had a system of care. And Ayurveda is not a medical system. It's a health care system. You don't need an Ayurvedic doctor. Nobody needs an Ayurvedic doctor until they get sick. Well, why are they sick? Because they didn't use Ayurveda to take care of themselves. In Chinese medicine, the same system is called yang sheng. Yang sheng. Yang sheng means nourishing life. Well, isn't health associated with life? Yes. So how do you nourish life? And I'll just speak about it from the Chinese point of view. You're all probably a little more familiar with Ayurveda. So in the Chinese culture, don't call it Chinese medicine. Don't say in Chinese medicine, yang sheng is. Don't say that, because yang sheng is not a part of Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is a part of yang sheng. It's really important to understand that buying time with professionals is not how these cultures developed themselves. They did not do it that way. They were not building a professional class. They were not building an elite. They were building communities and families. And yang sheng includes hydration and rest and nourishment and diet. But included in diet is herbs. And we're not talking about herbs to heal a disease. We're talking about herbs to prevent a disease. Why buy herbs to heal a disease if you can use nourishment, including herbs, to prevent diseases? It just doesn't make any sense. It also includes physical activity, includes meditation, And so when one is doing the Ayurvedic lifestyle or the Yang Sheng lifestyle, become aware of the value of rest, become aware of the value of hydration, become aware of the value of nourishment. We become aware of the value of quiet and inner reflection. We become aware of the value of exposure to nature. We become aware of the value of qigong. And so people say to me, like, how do you do this? And then I'll stop talking, and you can, wherever you want to go, I'm happy to do it. Oh, we should talk about the cost of medicine. So hold that as the next question. So just quickly, how do I do it? Well, I have 2 glasses of lemon juice when I get up, lemon water when I get up in the morning. After that, I have celery juice, and I have interpreted intermittent fasting to mean that celery juice does not end the fast. So I am done eating by 7 in the evening. I'm doing my 14 hours. Lemon juice, I have declared to myself, I don't even know the answer to this. I've declared to myself that lemon juice does not break the fast. I've declared to myself that celery juice does not break the fast. And then, I start nibbling on things around 11 o'clock or noon. I try to sleep 9 hours or 7 hours. I try to average that to about 8 hours, classic, right? And I drink a lot of tea. And I'm not just talking about Chinese caffeine tea. The tea that I'm drinking right now has got a wide array of herbs in it and Chinese golden monkey tips. Oh, it's incredible. And please, I hope you're hydrated. So then I do yoga with weights. What? Why would you do yoga with weights? Well, I'm into multitasking. So I put some weights in my hands, I put some ankle weights on, and I shift around. I do some lifting of those weights, but I'm also bending and stretching. And then I hike to my Tai Chi spot and I do Kung Fu. I like Tai Chi and I love Tai Chi. I love Qigong, but I really love Kung Fu. And so, I do all those things and I do them in different orders. And because I've written a couple of books about this and it's a part of my life, I do it differently every day. One of the things that people hate about doing their own healthcare is they feel like somebody told them that they have to do this one thing every day. It's ridiculous. So when you get hooked up with a master or a guru or something like that, and then you have to follow the rules. Well, I hate rules. I think that following the rules is like a it's the antithesis of freedom. So yeah, I want to learn from Master X and from Guru Y. My favorite yoga master was Satchitananda, and I hung out with the breath of fire guy, the Kundalini guy. I forgot his name for right now. But anyway, why would we want to say, okay, I'm going to do this the same way every day? Boring. Like, what is the last thing you want to do to a person who's trying to empower themselves? Bore them. So I'm inviting everybody to understand that, if you have people say, well, how will I remember all these kinds of Qigong or all these different yoga flows? Well, you don't remember all these things. You do some of the things that you do remember. And then when you forget, you just plug something in, breathe and move, wave your hands, deepen your breath, and focus on the present, past, future, present. So that's how I do it. Now you might say, well, do you grow all your food? No. Is there a farmer's market nearby? Yes. So maybe I'll just stop there and, we can go on.
Well, we have a panel here of beauties who I am sure would love to ask you some questions. And all of you on the screen now, you can see Dr. Yonka's website. And I know personally that he has wonderful free practices for you to learn and enjoy, and tons of teaching. So here we are. So let's see. Clara, you recently interviewed Dr. Yonka for Chi Time. So
I did.
Why don't you continue for a moment here?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, and it's lovely to hear you reiterating what is so true for you, Dr. Janka, because I think it's this key about repetition. That's what creates the neural pathways of health in our minds. But what I'd love to speak into here is this this concept of structure versus spontaneity, because I love Qigong as at the depth of the as a base for my dance practice, so that it gives me a structure to then work from and around. So because I think if we just do, like, it can get a bit flimsy. I mean, you've been a practitioner for, like, what is it, 100 years or so now, something like that. But so you've got that within you. You've got that understanding that you can be spontaneous with that natural expression of the health within you. But people who are watching or listening, it's like, well, do I just wave my arms about? It's like, well, actually, it's quite nice to have a few key structures in there for you to work with, to give you that that baseline. I'm doing this because I'm thinking of the three treasures and the Dantians, the connection to the earth and the heavens and the breath. And I mean, would you think it's good to get a baseline going and from there be naturally expressive and spontaneous?
Yeah, that's critical. In other words, going from zero to, eloquence and self-determination, the average individual who's aspires to be more well, but really is caught in the world of unwellness and has bought it that healthcare with no space is actually something to do with health, which it isn't. They're going to need many bridges. And so at the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi, we've built some bridges, and I'll just describe them very briefly. And I just want to honor everybody else who's on the phone here, on the line here, who also is someone who creates an open gateway to support people in their migration or transition to a more self-referencing lifestyle. So at the IIQTC, we call it the Institute of Integral Qigong and Tai Chi. We call that the IIQTC. And by the way, the easy way to get to the website is iiqtc.org. So we have two forms of Qigong that people really love a lot. One is called Healer Within Medical Qigong. And Healer Within Qigong is basically an assembly of very useful practices that link the breath and the movement and the mind focus. And so we teach people to teach that to other people. And it's very low barrier for entry. It's easy, super easy. And then we have another set of practices called the 9 phases of cultivation and mastery. And those 9 phases, they have complex ideals and concepts associated with them. But the practices themselves are very easy. So we can teach people a practice that's especially accessible, and then link to that practice ideas, concepts, and insights into the Chinese shamanic tribal thinking so that a person can learn and practice the practice very easily. And that builds a bridge for them to be able to have the docking sites in their into their intellectual self, to be able to, start to layer in some of what we would call the theory or the, let's just go with the theory or the conceptual side of things. And by the way, in both of those practices, there's a method called spontaneous Qigong. And spontaneous Qigong is simply wiggling around and sort of discharging that which is no longer needed and absorbing that which is that fresh resource from nature. So just like we breathe in to take in fresh resource, and we breathe out to dispel that which is no longer needed, same with Qi, we do this wiggling and tapping and pounding and sounding, making sounds. Like people say, what are the best of the healing sounds? And they're usually talking about the esoteric 5-element version of the healing sounds. And what I say is the two best healing sounds are big breath. The second best healing sound is ho. And the first best healing sound is like calming yourself so thoroughly that the medicine within, it just, shall we say, is proliferating. The ho with this kind of shout has to do with saying no. And if we had to ask the question, how often do you say no to something that you deeply believe you should not do? Or we could reverse the question and say, how often do you say yes to things that you're absolutely clear that you should not do? You've reached these conclusions, and yet you're still saying yes to these things. So ho is the sound of ending habituation. Ah is the sound, and of course, like in the Sufi, they're chanting all the time, and in the Chinese, in some of the Chinese versions, is the sound of the heart, which when you do the sound with a big deep breath and you let it out really slowly, like I'll do it again. It's like a clearing and an awakening. So spontaneous Qigong with tapping and stroking the channels and making sounds and using, your favorite version of the 5-element sound with all the interesting ones for the 5 organ systems, or using and ho as a way to launch. What you were saying a moment ago, Clara, is I start with something structured, and I'm wondering if on your way to something structured, you might do something unstructured, which is like, take a few breaths and wiggle a little bit before you go. You probably do that anyway.
I was going to say,
so
that shake's always there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Shake
spontaneous goes to structured, goes to spontaneous. So it isn't like we live in a box of structure. I don't want to call it a box, but what we do is we put the parentheses of non-structure, typically.
Yeah, can I also speak about stillness as well? And when we come into standing on purpose, which looks like nothing and is so very much. But to come into standing on purpose, I don't think it's something that I can't do suddenly. I kind of land and then I have to wiggle a bit, and then I have to go, because my system's been moving or grooving and doing something, cooking or whatever. It's like I can't suddenly stop, although it's noticing the stillness and everything. But what I'm saying is that the power of letting yourself just stand in the garden to look at the horizon, that's a bridging act potentially as well. But within it, of course, is the potential to be able to shake out when you can feel that your hand is just not letting go of that pattern, you know, it gives you that central structure to move from and return back to. Well, that's how I find it.
I love that. So allow me to just comment on that for a moment too. Standing on purpose, or standing like a tree, or being in the Wuji, transcendental, in the Wu way, like doing something without doing it in a way that's exhausting you. So that's standing practice, very powerful, can be a bridge. Average people get bored pretty quickly with that. And so typically we like to talk about, and I'm sure you probably do too, is that it looks like we're doing nothing. But actually, if you're holding your hands up, these muscles they're metabolizing glucose, and you're doing deep breaths. And why is it that we get uncomfortable in that posture? It's because of the fact that these muscles are weak, and the muscles in our legs, when we sink, we come out of that posture, not because we're bored, usually as much as we come out of that posture, because these muscles in the thighs and these muscles in our shoulders are not strong enough to be able to actually feel comfortable for a little while. And so you probably do this too, but when we teach standing on purpose, we teach stand on purpose like this, scan, then lower your hands, scan again, bring your hands together in front of your heart, scan again. Open your hands as if you're receiving something from a higher source. Scan again. Place your hand on your heart and your other hand on your belly button. Scan again. So there's a way to be able to make the standing on purpose thing even easier and therefore eligible to be more of a bridge, because it doesn't have that. So many teachers say, okay, yeah, I'm going to teach you Kung Fu, I'm going to teach you Tai Chi, I'm going to teach you Qigong, and here's the first lesson. Stand like this for an hour, and then I'll tell you something else. I've had teachers like that, and that is not a bridge. That is a wall. That's a mountain. And some people are inclined to that mountain. But an average person, to get a revolution of healthcare, where there's a space between the word health and the word care. And then just I know I'm going to run out of time, so I want to say this thing about the money. In America, the cost of healthcare is now what they call healthcare, the medical industrial complex, is right around $3.5 trillion. So it's going to 4. And remember, that is a completely disease-based system. So it's not even a healthcare system at all. And so let's put this into perspective. The cost of the war that America waged in Afghanistan alone, just Afghanistan, was $3 trillion. And everybody's whining and complaining about the fact that we had this war, this never-ending war, and it cost $3 trillion. Well, that's $3 trillion over 20 years. Healthcare system in America is over $3 trillion every year. That's shameful. That humans would actually agree to live like that is a reflection of the fact that these humans may not be eligible to sustain their world. Sorry to leave on a sour note, but just saying.
Well, if I could interject just one
Hey, Bill.
concept. Hey, how's it going, Roger? That was great. Thank you
Good
so
to
much.
see you.
Yeah, you too. You always great to hear you. Yeah, one thing I wanted to throw out there is, one of the images that I keep coming back to is that the way that we treat, challenges in modern society is in a very Western way. It's a reductionist way. And so we try to treat all the sick leaves on the tree. But what we know, what the science shows us is that these mind-body practices, they go right to the root. And so when we go into these coherent consciousness states, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, mindfulness, all cultivate in us, we're healing the whole tree with minimal effort. It's that Wu way. And so, for example, if we started teaching children in public schools how to be mindful, how to feel their breath, how to feel their body, all the things that you've so eloquently talked about right now, that would change their lives. I've seen it with my grandkids, just teaching them little things, just how to breathe and things like that. And so, as that would occur, not only would our health costs plummet, if we had a whole generation of kids that knew how to feel themselves and feel when they're off, because that's what these things are designed to teach, we would be plummeting our healthcare costs. Herbert Benson at Harvard says somewhere, up to possibly 90% of illness could be best treated or prevented with mind-body practices. But at the same time, we would be emptying our prisons, because the science shows that when we practice these things, our empathy and compassion part of the brain gets larger, and our fear and stress part of the brain actually physically gets smaller. And so these bullying goes down in schools that have incorporated mind-body practices, and their test grades go up. So we would be healing all the leaves on the tree by going to the kindergarten through high school generation and teaching them how to do these things. It would be like, in Tai Chi, it's like, it's not, when I started doing Tai Chi, I was so amazed. I did karate as well. And I found Tai Chi was much more effective, I think, because, karate kind of goes after things, but Tai Chi finds that one little place, like when you're doing push hands, you feel that place where that person is off or vulnerable or whatever, and then just a little thing sends them reeling. And so if we can get mind-body practices in as advocated as public education worldwide, imagine the potential of this.
Yeah, well, I know you're working on it. I'm working on it. This group of people who are convening this discussion are working on it. The National Qigong Association is working on it. The Healer Within Foundation is working on it. The World Tai Chi and Qigong Day is working on it. So there's a lot going on here.
Right. But what we're trying to do with Global Transformation Project is to create a vehicle where we can create a mind-body community worldwide, pushing for that UN resolution, because we can use the UN to educate educators all over the planet. So it's that, that push hands where you just find that little place where a little push has globally transformative. And so, it's not something that, Bill and Angie can do or World Tai Chi Day can do. It's something that if we can envision this as a collective and take it on as a collective, and I don't want to run the Global Consciousness or the Global Transformation Project. We just launched the website yesterday, globaltransformationproject.org. I would be happy to turn it over to a huge mind-body collective. I just grabbed it so that we would have the ability to do that at some point. But this isn't something where, I want to talk about it like a Bill project or something. This is something that I'm reaching out with an appeal to start to bring together a collective where, and Roger, you've done such massive things. I mean, I just referred to one of your studies when I talked about the D3 levels, the Tai Chi supports, the D3 levels in people. And that's important for, because COVID, the fatalities tend to be people who are vitamin D deficient. So the work that you've done behind the scenes with these studies and with the National Council on Aging and on and on and on and on, it's been profound. But it just seems like if we can come together and we can get this into public schools, boom.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank you,
I
Bill.
agree with
Thanks
this
for all you
too.
do, Bill.
Oh, yes. All of you. It's, it's such a joy to bring you all your wisdom, your knowledge, your experience into the Healing Our Earth community. I love to weave people together. It's one of my, besides bringing out people's gifts, it's how do I weave people of like-minded, of like heart to come together to really work to heal our earth. And I want to bring in Dr. Effie Chow to this discussion because she is really mother of Qigong in the West. And I'd like to introduce her first.
Sharon, this is Neil Kumar here. Just before you introduce Effie, who's been waiting here patiently, Bill, you mentioned, and very nicely you offered, that you just want to do this willingly and collectively find all the people all over the globe coming together, so together we can enhance and heal the earth slowly. Well, from Healing Our Earth, this is your family. We are there to help you as well. Roger, you, William, Effie, Clara, who is in UK here, Dr. Wai Ching, Dr. Sheila, we are all together with no ego, nothing in return. All we want to give is peace, harmony, unity, and bring in this vision and the mission statement that you have created. Over to you, Sharon.
Thank you. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Chow. We all know her so well. She's been just, what could I say? Divine mother, divine goddess, Kuan Yin of the Chinese tradition, Dr. Epipoyu Chow. Health for all begins with the powerful internal individual, which is something we've been speaking about. Dr. Chow is known as Mother of Qigong in the West, and for her instant healings. Really, I know from my own experience how Effie really can create miracles with people. It's been extraordinary to watch her work and be involved with her. She's the founder of the annual World Congress on Qigong, TCM, Traditional Chinese Medicine, in its 22nd year, awarded by NCCAOM as a pioneer and leader of Oriental medicine in the USA. In July 2000, Dr. Chow was appointed by President Clinton to the 20-member White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine Policy. She is a world-renowned Qigong Grandmaster, energy healer, acupuncturist, nurse, author, international speaker, humanitarian. So many things, futurist, and clearly a visionary. She wielded the female influence in the world at a time when it was mostly only talked about. Recipient of the Visionary of the Year, 1997, the Humanitarian of the Year, 1999, and Grandmaster of Extraordinary Qi Energy Healing, was Assistant Professor, Adjunct Faculty, University of Hawaii, John A. Burns School of Medicine, Division of Integrated Complementary and Alternative Medicine, is on faculty with the Akamai University. Dr. Epipoyu Chow has, for over 60 years, been working to integrate Qigong and traditional Chinese medicine with Western medicine, giving individuals the power to determine and manage their own health and destinies is the secret of true healing. This is her motto. Global namaste to you once again, dear Effie. So you've been in the trenches for a long time, wanting to bring alternative health, these ancient models of medicine, these real health care, as Roger talks about, systems. So at this point in time in your journey, tell us your vision of your experience of what you've been through and where we are going.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And I thank Roger, who's been a long-time friend as well, and Bill and Amalia and all the others. I don't want to, and Bill Douglas, of course, and Karen and everybody here, whether I have met you or not, we have connected because we are all energy. So even though we may not have met face to face, that we have energetically known each other for a long, long time, from past life and now into future life. So I want to talk about two aspects. my title is about individual power, internal individual power. And that is actually basic. However, we've been talking about systems here, Roger and Bill. It is important to influence the system, and we can do it through the individual power. The past deputy director of NIH, National Institutes of Health, even back in 1990, they said, this is not a healthcare system. It is a sick system, sick care system. That was way back then. And that payment for treatment is only through Western medicine and surgery and the diagnostic measures with machines. And so anything else, Tai Chi, Qigong, Ayurveda medicine, all the others are not paid for. And you have to pay out of pocket, right? All your clients, you have to pay for out of pocket. You get results, but they can't stay with you because they don't have enough money to stay being treated with you or learning from you to get totally well. So that Western medicine pays for treatment. So they go back to Western medicine, which had failed in the first place. That's why they came to you. So they go back to Western medicine because it pays for their treatment and all. And then guess what? They get worse. So they save up enough money to come back to you. And then you get them better. So that's a rotating door concept, in which we find, as I mentioned before, in Western medicine, in my nursing and other positions, administrator and policymaker, that the rotating door, people go out and they come back in. People go out and they die early. We have too much early death through our system. And it's not just me, CNN and the medical doctors, Dr. Gundry, Dr. Makosi, they have said, I've had enough. So they've set up their own system, but everybody has to pay for that. How many agree with that you run into that? So our main goal, as some of you may know, I had 3 near-death experiences back in 2015. And God and Buddha rejected me. They didn't want me there. They said, you go back. You have a mission on earth, and that is to clean up the problems of the world.
Big mission.
Oh my God, how am I going to do that? And so the key is I've been working in partnerships. And I mentioned Bill and Roger, all the people I know. We've been working in partnership, but not strong enough. We need to work more strongly together, and that we need to develop our own policies and funding system. How many would like your patients to be funded to come to you? How many would like that?
Oh,
yes, no? I would. And take Bill's Tai Chi classes and Clara's classes, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the only way that we're going to get through this mess, that we can't really practice health unless financing is set up to do this. And I have begun to do that. That's what I was sent back here from my near-death experiences, and said, you need to do it. And so I realized I work with people, but I have to work closer and much more integral with everybody here. And I have a great group of people that is really hot on developing a funding system for wellness and healthcare. And we need all of you to participate with us. I welcome everybody. we've got lawyers, we've got doctors, and we have finance people, and we need to build them up, just like the medical system did way back when. And when you can develop a solid structure, then we can talk about a healthcare system. I have experienced 25 hospitals and universities throughout the world, including Stanford, including UC San Francisco, including Vancouver General Hospital, University of British Columbia, et cetera, et cetera. And it's the same problem, is that people come in and they don't get well. So Western medicine, unfortunately, is failing. And it needs the help of the healthcare industry to help it to get back onto track and reduce the cost. Now, Bill and Roger said 3 trillion. That's right, that's a H of a lot. Okay. And that could be made into support for wellness and healthcare. So I want to say that because I think we're all concerned about our own survival, and that's rightly so, and for the survival of your country. But we need to band together. And Roger talked about spontaneous thing. You need a lot of spontaneity. And I have within Chao Qigong, I'm moving into the individual today. I first have them practice free form Qigong. And as I just listen to the music, or just without the music, just listen to your heart. And then you move however you feel. And nothing is wrong. Some people will be doing movement, some people go like this, and then some people go and pat somebody's, on the shoulder, not hurting anybody. Spontaneous Qigong. So they free them up to be and not get hooked up to a system, first of all. And then we go into the system. Yes, I have a certain system, and I've got videotapes, and I got books and things like that. And I'm sure you all have too. And so then I said, now what I found is that having movements and attitudes as such, it helps your free form movement and be more effective. But they learn to let themselves be free before they get hung up into this is the form, this is the right thing to do. Okay. And so that is really beautiful. The other thing is that we must let them know that we're working with them spiritually, emotionally, and physically. And I'm afraid a lot of Tai Chi and Qigong teachers are just teaching the form. They are not teaching the spiritual aspect, or Yang Shen Chinese medicine, which is like healthy living and good attitudes. And so we need to really move down and not be afraid to speak about the spiritual and emotional aspect of what we are helping people to learn. How do they feel that the spiritual and emotional people
it's
don't?
It's so important, Effie. I was speaking with the Rolfer, the deep tissue system of realigning the body. And we were talking about so many people, they go and have surgery and they're cutting into their flesh, but there's no, in the Western system, maybe there's some psychologists that might, but there isn't this, my goodness, what is that going to do to the tissues? What is that going to do to the emotions? What is that going to do to the consciousness? What's that doing to the spirit? And so, yes, the battlefield medicine is wonderful for fixing, certain things, but we're missing this whole range of the human being that
and the coordination of it. Like the minister takes care of your spirit, and the psychiatrist and psychologist take care of your mental, and then the doctor takes care of your physical problem and surgery and etc. Unfortunately, they're beginning to, but however, it's still separated, so that they don't communicate with each other enough. And it is changing, but very slowly. It's too slow for me. And so therefore, developing a system, a structure for wellness and really becoming even more powerful. And they're scared when I say that, more powerful than the Western medical system, but equally anyway. All right. And I work with a doctor because to let them know we're not against them, because I'm a nurse too, as I said. And what I do is refer back my patients that come from them, I call them clients, refer them back to the doctor. And so the doctor is not afraid I'm going to steal their clients if they refer them to me. And there's a great, camaraderie in that way. And so then I also refer my client to doctors for certain diagnostic measures and for consultation and get a baseline of where the medical problems are. So you have to work together like this and let them know that you're not saying, hey, you're no good, or them to say, we're no good. We're both good, so that we need to refer people back and forth, even though you might not want to.
Well, we want them to get well. It's interesting. My husband was the head of production and content at a company called Gaia.com, which is an online network. And they had a very interesting healthcare for their people. They had, in addition to just general healthcare, they had something that was alternative, so that we were reimbursed. We could see a chiropractor, an acupuncturist, or a massage therapist, and that would be reimbursed. And
Well,
actually, we use more of that than going to a Western medical doctor.
Yeah, but however, have you taken a look at the details of how much they give the acupuncturist? $10 you're given to, and also 10 sessions a year. Now, that
Right.
gives a wrong impression for people. Well, I funded for 10 and I'm funded for $10. So you shouldn't be charging $80 or $100, and which you deserve, because you deserve $300 if you're curing them and they haven't had any help from medicine. And I'm not afraid to say I charge $350 to $500 for my clients, because as I mentioned, getting instantaneous results, I feel I'm worth it. And the doctors charge that much. And if I go to, and I don't like to talk about that, but now I am, because so many people feel they're not worthy. When I am called and go to another city, I charge them $5,000 for 3 hours of work. Now, are you people shocked about that? And also shocked at my talking about this? Yeah, I never talked about money before, but these few years, I am talking about money and encouraging people. And some of the massage people and acupuncture, they're charging $80 and they're getting good results. So I said, charge them $150 at least.
It really depends, doesn't it? Depend on the finances of the person you're working with.
Of course. And then that's why I say that we need to get a system of finances, reimbursement. I don't want to call it insurance, because insurance has a bad reputation. So a system of reimbursement for people who will come to you and, or you take classes to improve your skill. And so we are having a wonderful group of people. And we will work with insurance companies that exist, and they are giving that. I know my insurance also says you can have acupuncture, but then when I go to ask for acupuncture, no, we're not going to refer you to acupuncture. You have to go find your own acupuncturist. So there's different categories, and I know there's some better than that. And so probably you have your own experiences to relate to this. How many has experiences in
Oh,
this?
yes.
Well,
Yes,
we just don't bother dealing with insurance because it takes such a big hassle and all the paperwork and everything. So
Right, then
I
they
am,
try to deny it to you, and then they question everything. It's a very difficult system, and I understand that
a lot of my
in
patients, even though they're very rich, I said, never mind. I don't want to deal with the insurance. I will give it to you free because I know that I can get results. And then you can move up. And so I do a lot of free. 80% of my practice and my classes are free. 80%. I volunteer 80% of my time to Africa, to Hong Kong, to India, and to different places that people know that I volunteer as well. So they don't mind. Anyway, but that's about the system. And we need to get ourselves in a good straight, like Roger was saying. We must work together. And I welcome anybody that wants to. Now, on a personal level, my first dealing with the individual is that if they come in for back pain or even cancer or whatever, and I have a lot of cancer cases that we've been successful in the doctor diagnosing that, oh my God, your tumor's gone. Oh my God, cancer is gone. And your hepatitis C has been healed. This is all true cases. And any other diabetes, etc. But however, we must develop this system. So my first thing is I asked them, what's going on in your life? And one of my students came with back pain, which was going to keep her off work. She said, what the H? You know what I mean? What the H? Are you asking me about what H is going on in my life? But then she, acquiesced to that. And so she said, we found out her parents have been divorced 30 years, hostile to each other, not coming. And a brother who's in middle age, going to be single all his life and not, So there was care, and the husband had communication, but not really good communication, like where you talk about everything. And the husband had hepatitis C, and it was cured with Qigong, Chao Qigong, and traditional medicine. And that was about 15 years ago. Then he had cancer of the bowel, rectum, and had a big hole there. And we've got pictures to show. And the doctor, so he did Chao Qigong and Chinese medicine along with the chemotherapy, radiation, etc. I don't tell them, don't do this. You'll be kicked out of the country very soon. But it's much more difficult, as you all know, to work with while a person has medicine, and you have to work harder to cure them. And so that was healed too. And he never did have to have surgery. And the doctors couldn't understand that the hole was closed. They said, we thought we could stop it with chemotherapy. We never expected. So these are just an example of hundreds of cases that I have. And you can, I'm sure you can relate to this too. So we need to, as I said too, that we write up these things, not as Western medical research demand, but as a story by the individual cases. People listen to stories now, not necessarily research said, oh, this gets so much potassium, that gets so much calcium, and that is so much. And so they listen to stories and written in a manner that everybody can understand, not only scientists or academic. And how many agree with that? You're learning more from stories than data. But remember, I don't negate data. I think that's very necessary for a part of the population. And so, for example, I say, what's going on in your life? I'm talking about everything from sex to money. I was head of sex education and family planning program for 12 years. And I talk about everything. It doesn't bother me. As a matter of fact, they love it. They say, oh, nobody talks to me about that, you know. And their finances too. And they say, oh, nobody talks to me about that in depth, about exactly what's going on. And then guess what? Her back pain disappeared after we got all this. And the other thing is PMASA. What does that mean? Positive mental attitude, speech, and action. And so that's what they got to practice all the time, every minute. And so, for example, even say, oh, why don't we go to the movie? Is that good? It's supposed to be very enlightening. So at testing will show the energy will go down. That means it drops your immune system. So say, hey, let's go to the movie. And the energy stays high. How many of you know the testing of the energy? Okay, I have, just put up one arm. I have, show your face. This is Lonnie, and she's willing to be, so with this movie, so you can see. Okay, here we go. So we test your energy. Some of you may be familiar. Not testing your muscle. This is testing your energy. Keep it up, okay? And see how strong you are. Okay, she's very strong. And now say, no problem. How many are familiar with that term? No problem. Okay, put up your arm. Resist. Look.
Uh-oh. we lost your sound, Effie.
Just has to unmute.
Yeah,
Would you unmute, please?
On the keyboard.
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, I better move this away. And so instead of no problem, you can say just simply, hey, it's okay, right? Right? Or any other, it's okay. Hold your arm up, okay? And look at, see, I'm pushing hard and I can't get it down. And there are many things. It is sort of like everyday speech that affects you. And now a lot of people say, oh my God, I didn't realize that, you know, or even say, oh, why don't you do this? You know, this is what we get. Why don't you do that? Instead, say, please do this instead. Okay.
Yes,
All that is so that the mind, and you are an energy body. So therefore, whatever you are, if she is weak, it's affecting me. And it's affecting all of you right now. And it's affecting everything. So quantum physics says, what does it say? I am, and I am everywhere. Okay? And also energy is not just a human being or the animal or the flowers, because they're useful, but it's a table, it's a floor, it's a chair, it's everything is energy. And you affect all of that as well. Does that sound crazy?
Not at all. We know that on this show here on Earth. We know that. I'd like to bring in some of the other panel, but as we're doing that, I remember when COVID began, you were telling me how in China, they had brought together all these traditional TCM practitioners to look at it. Could you speak about that?
When was that you're talking about?
When it was like last January, well, January before last, and COVID had just come, and you were telling me about how in China, you know, they not only went the Western medicine way, but also really brought a bunch of TCM practitioners together to look at this issue.
The unfortunate thing, Sharon, and all of you, is that the USA had made COVID such a political issue that they didn't look at the medical aspect or the health aspect that Chinese medicine had, because they blamed it on China, the China curse, the China virus. And it created a lot of Asian hostility and even even fighting, like people beating up 60-year-old, 70-year-old females, Chinese female, etc. So the thing is, it started in Wuhan, and whatever it is, it is. But then I heard also that COVID was also in Australia about the same time, but it focused on Wuhan. So it became a big political issue. So Wuhan had to build up 2 big hospitals, like buildings, to take on the COVID. And they had Western medicine work with them. And it wasn't doing any good. They were getting so many COVID cases and dying and everything. So they brought in about 4,000. This is country's decision. Brought in 4,000, 3,000 to 4,000 Chinese medical doctors to Wuhan. And they had it all over. And they did Qigong. They did the precious, the 8 precious brocade. That's the most classic one. And that's what we teach. And so anyway, they brought them in, and of course they got strict requirements from the government. And this is where I think sometimes dictatorship may be best, because they closed up the 2 hospitals they opened for COVID. They closed it up because there were no new cases. And in 2 months to 3 months, they opened the country, but will anybody hear that? They're beginning to, and we had a conference, 2 conferences that dealt with COVID, and we had wonderful, the man who set up the COVID program, the Chinese medicine COVID in China, and also the acupuncturist medical doctor that set up the Chinese medical system in Italy, dealing with the COVID system there, and they had great results.
I'd like to bring in Wai Chi, because she has been working with doctors diligently all over the world with this kind of issue. So would you speak about that work for us a bit?
Not like the way that, the elder sister Effie has done, it's amazing and so empowering and so inspiring. We definitely will follow in the footsteps, and I really hear the call, the clarion call for more action and more integration, and would love to do more in that field, And yes, I've been working in integrative medicine for about 30 years in cancer centers, as well as clinics and hospitals in Singapore and elsewhere. And I find that there's this fear, with the medical doctors, of losing their power, losing their hold on and giving up something, instead of being open enough to say, okay, I'm open to learning something new and becoming even more powerful. So that the ego-based system is so entrenched, in the whole thing. And of course, I studied in school when I was in San Francisco about the reductionist system and so on. And there's just a time now. It's really time to really surrender that ego on everybody's part and just work together. I think this is where we can all come together now. And we see that, and actually I've trained a few doctors who do not want Qigong certificates. They don't want any acknowledgement of having trained in Qigong and transmission of energy, even though they're working, the neurosurgeon or the pediatrician. They say, no, we don't need any kind of certification, which I don't really believe in anyway. So the thing is to embrace everybody now, and I think that those who are sincere and not entrenched in the ego, they really want to learn. And I find that, nurses and doctors are open in the medical, allopathic medical, and I see Bill wanting to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on something you said, and then also something Effie was talking about, and that was the the COVID issue. And one of the studies that came out, they looked at frontline healthcare workers in the United States, and they looked at which ones contracted COVID and which ones didn't contract COVID. And the ones that didn't were the ones that had higher T cell and particularly CD4 cell levels. The ones that were depleted and more depleted in those were the ones that contracted COVID. And so they somehow those people cultivated, a stronger immunity. And we know that these mind-body practices, Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, meditation, mindfulness, we know that they all cultivate that stronger immunity, boosting T cells and things like that. And to the point of what you were talking about, Dr. Lee, is the ego and the competition in the healthcare field. And I've been in the middle of all that myself. I've taught for major medical institutions for about 30 years now. And so there is that. It's like I'll go in and I'll do presentations for doctors, and they'll be checking their watches and looking at their phones and not really paying attention. And so I see, again, returning back to the idea of a UN resolution to advocate for public education. If we could get kindergartners, if we could educate educators around the world through a UN resolution, let the United Nations structure do the education part. We just have to do the lobbying to get the resolution. And I think that that's doable. We can do that. We've gotten governments to do these kind of things in the past, but if we can do it together, we can do that. And then what happens is those kindergartners are starting to cultivate a stronger immune system as they go through this, 1 hour a day mind-body education through their public education program. And then we don't have to battle. We don't have to battle with a healthcare system that's, there's a pharmaceutical aspect. There's huge pharmaceutical money being made. Doctors are educated to go to pharmaceuticals first. It's like there's a whole machine there that we're, encountering, when we teach in those settings. And I do, I take advantage of it and I try to work with doctors, but there's these huge walls that are there. We could go around all those walls if we were teaching kindergartners how to do this stuff. And I think this is something we can do together. I think it's a lot easier than we think to get a UN resolution to advocate mind-body practices, because the science, that's where the science comes in. If you can, because you can show science that it gives kids higher IQs. It helps them improve their test scores. It makes them healthier, makes them stop bullying other students. These are things, ADD, ADHD treatment. These are things that could get it into public education just as a science-based thing. And then once those kids start touching into that consciousness, Roger Yanka put so eloquently, feeling themselves, knowing how they feel, and knowing when they don't feel well. You start from kindergarten, and it's doable. I mean, I've done it. I've taught children in schools, and also my grandkids. They're open to these things. It's very accessible, and we can go around a lot of those walls if we did that.
I so agree with you, Bill. I mean, that's how I've done it. By being open, by being an open channel, I've actually been able to go into all these different systems and continue to. I'm in several medical doctors platforms, actually. So, usually get invited as the holistic practitioner, just because I believe that I embody openness, and I think we all have to do that too. Because I've seen practitioners on our side going like, the medical system, this and that,
Mm-hmm.
and so, really projecting. It's all a projection as well on the other side. And like I was saying, the densities, the different densities, the yin yang. And so that's why we want to do integrative and unified medicine, and that it's always personalized and patient or human focused. And so as long as our intention is very clear, I actually am very excited for these times, that these COVID times, is that we have an opportunity to revamp and to recreate and to really interweave all these systems. We find that people are much more open now, and on home-based as well, home-based remedies. Yes, Dr. Sheila.
I was just saying that it was very daunting when COVID first hit, because I was a dentist and I had to now, profession that I loved before was now rated one of the most dangerous professions out there. So, because we were right directly in the patient's mouth. And it was very, very scary because, there was no answers for everything. We were just, people needed dental care. There was emergencies coming in. And I remember kind of opening my dental office and being petrified. We didn't even have PPE. We didn't have anything. And then I did my own research was, how do I build up my immune system? What is the foods I need to eat? What do I need to keep healthy to work throughout this period of time? And thankfully, I've been working for 2 years and everything's been good. But I was so surprised with the lack of information out there talking about vitamin D, for example. I mean, it's a documented, like William mentioned it today, it's like scientifically known that it really helps, but I don't see any of it ever on the news. I don't see any of it, even in our dental community. We would just, this is the way you do this, go out, get your vaccine, but there's nothing talking about building our immune system. Why? And I talk to my patients when they come in, I talk to them about health, nutrition, cutting out the sugars, eating healthy, the whole food diet without processed foods. And I think that's the biggest challenge right now, is really even just that vitamin D information most of my patients haven't even heard about it.
Yes, I understand. I'll come to you, William, in a minute. I remember when COVID came, I was actually seeing articles that were saying that alternative treatments such as Ayurveda or TCM were not science. And I thought, this is very strange. Only like thousands and thousands of years of handing this down from, and I go back to the Hippocratic Oath from the beginning, and it was about this selflessness, and it exists in Ayurveda too, another kind of oath, where this selflessness of handing down your knowledge to someone who wants it, handing it down for free. It's beautiful. In both of these traditions, it's always about how you should treat your teacher, your guru, the person, the healer who is passing this to you, the same as your parents. And it's so beautiful. And it seems that in this Western strange model that we're living in, that the beauty of these traditions and the knowledge is not being appreciated and given. In fact, it's being repressed. So Bill, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I think the general public is wide open to these things. I think the pandemic has really, really opened up. It put people in kind of a Zen koan state, where their minds just got pulled out of their normal realities. So I think the mass public is open to it. The problem is the media. The media focuses on fear-based things. They focus on, because that's how they get their viewers. They observe how when their viewership goes up, and it's when they frighten you or upset you. And so they always have the breathless announcements of, oh, there's a new Omni variant. Now, what they don't tell you is, so far the Omni variant is much less virulent, and it's spreading very quickly. So one of the doctors in South Africa that discovered it, said that this could very well be the end of the pandemic. Because we've got a very low, so far the data shown it's very low virulent, spreading very quickly. It could be really good news for the world, but you don't hear that, just like you don't hear the D3 news. And so there's this huge machine. Part of it is just getting, viewers to watch them. If they scare us, we watch them. But there's much more to it. Pfizer basically sponsors almost every news program. Let's be perfectly honest here. It's like, so I've been in all these battles that everybody else has been in, with the healthcare establishment, the egos, all that, and also with the media, because we've been organizing, doing the media work. And so I've grown to understand how the media works, and as well. And again, that's why we've, with COVID, it gives us an incredible opportunity to go into the educational system, because if you stop and think about it, what is one single thing that we could do that would create stronger immune systems in hundreds of millions of people around the planet? And that's the public education system. And the thing is the public education system doesn't have a Pfizer or a Moderna or, that is involved in education. Education's still got kind of a window of opportunity. If we show them real science, we might be able to actually crack that egg of the educational system. The healthcare system is a much tougher nut. But if we get those kids learning this stuff from a young age, all that other stuff starts to become, less relevant. And those battles become less relevant, because we've got this fresh new way where there might be an opening. And the pandemic gives us a real opportunity to say, hey, we need to get kids stronger immune systems. Here's how you do it. Here's how the science is. And that's what we have at the globaltransformationproject.org. is that
Yeah.
science.
Fantastic.
William, I agree with you, but what if the kids, the very kids that we're talking about, are now being put through the whole program, right? 5-year-olds are being, you know.
You mean with
York.
COVID? You mean with COVID or?
It's a preventative. They're being inoculated. 5-year-olds.
Yeah. Well, and the research, and again, the research shows the research shows that kids actually, they have more of a serious problem from getting the vaccine into their heart system than if they actually contract COVID. Yeah.
Exactly that. But who is talking about that? You see, where?
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem with the media.
I know, but how do we bypass that, and how do we get through that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We could use the United Nations as a vehicle to educate educators all over the world. If we can get this resolution, and we've got, like I said, we got the National Congress of Brazil to create a World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, just as an example, and other government bodies around the world. So, as a collective, if we come together, we can actually influence the UN, and the UN has the ability to educate educators all over the world. And it's obvious. The science shows it's obvious. This should be part of public education. It should have been 10 years ago. We have the science on it. And so it just seems like we could just avert a lot of these battles with the healthcare industry and all that stuff if we just go to public education as a focus.
William, how far do you think you are along with the UN, honestly?
Okay, what we're doing right now is we're trying to create a global collective of mind-body people that understand what mind-body potential is, to start to come together, and then we can find out from the people around the world, because World Tai Chi Day has given us a chance to do this global organizing, to find out who in their government might be open to proposing a UN resolution for that country. That would be the ultimate step, is to find that person, because you just got to get one country to introduce it. And then it's a matter of, the other countries. But I think this could come under the radar. I don't think there would necessarily be a lot of opponents to this because you're just showing the brain science. It's just brain science is all it is. And it makes kids smarter. And that should be enough for education. And it makes them healthier. But I don't mean to be manipulative like this, but the COVID issue has really brought it to the surface that if we can increase immunity in our public school students around the world, that would be a huge foot in the door to making a resolution like that happen. And then we let the UN do the work of educating everybody. We don't have to go knocking on every door saying, yeah, this is what this stuff does.
Well, my concern that I've seen in the medical community is those that are speaking a little bit out of the norm. Kind of, there's a lot of suppression there, like their YouTube channels get cancelled, and their blogs get cancelled. So do you feel like working through the UN, that's going to resolve that issue, or is that something that you don't think's
that is a whole other issue. We should spend a whole program talking about the Google algorithms and the YouTube algorithms and all that. Yeah, that's a huge issue. But no, we're just thinking in terms of, if we can get the resolution, educate educators and start exposing, tens, hundreds of millions of kids around the planet to this stuff, we would just be doing an end run around the whole battle, a lot of the battles, the walls that have been set up. And so it just seems like a real, quick way to, have a huge impact. And you can lobby, if you find the right people in the right positions, you can get stuff like this done. And it just seems like an opportunity for real planetary change that would go far beyond our lives.
Yes, I know that Effie.
I just wanted to say one thing, which was, I just love the conversation that William has, because he comes from such a positive aspect of everything. And, there's so much doom and gloom out there, but to come from the whole COVID aspect to making it into something positive. Thank you for sharing that with us. And again, I'd like to thank Sharon again for introducing us to, look at this panel of amazing people here. And, a lot of them are your contacts. And thank you, Sharon. And it's been, I've been just really in awe of learning so much today. Thank you, all of you.
Well, thank you. I'm so honored to be a host on Healing Our Earth. And I've had a, really fascinating life and gone into many different multi-dimensional life here with so many wonderful people, and it's just such a privilege to be able to bring them all to this audience, because I feel that we have a lot that we can do together. And I know that and it's going to be time to go soon, but I want to bring in, I know that Dr. Chow has been working with a doctor in Hawaii who has worked through the system, correct, and has been able to get them to acknowledge indigenous Hawaiian medicine, correct?
Yes, thank you, Sharon. The Hawaiians are unique in Honolulu. They had a mountain donated to them by the city, and they set up the Hawaiian Healing Center, which included Western medicine too. And they're excluded from having to be, monitored and everything. And they get paid also for practicing what they're doing. They could be a wonderful, wonderful, model to follow. And just on December the 8th, they held a Peace for the World, and it was beautiful. They had the Hawaiian chants, the art was, and the dance, and the research and everything. And so, but before I turn on, I want to again thank everybody. And I agree with everything you people are talking about. Needing to develop this, develop that, and everything. But it still comes down to the individual power within yourself. And something that is happening with COVID and other situations now is a depression and the isolationist feeling, and the children being very unhappy. And you know what? Just something simple I'm going to leave with you is my model prescription is have 8 hugs a day, at least. And you can do it virtually. You do it with elbow now. You can't do a hug except your own family member. And 3 belly aching laughs a day. There's theory of this is with the hug, it's a touch. Touch builds up immune system and also builds up love and feel that the person cares for you. It builds up the immune system. And the laughter is a sound of the heart. Remember, every organ has a sound. It's a sound of the heart. So when you laugh, so everybody laugh. Come on, I want to hear everybody laugh. Yeah. Raise up your hands and your feet and everything. And then, kids love this, and adults do too. And the seniors, they love it. And then it's giving them permission to be silly too, as well. And then also every day, say something nice about yourself. So you have to look for something nice, not always criticizing yourself, and look for something nice to say about your husband or your wife or people around you. Every day, think for everybody, something nice you're going to say to them as soon as you meet them. And it has saved marriages, I'll tell you. It has opened up relationships. It has found new partners, for people who are looking for partners. And it has healed pain that unbelievably. And so I hope I leave that message with you. At least 8 hugs a day. So let's everybody give myself a hug. Give yourself a hug. And then hug the other person all around the world, everywhere. And let's have a laughter now, like a Christmas Santa Claus laugh. And so that helps to relieve the children's depression and bring some joy and mirth into everybody's life. So,
Dr. Effie, I have to really.
Everybody else, yes. Yeah. So, fairly well. And who else is talking? That's
Seema.
Yeah. What I'd like to say is namaste, global namaste. what you said about the hugging and the oxytocin, it's so important during this time when everybody is in lockdown to experience that physical, touch. I really, really do encourage families as well when they're with their children. If you all can hear me, my internet's a bit wobbly today. Is that hug your children as much as you can during this time. I have two teenagers, and I just deliberately go and I go, oh, give me mama a squeeze, and they're like, oh, get off me. But it is so important. And laughter yoga, laughing, it opens up your lungs. Open up those lungs, and get all those happy hormones going, that happy feel going, and build that aura around you. If you're happy within, if you feel loved, if you eat right, if you practice conscious mind, body, soul practices, your immunity will be strong. It is so true. I need to share this with all of you. I'm not boasting or anything, but I practice breath work. I practice the Sudarshan Kriya every day. Well, not every day. I do have my cheat days, I'll be honest, but I try to be as regular as I can. And my husband, my younger daughter, and my elder daughter came down with the flu recently. Okay, now you would think I'm in the same house as them. I would come down with the flu. Right, we're in close proximity. We're living in a small flat here in Oxford. We're all in each other's ways. But by God's grace and blessings, I didn't get the flu. And I thought to myself, what is it that I'm doing right that they're maybe not doing? And it's the breath work, it's the meditation. I'm the mother hen who's going and giving the hugs, but I do get the hugs back as well. But and plant medicine, the proof has been in the pudding in my own home. So when William says that we need to advocate this mind, body, soul consciousness for children and bring in that awareness, and bring in all the holistic therapies through the United Nations, this is such a powerful move, and it can be done because children are sponges. And it can be done with a lot of creativity. Yes. And the sooner we do it, the better. You see, we have the pandemic on one side. We have this huge mental health issue on the other side, on one side. But the world has had a huge wake-up call. It's shook us up. And everywhere I go, I'm seeing people speaking about mindfulness, breath work, meditation, plant medicine, shamanic healing methods, Hawaiian, Polynesian, ancient wisdom, etc., etc. I mean, Dr. Y, you're so deeply rooted in TCM and so much more, Sharon, Sheila, I mean, you're a doctor of medicine, and this is so commendable and fantastic. My dad was an allopathic doctor, and he would, not lean towards homeopathy or Ayurveda at all. But the world has had this wake-up call, and we need to do it, and we don't. Just like the climate crisis, I always say one thing, we don't have time. We don't have time.
That is so true.
Thank
you. Thank you. I'd like before we close, yes, for each of you to speak.
Everybody, if you have missed Dr. Tariq, this earlier part of this program, Dr. Tariq, who actually, Dr. Sheila, is a dentist, and who is using homeopathy for treatment of long COVID. So please, everyone, watch this. And I think you might come away with something valuable as well. Okay, this is the guest who's come on earlier. So Bill, definitely we're on with you, and everybody else. Let's get on the wave. Let's cruise. Let's ride the wave with Effie and everybody. We're all agents of change. Let's do it. I'm all doing it every day. So let's all just coalesce even more and just move on it, right? We're just definitely there with all of each other. Yes.
One thing that once we got the data from Princeton, the Princeton University project that showed that we had actually created greater cohesion in global consciousness, by just all of us coming together and doing Tai Chi and Qigong, you know, on a 24-hour period. That really ignited something in my consciousness that I just wanted to kind of add to what you just said so beautifully. And that is that when we go into these states, when we practice these techniques, we are literally changing the world. Yeah, because there's millions and millions of people around the planet that are joining us. We don't know it. We don't know who they are, but we're connecting on this, you know, high level. And knowing this science, I know, you know, there's been a little bit of debate about, do we care about what science says? But for me, you know, growing up as, you know, in Kansas in the United States, we worship science when I was growing up. And so there's a part of our consciousness that does, you know, is affected by that. And to know that when we go into a conscious state, when we go into that coherent state of consciousness, that we're actually playing a contributing role in literally changing the planet. I just find that, you know, just a cherry on top of the sundae that you get from, you know, the experience that you have, you know, within yourself. You know, it's great.
Beautiful. Clara.
Yeah, unity consciousness, here we grow.
Beautiful.
That's what's happening. That's what we're doing. That's what we're being. And that great quote, be the change yourself, and that resonates out into the world. I mean, it's so simple and so beautiful, and it's so supportive that all of us here have got a very similar directive trajectory. We're doing this together. As Effie was saying, we're building the communities. The communities cannot help but be built now, because it's the truth. It's what our hearts are calling through, and with the wisdom of the science coming through to back it all up. This is the silver lining of COVID. Unity consciousness.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you all. This has been, we need to do more. We need to come together again on so many levels, in so many ways. That's why we're here at Healing Our Earth. And we have wellness, like about every 6 weeks, we have a wellness program. So it would be a joy to have you all return and continue this extraordinary discussion. Here's, so Seema, our dear Seema, who has just recently asked the question and brought her incredible insight and intuition. She's pretty much leading the Festive Vegetarian Kitchen show next week.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one, Sharon. We've got the good food coming up.
Always delicious, always. Her recipes and really everyone who contributes to the program is bringing such knowledge, just like today, in this area of food and eating and cooking and nourishing. So then after that, we have 2 weeks of festivities. Festivity 2021, we're going to celebrate Christmas, and I think we finished with Hanukkah, but all these holiday events, Bollywood style. So that should be really lots of fun on Sunday, the 26th of December. So of course, in both of these, we'll have music and dancing. And then Festivity 2022, we're going to continue on that song, dance, joy, which actually is part of healing. A deep part of healing is to experience moving together, the rhythms, the music, the song of so many cultures. So also with then we can talk about our vision for this next year. And then after that, we come to our well-being and wellness show for our happy, healthy, peaceful body and mind on the 9th of January. And those shows, they're similar to today, where we bring experts and practitioners from all over the globe to speak about this very important subject. And then after that, we have the Rotary in Action, Making the World a Better Place. That's on my birthday, January 16th, 2022. So I'm looking forward to having all of you join us. We are a global community to bring happiness and joy and peace and balance and harmony and health to this inspired global community by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And then, of course, if you want to join us and get involved, become a presenter, a host, join one of our panels, want to help with the creative, with social media, share your thoughts or comments, help promote Healing Our Earth, we would love that. Contact us via WhatsApp 0044 77121 77703. Sheila.
Well, it's come to an end now. This has been an amazing session with all of us, and getting to know such your wonderful friends. And we just want to remind you all, our audience, our global community, we are there for you. If ever you're going through anything, remember, just tune into your family here on Sundays, and we will continue to bring you lots and lots of information just to help you get through this difficult time. And we're all one big family and one big community. And from all of us here at Healing Our Earth, our producer Neil Kumar and the amazing volunteering team, would like to wish you a global namaste.